1 2 1 2 1 2. Check check check. Well, a very good morning to all of you tuning in here to the Banks Homes Riverside and to the Rothesay County Championship second division match between Durham and Northamptonshire. And the cheers that you might be able to hear around the ground is because the big news is that, yes, Ben is back. Ben Stokes back in a Durham shirt, back in Chester Street for the first time since 2024. And he'll be taking the ball in hand this morning because Durham have won the toss and elected to bowl against Northamptonshire. Let's give you the full team lineups then, starting with your hosts, Durham. It's Alex Lees, Ben McKinney, Will Rhodes, David Bedingham, Ben Stokes, Graham Clark, Ollie Robinson, Casey Aldridge, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, and Callum Parkinson. So it's Dwan Alifa that misses out for Stokes from the innings and 22-run win against Derbyshire here at home. And then for Northants, it is Ricardo Vasconcelos, Luke Proctor, George Harrison, Nathan McSweeney, Saif Zabe, James Sales, George Bartlett, Justin Broad, Harry Conway, Liam Guthrie, Ben Sanderson, and Lewis McManus. Very warm welcome to each of you that are tuning in and have joined us. I'll be with myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and George Gompertz throughout the day. And it will be Ben Rain that is going to be taking the ball in hand to kick things off this morning. It'll be Vasconcelos that will be facing the first ball of the morning as well. The field will get itself set. Ben Rain had as expectedly, pretty consistent time with the ball in the last fixture. 3 wickets in that first Derbyshire innings. All the way back through on the 12th and 13th. But we are ready for play here this morning to 3 slips. Oh, and a big appeal straight away from Ben Rain. It's going to go down as a leg bye as the first run of the morning. Already everything starting to kick off.
Hey, he likes it a lot. So he just making his way back to his mark now. He's standing right at the wrong end of the crease for a while. It was close, maybe just drifting down the leg side, but this was a test match. You might have had another look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Good encouraging signs early. As you always expect it to be with Ben Rain having the ball in hand.
It's moved a long way in swinging. Bit with the wind. It's blustery here, the Banks Homes Riverside.
Bat on ball and runs. And might be 4 of them as well. Puts the dive in. Manages to just prevent it from going over the boundary work. That's good work there from Callum Parkinson.
Yeah, phenomenal work. Just 2 balls into this 4-day game. I'll tell you who loved that. It's the school kids over to our right, already making a lot of noise. I think they're right by our effects mic as well, so it's going to be pretty loud throughout the day here.
Yeah, they're over to our direct right-hand side in the LNER stand. Schools Day today, over 600 school kids. First true dot ball of the morning. This is going to be a really, really intriguing clash as well, George, because we've completely hastened to mention the fact that this is first versus second.
Indeed.
In the second division.
Indeed it is. Durham played 7-1-4. Northamptonshire played 7-1-3. 8 points separating the two sides.
Ooh.
The only real difference being Durham yet to lose yet this season. Northants, on the other hand, a crushing defeat. An innings and 13 runs they lost to Derbyshire early in May. But for Durham, it's been the 4 wins and 3 draws, keeps them top of the tree.
Proctor sets his guard. And it's back jammed down in defence. Yeah, 2 very competitive campaigns so far from both these sides. Clubs that have already met back in the T20 as well. Northamptonshire Steelbacks came here and took victory against Durham earlier in the month. Drive attempted there, and it's straight to the main man Stokes. End of the first over of the day. The leg by and the 2 runs from it. So it puts Northamptonshire 3 without loss.
Yeah, a bit loose at the start from Ben Rain. A couple drifting down the leg side. He's tightened up to see out the over. And it's going to be Matthew Potts from the Lumley end. It's lovely to be back here at the Banks Homes Riverside, Chester Street. From the Finkel end where we're watching this, just see Lumley Castle off to our right hand side. Slightly overcast. We saw a bit of movement there from Ben Rain in that first over. 2 left-handers at the crease. Rain came round the wicket. Looks like Potts is going to go over the wicket, which is the more conventional way to bowl to the left-hander. Angle it across the body with the odd one nipping back in. Here we go, Matthew Potts for his first delivery of the game. It's across Vasconcelos, who blocks it for a dot ball.
Yeah, Matthew Potts in fine form as well in the county championship as of late. Handy 8 for 66 in that second Derbyshire batting innings just a week or so ago. A haul that included a milestone first-class wicket for him as well.
Slightly wider. Vasconcelos looking to cut it. Just gets an under edge. So been a really strong opening partnership this for Northamptonshire. Or rather, Northamptonshire, as it says on our scoreboard here. The name slightly too long to fit on. Vasconcelos just shy of 350 runs for the season. Averaging 34. He's hit 2 tons. One in April against Kent. And then one in May against Worcestershire. Left alone this time to go through to Ollie Robinson. Seeing Potts just push it across Vasconcelos. Not a whole lot of movement as of yet. Just waiting for the one that's going to come crashing back in.
Yeah, and that movement away as well, potentially bringing in the 3 slips and the gully into play. Get that little top edge.
Yeah, it's a Pat Corden. David Beddingham at first. Casey Aldridge at second. And Ben McKinney took a couple of great grabs last week. Really good low catches in at third. And the skipper, Alex Lees, in at gully.
I think that might be Parkinson as well.
Oh,
it's at backward point.
Oh, at backwards point, yeah. And that is the first genuine Play and miss from Vasconcelos. Potts just bringing him forward onto the front foot. And goes sailing through to Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, really lovely delivery there from Potts. Vasconcelos holding the pose.
Four dots so far from this Potts over. 5 dots, excuse me. Let to get out of this one. With another one, and he does. It's a maiden first up. At the end of the second, Northamptonshire. 3 for no loss.
Very strong start from Matthew Potts. As expected, getting that early scoreboard pressure to mount. Ben Rain started to tighten up that line a little bit towards the end of his first over. Continue to support him on a day that is going to be a lot of attention on that man there, Ben Stokes. This Durham lineup generally, though, so much depth to it, so much quality. And that man there as part of it, continuing round the wicket to Proctor.
Yeah, you mentioned there, Ben, having Stokes back in the side. We saw him marking as a run-up, going through the motion, so he'll have a bowl. And he's carded to coming at 5, but as well as that, his presence, his cricket IQ and his captaincy, he's at mid-off next to the bowler, which is typically where a captain may go in the slips or at mid-off. So I reckon he'll be in Alex Lee's ear a fair bit throughout the game.
Driven and driven away. Going to go to the boundary rope. Graham Clark will try and chase that back, but there's no reaching that one. Luke Proctor with the first boundary of the day.
Yeah, glorious, but he's not going to miss out on that. 4th fist stump half volley. Thank you very much.
Right into the driving arc of Proctor, square on the offside. Goes at him instead. The left-hander who's been chipping in pretty handily with runs in the county championship campaign himself as well, Luke Proctor. 406 so far to his name, with one very impressive 261.
Yeah, it's his career high score. Made this year against Kent. A very high scoring game. I've got a fun stat for you.
Ooh, we love a stat. Squared up, dry, and a drive down through mid-on.
So in that game, Luke Proctor, 261 not out. I'd love if somebody could verify this, but he was part of 3 mammoth partnerships in that knock. 224 with his opening partner, Ricardo Vasconcelos. 248 with Calvin Harrison. And 212 with Nathan McSweeney. And I can't believe there's been another instance in first-class cricket. Well, there may well have been, but it must be rare for one batsman to have 3 200-run-plus partnerships in one innings.
Yeah, that is going to take some serious doing.
.357 deliveries he faced in that innings. Almost 9 hours.
Wow.
In the middle.
Left alone by Proctor to complete the 3rd over of the day. Just a square drive. The only runs from it. Northants 7 without loss.
I say the key to cricket is all about partnerships. Not losing quick wickets. That's absolutely ridiculous. You break a 224-run partnership, you think, right, here we go, let's get through them now. Followed by 248. And then just see you off with 212. Absolutely ridiculous. 405 runs for the season. That's his only not out. Red Inca probably helps his average of 45 this season a little bit. Matt Potts.
Ooh.
So half play, half leave for Vasconcelos, getting the cordon a little interested. We talked about the cordon a couple of overs ago. Ben McKinney, 6 catches this season. David Bedingham, 6 catches this season. Look at second slip, Casey Aldridge. And I've just had to double check this. I thought I must have written it down wrong. 19 catches this season.
I was about to say, surely it's over double digits for Casey Aldridge.
Ridiculous buckets.
Yeah, he's a really safe, really reliable pair of hands.
You'd hope so. He's taken 19.
Absolutely, but he's been doing it across multiple formats as well. He had a game in the Blast this month where he had a 3-catch haul, one of only, I think, 5 men to have multiple 3-catch hauls to his name in the competition. One of them was off of his own bowling as well that night, caught and bowled.
Potts, 8 dots in a row so far. Make that 9. Vasconcelos coming onto the front foot. Blocking it out to Lees, who's taking himself out of gully now. Put himself into cover.
Yeah, Vasconcelos just playing pretty patiently at the moment, not willing to take too many risks, just see out a couple of deliveries. Granted, he's had to face pretty much the entire brunt of Matthew Potts so far this morning.
Off the back foot. That's going to run away, and that's a glorious shot. What a way to get off the mark, Ricardo Vasconcelos. This maybe ended up being a touch straighter than he thought it was going to be. Looks slightly cramped in the end, but it's a glorious, glorious shot.
Yeah, just watches it really nicely, gets up high. Again, nice square drive through the offside, through point. That is a nice save your legs boundary early on this morning.
Just listening to Alistair Cook yesterday on TMS. He was saying if you can play off the back foot and punch a drive and it runs away to the ropes, it must be a pretty decent deck. We've seen a bit of bounce in that last over. Ben Rain bowled 1 to Luke Proctor, which just leapt off a length a little bit. Got Proctor into all sorts of shapes. Hand flying off the bat handle. I was just saying to you just before we came on air, Vic's deck chair is not yet out. It's normally a staple sight here at the Banks Homes Riverside. No doubt we'll have a chat to him at some point about the deck he's prepared. And a dot to see out the over. 4 from it. Vasconcelos moves to 4 off his 12. Northamptonshire 11 for no loss through 4.
First quarter an hour successfully navigated by the opening pair for Northamptonshire. If you want to get involved and get in touch with us as well, myself and George, throughout the day, throughout the weekend, you'll be able to drop a comment in the live stream chat or write to us via email, streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk. And Simon, I don't know about that question. Will the commentators forgive us if we watch this stream muted while keeping an ear on the TMS commentary for the test match?
Well.
Rain continuing around the wicket to Proctor.
I was telling you earlier that yesterday my drive up here was one of life's greatest joys, which was a sunny road trip which coincided with TMS being on. I don't think I could ever begrudge anyone for listening to TMS. Absolutely not. Sunny drive through the English countryside with the cricket on in the background.
Oh, absolute beauty. left alone by Proctor. Test match, incidentally, is underway. And already a wicket being taken. Jordan Cox out for 27 for New Zealand. So it is 236 for 7 currently for England. Matthew Fisher on 1, Jofra Archer on 8.
He's coming at 8, Jofra Archer. It's fairly high, joined by Matt Fisher, who can bat. Definitely capable.
Clipped off the pads through square leg. They'll make their way back for 2.
It definitely looks like the plan early on to Proctor is to hone in on the stumps, on the pads. The wind helping rain, the angle helping rain. I wonder whether, when Potts bowls to Proctor, whether he'll change his angle of attack or whether he'll stay over the wicket.
Defended into the covers by Proctor for no run. It's always been a pretty big strength of Ben Raines, is honing in on that middle and off stump line. Trying to bring that LBW into play. Proctor, as of yet, hasn't tried advancing down the wicket, as many batters have done this season against rain. Another leave, this time outside off stump.
Yeah, so Luke Proctor's dismissals this season have been fairly spread. Been bowled 3 times, caught 5, LBW twice. Seems fairly comfortable just leaving Ben Raine on line and length. The pitch seemed to be pretty true at the minute.
The last ball of the over is another lead. Alex Lees a little interested as it sailed through, but it sails through safely. End of the over, just the 2 from it. Northamptonshire 13 without loss.
Yeah, again, pretty comfortable leaving it on the, maybe started on a 5th stump line. It's coming away, but you're asking the ball to do a lot from that line, so he's comfortable leaving it. We saw at Lords a couple of weeks ago, players continuing to leave on length with the pitch not helping them out. But here it does look pretty true. Graham Clark, that fine leg, gives a little wave to the school kids. Matthew Potts to continue into his 3rd over. That's left on line again. Coming across the left-handed Vasconcelos. Again, it's got to do a lot to come back. We haven't yet seen one that has.
Hopefully for Durham, that if and when that one that does nip back comes up, just gives Vasconcelos, maybe catches him a little bit unawares.
That's defended off the back foot. He's not the tallest, is Ricardo Vasconcelos, so he is natural off the back foot. Maybe Potts got to be a bit brave and just chuck it up into his half just a little bit more, getting coming forward. Touch of grass on the deck, but it's still quite light in colour. He does come forward and punches it into the covers, but can only find Ben Stokes covering round.
Yeah, I think it's last time out here at the Banks Homes Riverside, it was 10 mils of grass, I believe, from memory, that Victor Main and the ground crew left on the pitch. So whether it's continued back to the 10 mils, whether it's up to the 12 mils that is been more traditional, more seen here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
Back again. Defends again. It's been tight from Matthew Potts. I think just the one scoring shot, which was that boundary in the last over, which wasn't necessarily a 4 ball. It was played incredibly well. Off the back foot, punched through the covers. Ben Rain in his wide brim floppy, which, look at that for a bit of culture. Wow. That's seen some sun and some sweat. Maybe some tears. White would be a fairly generous description of the colour of that hat. It does come round the wicket now. Potts changing the angle. Still not loads of movement on it. Pretty up and down. So he's decided over the wicket, not quite doing what he wanted it to do. I thought he looked quite dangerous coming over, pushing it across on the angle.
Yeah, I think maybe here Potts just trying to see what these last 2 balls of this over will do from around the wicket. See if Vasconcelos plays a little bit differently as well. Create that all-important half chance, potential chance. Stokes has pulled in a little closer for square leg.
Oh, that's tight. It's flicked off the pads. It's cut off very well by Graham Clark just in front of us. And Matthew Potts still standing in the middle of the wicket, hands on head. So he thought he maybe had him. Got the blade down on it late. Tickled it away. It's good work by Clark, actually, to cut it off. Just a single from the over. Northamptonshire 15 for no loss through 6.
Yeah, engaging start so far in this first 25 minutes of the morning. So it all happened with the first ball. Ben Rain and those packed in the slips cordon thought, convinced that they had Luke Proctor straight away with LBW, but was able to get away by a leg bite. Alex Lees having a quick conversation with Ben Rain. Ben Stokes is in and amongst it as well. Just out of your picture there to your right-hand side of your screen.
Lee's just moving himself out of cover. Just 2 in front of square now on the offside. Maybe looking to bring Proctor forward, get him driving. Try and get him caught in the cordon.
Oh, and it is guided down towards fine leg. Proctor will run away for the single. I'll give Ben Rain, hopefully, a little bit of a continuous blast at Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Taking an off-stump guard by the looks of that. Trying to get Rain to bowl at him.
He's now being moved out of square leg. It's defended, going to be clipped through square leg where Alex Lees was just moved out of.
It's always the way.
It is indeed. A little early rotation of the strike in this over so far.
It's been a steady start for Northamptonshire. Batters striking both below 50. But they've not been given a lot, but what they have been given, they've made the most of. One down the leg side from Rain, off stump half volley as well, both sent to the ropes. That's all they need to do in this, especially in this first session, in the first hour. And the ball is hard and new and shiny. The conditions are still a little overcast.
That's clipped away, just shy of Ben McKinney, who was moved in to a sort of short, square leg, mid-wicket-ish position out of the slips cordon.
Yeah, we started with 3 slips in the gully, and one by one they've been moved out. Ollie Robinson flanked by just 2 catches in the cordon. It's a packed leg side. No hiding what the plan is here.
Oh, and a leave that has Ben Rain put hands on his head. Wondering how's that not clipped the top of off stump on the way through.
Yep, 2 types of leave. Ben Rain perhaps thinking that was quite a good one in the end. So we see Ben Stokes. Will we see him getting in on the action soon? Maybe coming in on at first change.
Driven straight to Stokes.
There he is, in on the action.
Ever the competitor, Ben Stokes gives his all on the few occasions that we do get to see him in Durham colours. Last time he was here back in June of 2024 was against Worcestershire. 3 wickets and a half century in the first innings in that outing. Left as that ends the over. 4 runs off it again. Run rate hovering just over 2.5 and over at the moment. Northamptonshire 19 without loss after 7.
It's a hard working bowling attack, that. Stokes, absolute workhorse. Potts, every time I see him play, chucks himself about everywhere, runs in hard every time. Callum Parkinson, you barely need to say how much he loves the game. And then Ben Rain will come in time and time again. Into his 4th now, Matthew Potts from the Lumley end.
Oh,
Back over the wicket, and that's why. Because when he can bring Vasconcelos onto the front foot, get him driving, get him defending, he has beaten the edge a couple of times now. It's looking dangerous, is Matthew Potts. Just 6 runs off him so far.
yeah, like you say, always the hard work at every ball and effort ball from Matthew Potts, especially if he's a little bit angry.
Ben McKinney back into the cordon. That's a tad straighter, and it is punched through mid-on absolutely magnificently. Ben Rain will chase, but in vain. It runs down to the ropes.
Yeah, nice little shot that from Vasconcelos. Didn't really have to do too much with it, like you say, just a little too straight there for Matthew Potts. It's easy to turn it away through mid-on.
Yes, glorious. He's barely hit it. Just pure timing. Pitched on leg. It's hit the middle of the bat, that's for sure. There we go. All of our school kids in on Schools Day. As you said, Ben, over 600 in attendance. It's a quick single. It's very well taken. Really smart running. Alex Lees couldn't quite get around quick enough. Better running than we saw from our Durham teammate Emilio Gay yesterday. Maybe the less said about that, the better. Him and Duckett clearly got a bit of work to do. Both tried to run each other out. Gay the more successful in that battle.
Yeah, don't know if that's quite necessarily the beginner's luck that you're looking for as you're starting out in your test journey. Made up for it, though. Second test half century in 3 opportunities for Emilio Gay yesterday.
Luke Proctor shaping up on middle stump to Potts. He continues over the wicket. Goes for a half play, half leave again. A late leave. Yeah, just over in the LNER stand to our right. It's a popular stand. It catches the afternoon sun. So there are a few punters, a few members of the general public who are in there, and I wonder how long they'll last.
Yeah, understandably, with that man on display, there's plenty in here around the ground. The members pretty well populated, Bannatynes as well.
Forward again, defending again. Yeah, it could be a fun weekend. The weather not only looks set fair, but looks pretty nice. I think low, mid-20s. Although the Met Office not confident enough to put a full sun symbol on quite yet. Always going to be a bit of cloud hanging around.
They have for Sunday, funnily enough.
Have they now?
Yeah, Sunday and Tuesday, although not necessarily the action here in the men's game for there.
That's flicked leg side again. Ben Rain. 4 overs into a spell and diving to his left to stop it. I can't quite get over that floppy. It's absolutely phenomenal. Looks worn and crusty. That must be a superstition. Can't be washing that. Is that from this season? That can't be
Surely
from this
not.
season.
Surely
Contrast,
not.
look at that cap from Stokes. He looks barely worn.
24 without loss as we move into over number 9. This will be the 5th over of Ben Rain's spell, who typically has bowled around about 5 or 6 overs in the opening spell. Matthew Potts has generally kicked on for 1 or 2 more in the opening bowling partnership. It has predominantly been the likes of Casey Aldridge that would be looking to take the ball into hand after Ben Rain from this Finkel end, but maybe not so much of an opportunity for Aldridge within the first hour at the very least. No doubt we'll see him with the ball in hand though, especially off the back of his maiden 5-wicket haul for Durham. Oh, thunders into the pads. Not as animated of an appeal as it was first thing this morning.
No, slight miscue. Always looks somewhat in control of it, did Vasconcelos. Matthew Potts and Ben Stokes either side of Ben Rain. That's quite the meeting group they've got. Ben Rain got enough experience of his own, but to have 2 international bowlers either side of you can only help.
Yeah, it's not quite the eye line that I'd want to be having if I was in Ricardo Vasconcelos' shoes. The mind would boggle to think just how many county championship wickets would be between all 3 of them.
And then at leg slip, you've got Ben McKinney chewing your ear off, no doubt.
Brings Vasconcelos on the front foot again and makes him play.
Yeah, you mentioned that spell from Casey Aldridge, 5 wickets for just 19 off just shy of 6 overs.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable performance from the young man.
Took the final wicket of that innings, so I didn't need to see it out.
Yeah, it got a little bit sketchy for a period of time in that second batting innings for Derbyshire. Particularly thanks to Harry Kame and night watchman Nick Potts that really dug their heels in the morning of that day 3. Then Callum Parkinson removing Nick Potts, and then Matthew Potts was set free. Short ball to end the over. It's going to be a wide though, so it won't quite end the over.
In fairness to Ben Rain, it does take less to bowl a head-height wide to Vasconcelos than it does to many other batters. Yeah, Harry came. He came, he saw, and he did his best to conquer. Carried his bat for 105 not out. Must have been somewhat infuriating seeing his teammates fall all around him. Derbyshire fell for 237, lost by in innings and a few.
Well, not supremely punished by giving away the wide at the what should have been the end of that over from Ben Rain. So it will just be that wide from it. 25 without loss, Northamptonshire. Things unfortunately going from bad to worse over at the Oval. England are 241 for 9 now. Jofra Archer gone for 8. Josh Tong gone for just a single. So Matthew Fisher on there with 5 and Sonny Baker in.
Yeah, Sonny Baker averages just a touch over 4 in county championship cricket. It takes quite something, I think, to come in below Josh Tong in the England batting lineup. Back to the action here. Potts into his 5th to Luke Proctor. Just turns it away towards Graham Clark at fine leg. I reckon Matthew Potts might have thought he was in with a chance of playing some international cricket this week, this summer. Matthew Fisher of Surrey, Sonny Baker of Hampshire. The 2 seamers who have come into the England lineup. Had a rough time down under for Potts in the winter. Sound, I think it must have been pad because it was only a half-hearted appeal from Potts towards umpire Goff, who's standing at the Lumley end for this first innings, remained unmoved. Must have been difficult for Potts in the winter, watching on for a number of test matches and then given his chance and say, here you go, series is over, do your best. Not easy to come in off relatively little red ball cricket against the strong Australian side. Punched down the ground to Stokes, and he fires it into Ollie Robinson. I was just watching him warm up about 20 minutes before play started. He was just lobbing, well, I say lobbing them in from the boundary. He was absolutely firing them in. Cannon of an arm, does Ben Stokes. Vasconcelos, 12 from 31 so far, and that's dropped, I think, from Callum Parkinson. It was a tough chunk. I think it carried. Tough down low to his right. Ben McKinney, as much as consoling him, will be asking if he's okay because that's flown hard off an open face.
Yeah, I think that's well and truly a chance there for Callum Parkinson, who's put a lot of work into his game throughout the winter. Mentioned multiple times, particularly with his batting, with his fielding, diving all over the place last week. But here, like you say, a very sharp chance at backward point.
That's short. That may be a no ball from umpire Goff. It was very short. You could hear over the effects mic the effort he put into it. This is 1 for the over.
Yeah,
and more.
Yeah, it's just the first maybe early sign of a little ticked off Matthew Potts.
I think one of the most grueling feelings in cricket is bowling an effort ball which turns into a half volley and is driven to the ropes. And I imagine not far behind that is an effort ball which you have to bowl again. And he does for a dot ball to Will Rhodes at mid-wicket. I think that may be the first time he's touched the ball. We've played 45 minutes of cricket. So it's 5 for Rain. This will be the end of the 5th for Potts. Do you think we'll see a change?
Potentially one more from Ben Rain, and then see a change from the Finkel end.
Oh, and he's squared up Luke Proctor. And he's beaten the edge. It's a fantastic way to end the over, although it remains wicketless. Northamptonshire 29 for no loss through the first 10. And there's a sight here, Ben. What a lot of people have come to see.
Yeah, absolutely. The thought of Ben Rain getting an extra over is completely out the window because we've got the England Test captain here. So give him the ball and let him work his magic. Ben Stokes is coming into the attack.
Have a listen to that. Slightly more than just a ripple of applause. Some very excited faces around Banks Homes Riverside. Seeing Ben Stokes return, as you said earlier, Ben, for the first time since 2024.
And a bit of work for him to do early against Vasconcelos and Proctor. Vasconcelos maybe looked a little bit more vulnerable. He's going to start round the wicket. Immediately bringing Vasconcelos onto that front foot with the defence.
Well, there's been a lot of talk about his batting recently, Ben Stokes. Maybe not quite hitting the heights he has previously, but his bowling really has looked as sharp as ever. I think probably the best of England's bowlers in the Ashes during the winter.
Oh, clipped off the pads, and it's going to run away all the way for 4-leg byes.
Of course, had his fair share of injuries to manage. Here's Ben Stokes. Last summer was that hamstring, which took a long time to come back from. But then came back in the winter as good as he's ever been with the ball.
Better return there from Stokes.
It's been predictably tight. Well, I say that. Maybe bar the ball previous to that one, which was slightly loose down the leg side. In between Ollie Robinson behind the sticks and Ben McKinney, who's still in there. It's a leg slip. Stokes coming round the wicket, angling it in. He's there for the flick off the hips.
And that's exactly where it goes, but it's put down by Ben McKinney. I thought for a moment, George, you'd spoken it into existence. Ben Stokes with a wry smile, but he cannot believe it. That is a huge chance.
Yeah, Ben McKinney in at leg slip for the one that's not too dissimilar from that. Round the wicket, angling in. Vasconcelos, his eyes lit up at a flick off the hips, flick off the pads, and he's flicked it straight to Ben McKinney, who I was talking up earlier for his 6 catches, and especially a couple last week, but it came quickly to him.
That's a glorious shot there, punishing from Ricardo Vasconcelos. Finds the boundary rope with the bat this time this over for 4 more.
Yeah, it's the second time we've seen him play that shot. rocking onto the back foot and punching it through the covers. One off Potts, one off Stokes. And the sound, I think you can watch cricket blindfolded and you'd know if it's a good shot or not. That sounded absolutely glorious.
Now flicked off the pads, backwards a square leg. There is the sweeper of Callum Parkinson out there in the deep. But Vasconcelos will come back for 2 in an over where he probably should be back in the pavilion. Ben McKinney dropping a huge chance at leg slip off the 4th ball of the over. He's still there though on 19. And Northamptonshire up to 39 for none.
Yeah, it was a tough chance, but you know when you're in a leg slip that it's always going to be tough because it comes off the face of the bat, and I think from Vasconcelos that came right off the middle of it. He's a tall man and it came to him low down. He got 2 hands to it and it's a good chance. But he's back in the corner now at 3rd slip, so he's got to put it behind him. Most important ball in cricket. Potts continues. Most important ball in cricket. It's the next one. That's a no ball. The 2nd over in a row from Matthew Potts, who now has a little meeting with umpire Goff, asking exactly where his foot landed, and Goff pointing like a tennis player on clay to the exact foothold made by Potts. It's interesting, Sonny Baker bowls mid-crease, really. He bowls so far behind the front line because he says mentally, when he's running into bowl, he doesn't want to have to think about where his foot's going to land. He just wants to know that it's going to be a legal delivery. But in doing so, he's losing maybe half a yard of distance and therefore pace. Matthew Potts pushing as close as he can to that front line, and in this case, pushing too far. So he'll have to bowl this one again, and he will do so with a change of angle round the wicket, which brings Ben McKinney back into leg slip and out of the cordon. It's forward and defended from Proctor. It's an interesting one. You think elite level sport, it's all about marginal gains. That's not even a marginal gain from Sonny Baker. A conscious decision to lose maybe 50 centimetres.
Yeah, I suppose though in the way to back up Baker in that mentality is that it's not reflecting itself on the scoreboard by potentially just leaking those no-ball runs. Ooh.
And that's an absolute jaffer from Potts forward, and a genuine play and a miss from Proctor. Well, you say that, although I guess we'll never know until he pushes that front line.
True. It is very true.
Maybe he'll just become absolutely more unplayable than he already is.
Can be a superstitious lot though, can't they? Sports stars, particularly cricketers.
I reckon cricket's got to be the most superstitious sport in the world. Potts continues. Straight, flicked off the pads to Graham Clark, who has a lot of ground to cover, so they do come back for the 2nd. And as that ball was just trickling over the outfield towards us, you could see it gleaming in the sun. It's only into its 12th over. It's still new and shiny. And we are seeing with the hard ball that the harder it's coming onto the bat, the harder it's going off it. We haven't seen that much movement. Coming round the wicket to the left-hander, it has come in a touch, but not too much off the surface. Ooh. And it's again another jaffer. Luke Proctor squares himself up as Potts draws him forward on that 4.5 stump line. And I wonder if it's only a matter of time before Luke Proctor gives up a chance to those in the cordon.
Yeah, flirting with offering up that outside edge, isn't he, Proctor? So far, played some pretty handy shots.
That's maybe a touch too wide this time from Potts, who can't tempt Proctor into any shot. Sails harmlessly by. Graham Clark, we talk about workhorses. Graham Clark is working very hard with the kids down at the LNER stand, going off to sign autographs almost after every delivery. And normally when you see this, they're right by the boundary. Every time he does this, he's got to walk about 15 yards to go and say hello and then walk back. Forward again, blocked again, which brings the end of the over. 2 and sundries, 2 off the bat. Northamptonshire 43 for no loss through 12.
Gives us a quick chance to check in elsewhere around the county championship as well. Division 2 and Division 1 all underway. Over in Canterbury, Kent versus Middlesex. Kent winning the toss and electing to bat. They're 18 without loss through 12.
Very slow going.
Very slow. Conversely, though, over in Chesterfield, Derbyshire and Lancashire. Derbyshire winning the toss and sending the Red Rose into bat, who are 32 for 3. Stokes on the money, the first ball of his second over.
Yeah, that game moving very quickly. Very quickly indeed.
As is down in Worcester as well. Gloucestershire versus Worcestershire. Gloucestershire winning the toss and electing to bat. They're 36 for 2. Currently, team bottom of Division 2 at the moment. And plenty of scoring going on as well up in Division 1. Short ball, tumbling short ball from Ben Stokes.
We've seen this a lot this season from, well, is Durham team out on the women's side. Lauren Filer puts everything into every delivery and ends up on the turf basically every time. Potts not impartial to a bit of floor time as well. Bit more effort into that short ball from Stokes.
That time back on a good length.
He didn't look far from tumbling over that time either.
No.
Umpire Treadwell just having a little look at that front line. Wonder how close Stokes is pushing it.
Yeah, the umpires had a look at the front line quite a fair bit last week as well. Obviously, it was predominantly the Derbyshire bowlers that were doing a majority of the damage there. Is that one slightly leg side and clipped away by Ricardo Vasconcelos. It'll be a chase on, which will be a chase that Matthew Potts wins.
Yeah, really good looking shot, but didn't quite get all of it. Although Potts in hot pursuit. I guess there's only so much you can do as an umpire in between deliveries. As a batter, you go off, fiddle with your pads, maybe walk down the track, tap your bat on the ground. But as an umpire, you've not got any toys. Maybe flip some coins. Go and have a look at the front foot.
Short again from Stokes. Yeah, have the coins or the pebbles in the pocket, depending on how you're counting your balls in the over.
Or the marbles.
Yeah.
Though nowadays they've got these fancy clickers.
I love the clickers.
Well, they're very satisfying.
They're so satisfying.
Not quite as culturally significant as coins or pebbles or whatever you can find on your way in. Beer bottle caps or anything.
Wide take off there from Stokes. And it's driven back down the ground for no runs. Just the 2 off that over. Northamptonshire scoring pretty handily, though, at the moment. The run rate up to 3.5. And Northamptonshire 45 without loss.
Let's have a look whose caps are doing what? It looks like Casey Aldridge has taken his cap off and walking up to his mark. Talked about him earlier, taking that 5 for 19. Well, it needs someone to make this breakthrough. Northamptonshire 45 for no loss and looking pretty comfortable at the minute. A few plays and misses from Luke Proctor. And the drop from Ben McKinney, that came off the first Stokes over. That was Vasconcelos when he was on 19. They haven't offered up too much. They've looked fairly solid. So Casey Aldridge now coming into the attack from the Lumley end. Matt Potts making way. He bowled 6 for 19. That's a very wide start from Casey Aldridge. Not so wide that it's illegal, but wide enough that Luke Proctor didn't even think about throwing hands at it. See a little meeting between Lees and Parkinson.
Yeah, it's quite wide but very full there from Aldridge. Proctor just paddling it and digging it out.
Looked like a proper loosener. Everyone's entitled to that. It's wide again. On Stokes dives forward for it, misses it, and sets off in very hot pursuit. Is it going to slow up just before the rope? I think it has slowed up just a millimetre before the rope. It was an intriguing bit of fielding from one of the best fielders in the land. It was a bump ball, so Proctor's hit it into the ground, and then Stokes has tried to get it before it bounces again, but he slightly misjudged it. It's ended up bouncing over his shoulder in a moment that wouldn't look too out of place in the local leagues around these parts. In fact, it was so at him that Proctor didn't even set off for a single. Wide again from Aldridge and full again. And this time all the way to the ropes. Vasconcelos driving through the wide open gap in the covers, and Casey Aldridge just needs to find his radar as the light ripple of applause. As you can see, Northamptonshire up to 50 runs, and we've played almost exactly an hour, there you go. 60 minutes played, 83 deliveries. Vasconcelos getting half of them. Proctor 17, and a few leg byes and no balls make up the rest. Yeah, but it's one of those moments, going back to a couple of balls ago, where Proctor's driven it at Stokes, and he's actually turned around to mark his guard, and
he dropped the bottom hand, leant back, got himself ready and relaxed for the next delivery.
All of a sudden he had to hair off to the other end. 7 off the over so far. Slightly wide again, but better length from Casey Aldridge. Now it's umpire Goff's turn. He actually just calls Aldridge over, gives him a little wag. Come and have a look at the front line. Although he's not pushed it too far as of yet. Bearing in mind, Casey Aldridge, there's a lot of foot to play with.
Yeah. Very tall man.
Wide again, and driven straight to Alex Lees, straight off the middle of the bat. Vasconcelos, I reckon, thinks he's missed out on one there. 7 off the first, Casey Aldridge over, and it brought up the 50 for Northamptonshire as well. They're 52 for no loss from 14.
Yeah, tough first over, that one from Casey Aldridge. Showed a couple of glimpses, though, of what he is capable of and what he has been capable of over the past week or two with the ball. He'll just start to settle in for the remainder of this spell. We're halfway through the morning session here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Great crowd in, being bolstered by those in attendance as part of Schools Day. to our right-hand side in the LNER stand. No one from this end, from the Finkel end, to be able to go over and do autograph duties like Graham Clark was, the People's Champ. Oh, that has hit something on the way through. Stokes half appealing.
Sounded distinctly tinny.
Yeah, it's helmet as Proctor takes the lid off and inspects it just for a moment. There will be a concussion protocol as well.
Should hope so, because that was flush. He's ducked right into it. He's turned his head. It's hit him side on.
Oh, yeah.
Stokes, ever the competitor, appealing just in case there was something on it. There was no chance, however. His hands were low. There's no reaction from Proctor. That's got to hurt. And I just wonder, he's inspecting his helmet now. We had one last season from when Cody Youssef was batting, and he ducked into one which hit him square on the badge, and it just dropped at his feet. It lost all speed straight into the helmet, dropped straight at his feet, and he continued batting, but he didn't return the next morning because later on it was revealed that he was suffering from concussion. But this one from Proctor, maybe it's just more of a glancing blow. A lot of the speed has been transferred into the ball as it's gone sky high into the air. So hopefully he'll be okay to continue. We just saw as well umpire Goff picking up the bat of Vasconcelos and putting it through the bat gauge, which you'd think 14.1 deliveries into this match is a bit late.
Yeah, we saw a couple of bats go through the gauge last week as well. It was a little on the odd side to see when we were halfway through the batting innings.
You'd think, because I suppose there'd be penalties and fines and points, but it's like in football. When a substitute comes on, you check their studs, you check their shin pads, etc. You don't check it 30 minutes into the match.
You don't see Michael Oliver calling over, I don't know, Martin Erdegaard or something and go, all right, just check your laces, mate.
I just wonder if we'll see, because bat gauges have been topic of conversation quite a lot recently. I wonder if we'll see in due course, when each new batter walks onto the field, that they do just have to put their bat through the gauge. Because if you're going to use an illegal bat, you'd think it's best to change it before you use it rather than he's faced 48 deliveries now. Maybe they already did. Maybe there's a second check just in case it expanded in the morning sun. Just doing its best to peek through. No cloud cover on the pitch. It is full sun.
I was half hoping umpire Goff to start shadow batting when he picked up
Well,
the bat initially.
Indeed. I think
Play
every
forward
time,
defensive.
every drinks break or every concussion or injury check, whatever it is, somebody from the opposition will shadow bat with the opposition bats. Never before, actually, have I watched close enough, maybe, to see an umpire shadow bat. Umpire Goff just checking the weight, checking the pickup.
Oh, all protocols and tests look to have been passed by Luke Proctor. So he's going to continue and take his guard against Stokes. It's short again.
I think there was only so much doubt about what delivery that was going to be. It's been a recent ploy in this innings to go to the short ball. We saw it with Potts a couple of overs ago, and Stokes last over as well. Not had much joy maybe on that fuller length.
Short again. It's quite early as well to go to the short ball ploy.
Very early, just in our 15th over here at the Banks Homes Riverside. I've mentioned the ball not doing masses, either in the air or off the surface. But there's no one on the boundary behind square. So if Proctor is to take this on... Oh, there is, sorry, I couldn't see him against the advertising boards. There is one at fine leg. If he is to take on the short ball, it's not guaranteed it's going to go to hands. Can't quite make out from here who it is at fine leg. We're about 200 metres away.
Well, it's Will Rhodes who's deep on the square leg boundary, square on the leg side. We've got Potts and Rain mid on and mid off respectively. Graham Clark in at point. He's going to be
a little clue here.
It's James Minto.
I thought, you know what? I thought, and this is credit to my eyesight, I thought I saw 77. And I thought, well, he's not playing, so it can't be old Jimmy Minto. But that means someone's gone off, which means yet again we play process of elimination.
It's Callum Parkinson that's off.
Well, that would make sense because that was where,
he is. Look at that. Power of deduction. It's only coming up to 10 past 12 in the afternoon.
Hey, not much gets faster. So James Minto on. And he's just being moved by Ben Stokes a touch finer.
McKinney dragged into mid-wicket as well for this last ball of the over. It's short. It is taken on and it is up over the head of Will Rhodes, all the way over the head for 6. And that is a serious exclamation mark to end the over. Taking on the short ball, pulling it away for 6 off the England Test captain, no less. 59 for none.
Well, I'll hark back to my childhood here and borrow some commentary from the video game Cricket 07. You can't set fields for a shot like that, maximum. And yeah, he ducked 3 in a row, 4 in a row, no, 3 in a row he ducked. And then he's taken on the 4th. And how? About 3 rows deep. First maximum of the game. Casey Aldridge into his second. Left alone. Just needed a bit of radar finding after his first over, which went for 7. Although, to be fair, 3 of those were off a misfield. 4 of them were off a glorious drive. Just a touch wide, maybe, in his first stint. His first set. 2 slips waiting. David Bedingham, Ben McKinney. That's driven straight down the ground, and that is glorious from Luke Proctor. The on drive, many say, most difficult shot in the game. Runs away. 4 runs.
Maybe considered one of the most difficult, but that's definitely one of the best shots of the day so far from Luke Proctor there. Just watching it back, just picks up the line, picks up the length. 1 step, bang.
Not sure entirely if it was meant to go leg side of the stumps. It doesn't matter, no replays on the scorecard. And that's blocked. It seems to me a little bit that the Durham bowlers haven't quite sorted out their length. It seems they've either been slightly too short and comfortable to play off the back foot, or slightly too full and easier to drive. Just not quite had that length yet. Just back of that half volley length. That's the length I'm talking about. Bringing Proctor onto the front foot. Shoulders, arms on this occasion, but you're a brave man if you're driving that.
Yeah.
On the up. And you're maybe a slightly silly man if you're going back to it. And that's where the Durham bowlers want to hone in. I think that was left on line from Luke Proctor, maybe sailing through on 4.5 stumps. So that length and 3.5 is what we're after. And again, Casey Aldridge is finding his rhythm now. Really warming into his work.
Yeah, this is better now from Aldridge. And Durham need it as well. They need to find just a couple of overs to soak the runs up a little bit, apply a bit of scoreboard pressure. I mentioned so many times through the season about how important the first half hour is to get through.
Ooh. It's left again. It's a slightly better leave. Slightly closer to that off stump, but it has come in a touch this time from Casey Aldridge. He's found his length now. It's a much better over. Just 4 from it. Northamptonshire 63 for no loss through 16, sorry, through 16.
Another quick check over on the oval. England are still batting. Matthew Fisher up to 21 off 40. Sonny Baker still hanging in there, yet to get off the mark, having faced 12 deliveries.
Yeah, he's no slouch with the bat, Matt Fisher. Definitely lower order, carded around 10 for that Surrey side.
Stokes continuing to bowl to Vasconcelos.
He's looked really, really nice through mid-wicket, is Ricardo Vasconcelos. They've bowled pretty straight to him in general. I think the last over off Stokes, he flicked one through that region, and it just looks so classy. He barely hits it. Times it off his legs very nicely.
Oh, Banders into the pads. Ben Stokes turns away. Looks like it might have got a bit of bat on that as well on the way through Vasconcelos. It's not going to be given as a leg bite. But good early questions in this over being asked by Ben Stokes. Vasconcelos away to the non-strikers end, up to 32 off 51. Proctor on strike at 22 off 49. Ben McKinney going to be sent back over to leg slip. Oh, and offers up the face of the bat for just a moment there, does Proctor. Sails through to Robinson, who's still down on a knee.
Slightly back of a length, but he just hammered it in so hard it's flown through, so it still did bring Proctor onto the front foot. So much zip off the surface from Stokes.
Lovely sound off the bat there. Really thudded in.
It's his first time at Chester Street for 2 years, but it is his 3rd county championship game of the season. Played in early May against Worcestershire, where he picked up 4 wickets, 2 in each dig. Then played away in Kent the next week, where he picked up 1 in the only innings for 96. Then on international duty, the first New Zealand test. Didn't get through many overs. 4 in the first innings, 0 for 22. Just 3 overs in that second innings. Took 1 for 12. He's looked good today.
Yeah, looks sharp. Oh, half a cry of catch it as that one rose a little extra on the way through. Proctor prodded at it, but did enough to keep the willow away and keep him at the crease. End of the over. Just the 1 run from that. Northamptonshire 64 without loss.
Yeah, he's definitely had a nibble at it. playing with his hands a long way from his body. And interestingly, really for the first time today actually, the ball's moved a lot after the bat. It's past the bat and then probably moved an extra stump or two away from the batter. Encouraging signs for Stokes and for Durham more widely as Casey Aldridge starts his third over. And he's straight back on that length that we talked about just a couple of overs ago. It's just that good length. You have to come forward. You can't leave it on length. So as soon as you're honing in on that third, fourth stump, you're in a real pickle as a batter. There we go again. Still maybe just a touch wide. I've mentioned it before, but Graham Clark is putting in incredible effort. In between every delivery, he is running 15 yards to go and sign autographs for the kids. And then he's running 15 yards back to the boundary. Here he goes. Running's generous. It's a light jog into a slow walk. And he's going to cross the ropes just as Aldridge bowls that. In fact, he was walking, had to get a little skip on at the end because he wasn't going to be inside the field of play by the time Casey Aldridge bowled that. But he's now run straight back to the kids. And he's signing autographs again. Yeah, it's absolutely relentless.
I tell you what, if they've got the distance trackers on them today, I want to know how many Ks just in that 15-yard peripheral back and forth that Graham Clark will have done at the end of today.
No single. To point. And it goes again. They're going to look at the StatsVest stats at the end of the day. And it's going to be puzzling everyone. Why is Graham Clark run 10 kilometres more than anybody else on the field? He's been fielding at fine leg. No, it's because of this. Back he goes again. This is enthralling. Is he going to make it back in time? No, he has to get a jog on again. Aldridge. Ooh. Meanwhile, bowls his fifth dot. Oh, here he goes again. Fifth dot of the over, and Graham Clark is posing for selfies this time. What I love about this is these kids. Here he goes, posing for selfies. And we can just track him as he's gone a bit early this time. He's probably sold a couple of kids a bit short of a selfie. Every single delivery of this over, he has run back and forth to the crowd. And the kids are going to come home. They're going to be really proud, show their parents the book. And they're just going to say, it's Casey Aldridge. Sees out the over with the dot ball. They're going to show their books and their camera rolls to their parents. They're going to be, look, had a great day out at the cricket. No school, came and watched the cricket. We got to meet some of the players. And they're going to look at the book and the parents are going to say, why's everyone only got autographs from Graham Clark? Was anybody else playing?
Yeah, hopefully throughout the remainder of the day that autograph page or autograph book will be a little bit more populated.
Just Graham Clark 11 times. They won't know the difference.
And how eager will they be to get the autograph of that man, Ben Stokes. 4 overs so far, none for 16. So economy at exactly 4. We'll go right back to the short ball ploy to start his 5th over off. We'll feel that he should have had a 1 in that wickets column as well after the drop of Ricardo Vasconcelos from Ben McKinney.
So at the other end, from the Lumley end, we've got Casey Aldridge hitting a lovely length. From the Finkel end, we've got Ben Stokes hitting the short ball. I wonder if they do manage to get a single, whether he'll change his tact with Vasconcelos. Because Luke Proctor, about 3 overs ago, got hit on the helmet. Ducked straight into a short one.
Kept a little lower as well on the way through to to Ollie Robinson. Popped up nicely, and then Robinson really crouching down to take that into the gloves.
So I wonder if the short ball ploy is Proctor specific. Looks like it's still James Minto in at fine leg, Ben McKinney in at leg slip. They're the main two catching options on the leg side.
So it'll be dabbed down just in front of mid-wicket, Will Rhodes. Yeah, they've not got Rhodes deep on that leg side boundary. He's actually going to go back to square leg. It is his starting position before he'll walk in a little bit.
James Minto, the only man on the ropes.
So tries to nurse through the gap in the offside through the covers, but mistimes the drive. Can only find Ben Rain with his cream floppy hat.
Now Stokes hasn't changed his angle regarding to over around the wicket, but he has changed his angle regarding to where he's bowling on the crease, and that last delivery was incredibly wide, almost too wide. His back foot almost coming past the wide line, really trying to angle it into the pads. And again,
yeah, it's interesting. That's the variation that he's trying to create, even with the short ball ploy. Go a little bit wider, maybe try and conjure up a little bit of extra bounce on one.
Five dots from the over so far. Like to see this one out as a maiden.
Clips to mid-wicket with Will Rhodes, and it has been seen out as a maiden. The first back-to-back maiden overs of the game for Durham with the ball. The scoreboard pressure just trying to pile up a little bit. 35 minutes before lunch. Northants remain 64 for none.
Did someone just say scoreboard pressure?
Yeah.
Those are two exciting words from a bowling perspective. Two maidens on the bounce. Casey Aldridge really finding his groove in that last over. His length was absolutely perfect. His line maybe just a touch wide, but overall, these kids here in the crowd and everybody else in the first hour and 25 minutes has seen some really good red ball cricket. Not had the wickets that have fallen in other games, but it's been a really good contest. Casey Aldridge back on that length. It's just tailing in as we go back to Graham Clark watch. He is relentless. There are only so many kids. Surely some of these are coming for seconds.
I think some of them as well saw on the earlier shot as we were changing the overs over. We're already starting to tuck into some packed lunches as well.
Graham Clark, the people's champion. He's going to make it back in ropes just in time. It's a false shot from Vasconcelos. Off the under edge. He's looking to play that shot, which has been successful so far. The back foot punch through the covers, but it just cramped him up a little bit. Graham Clark. Back. They're just they've not got autograph books. They've just ripped off bits of paper.
Well, improvise, adapt, overcome.
Anything will do when Graham Clark comes calling. I make that 14 dots in a row. 15. And when you start counting dots as a bowling team, you know you're on top. You know something. You know you're doing something right.
Yeah, if Durham can go into the lunch break, breaking this partnership open, just give them a little bit of something, a little bit more belief on what seems like it's been a bit of a difficult wicket to try and bowl on.
15 dots and counting. Make that 16, Vasconcelos, shoulders, arms. Whilst it's drop ball central out in the middle, Graham Clark is still running back and forth. Taking selfies now. It's absolutely relentless. This is what Schools Day is all about, though. Getting the kids involved. Getting some face time with the men in the middle. 16 dots now for Durham, and 17 thanks to the nifty work of Will Rhodes in the covers. And that's actually happened a couple of times. Off the last over, Proctor flicked one to him, which he cut out. So 1 ball from 3 consecutive maidens. 64 the number of runs on the board. Crucially for Northants, 0 follows that. No wickets yet. That's blocked, and it is 3 maidens in a row. And it's been really good red ball cricket. Nothing rash, nothing reckless from either side. It's just been a good contest. And the 2 out in the middle, Vasconcelos and Proctor, haven't given up too many chances. There's that one 13.3 overs in that we allude to, the McKinney drop off Stokes. But they've just put away balls that are there to hit. They've left balls that are there to leave and blocked balls that are there to block. They've pootled along quite nicely. 64 for no loss through the first 20 overs.
Yeah, it's certainly been a contest to showcase why these are the top 2 teams in the division right now. Durham leading the line. And Stokes generates the toe of the bat from Proctor.
Yeah, I was intrigued driving over to the game this morning, because these are 2 teams who are, in the context of county championship cricket, which can be quite draw heavy, are quite results driven. 4 results out of 7 for both sides. And I was intrigued to see what would happen when they came up against each other, whether it would be all out result or whether they would cancel each other out. And for the minute, it's been a good opening partnership against a good bowling attack. They've cancelled each other out, more or less.
Yeah, and Durham starting to have a little bit of joy with the ball in terms of that scoreboard pressure with back-to-back-to-back maiden overs. Stokes now continuing that as well with 2 dots in this over. Half an hour before lunch.
So I've just had a look at our ball-to-ball scorecard, and the last over that wasn't a maiden, there was 1 run off it. It was Stokes, but the final 4 deliveries of it were dot balls. So we've had 3 maidens in a row, plus the 4 dot balls the over before, plus now the 3 dot balls of this Stokes over.
By my quick maths, that makes 25.
Give me a second.
It's still just 12:30.
I think you're right. 25 dots and counting.
Over the wicket, but still short to Proctor.
I'm really enjoying this passage of play. This is proper red ball cricket, bat against ball. I wouldn't say anyone throwing punches.
No, it's
but
just
certainly no one's giving in.
Yeah, it's little feints at the moment. Just sort of that initial first, second round dance.
Yeah, testing each other out.
One little jab might sneak through every now and then. But who's going to go for the first hook? Stokes back round the wicket.
Yeah, it was
For
interesting.
that delivery.
Just the one delivery over the wicket, which I've actually just watched back a few times because I thought it was quite dangerous. It was not too far away from the gloves of Luke Proctor. But maybe just giving the 2 out in the middle something different to think about. Not letting them settle into a rhythm if they can help it.
Last ball of the over. Oh, it cannons into the pads. Ben Stokes really likes it. Oh. Slams the turf down in frustration as umpire Treadwell is unmoved. It means it's a 28th dot ball in a row. It is a 4th maiden over. Northamptonshire remain 64 for none. But were they lucky that that's not 64 for one?
Ben Stokes is not a happy man right now. He's a man for a big appeal. That was huge. On first watch, I thought that looked pretty good, to be honest. Stokes was down on his knees almost that wasn't given. Oh, it's a hell of an appeal.
I think it's gone. Maybe height is the slight issue, but I think that's a really good shout.
Aldridge, short, straight, and pulled away to the ropes. And there is the pressure release. We've waited 4.5 overs for it. That was the 4th maiden in a row. And Casey Aldridge gives up that little run. Vasconcelos very happy to pounce on that. But just going back to the final delivery of that Stokes over, I reckon Northants can count themselves slightly fortunate to still be without loss. That's out for me. There's only one opinion that matters, and that is the opinion of umpire James Treadwell, who remained unmoved. Unmoved, unlike Graham Clark, who is still running back and forth. He must have got through all of them by now. Hope he gets a few more chips on his fish and chips at lunch.
Yes. Yeah, well-deserved ice bath at the end of the day.
False drive from Vasconcelos. It was teasing from Aldridge, but it's been called a no ball by umpire Goff. I think it might be the 3rd no ball we've had from that end. Casey Aldridge overstepping. And I alluded to this earlier, but I don't know what size feet he's got. Maybe there's someone at the club who can tell me what size his feet are, but he's got a lot of shoe available to get behind the line. Absolute boats. Anyway. Full, wide, and driven away to the point boundary for 4. And after 4.5 overs of relentless Durham pressure, Casey Aldridge has gone for 10 off the first 3 legal deliveries. This is what Northamptonshire have done really well so far. They haven't pushed for anything that hasn't been there. They've just waited because they knew an over like this was eventually going to come, and here it is. Vasconcelos not happy with something during the run-up there. Pulls away.
Yeah, it's quite odd there, actually, that Casey Aldridge turned and went straight into his run-up. Vasconcelos, I don't think, ever really took his guard at all after that 4.
This time we're all set. That is full. Punched to Ben Stokes for no run. Casey Aldridge has bowled really nicely. He was loose in that first over. Then overs 2 and 3, both maidens incredibly tight, really hitting that length. And in this 5th over, he's just let it slide a little bit again. When you're building pressure, it's an over like this that you don't want it. Casey Aldridge this time pulled away. And I'll tell you why. It's because Graham Clark wasn't back on the field of play. Tucked away. They're going to push for 2. And they'll get there very comfortably. Matthew Potts, the man chasing and sliding. Casey Aldridge just looking to get out of this over without any further damage. 12 off it so far. 10 of those off the bat.
Yeah, and I wonder if we'll see a change from the Lumley end as well, with 23 minutes before lunch.
Wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't the only change, because the umpires, on direction from Alex Lees, are just having a little look at the ball, putting it through the ring. We've had bats through the gauge, now we've got balls through the ring. And Graham Clark has thought this is an excellent opportunity to get more PR with the kids. He's orchestrating them now as the umpires conclude that the ball is all right, Alex. It's just you're not using it right. He's orchestrating the crowd, is Graham Clark.
I thought he was getting them all
conducting that selfie.
Set and ready for the big picture. And actually,
we're still talking about the ball, aren't we?
Yeah, we've got the box out.
Oh, we do.
The ball's actually going to be changed.
Here comes the briefcase, and it's lasted 21.5 overs. Maybe Casey Aldridge has an excuse now. It was the ball's fault.
This is a rarity as well. The amount of time so far this season that I've seen skippers from either side, home or visiting, that have posed the question of the umpire. Does that look right to you? And tried to pop it through the wings. Pretty much every single time they've said, nah, get on with it, lads. You're looking for excuses. This time, actually a genuine issue.
It's less than 22 overs, but not only that, the ball can often get knocked out of shape when it's hit into the stands and it hits the concrete, etc. But from memory, there's only one ball that has gone into the crowd. And the boundary ropes are far enough away from the stands that there won't have been any ball on concrete. So I'm slightly surprised it has been knocked out of shape. Nonetheless, the decision from the umpires is that it has. So Casey Aldridge with the change of ball goes for the Yorker. It's well kept out by Ricardo Vasconcelos. So it's a slightly costly over for the home side. 12 from it. A fantastic over for Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos is on 42. Luke Proctor is on 22. And Northamptonshire 76 for no loss.
Everyone's starting to tuck into some lunch and some snacks. Very many happy there from the Schools Day group. Predominantly thanks to the efforts of Graham Clark clutching onto the little torn off pieces of loose leaf paper. And there is a loose leaf as well at the top of the picture.
Nice. Good work.
Well, we are going to get a change of bowling, but it's not from the end that I was necessarily expecting. Ben Rain is going to come back into the attack from the Finkel end. So that closes Ben Stokes' 6 overs that he bowled. Very strong finish to his first spell.
Yeah, maybe 6 and out for Stokes. 4 long days ahead of him. Saw with Archer, he bowled an 8 over spell on the first day at the Oval and was out of action for the first hour of the second day. So Durham bowlers got plenty in the ranks, not wanting to overdo it.
Goes full first off to Proctor. He's happy to drive on the up to catching cover. It's Ben McKinney that's stood there. Yeah, almost might be a potential idea here from Alex Lees of saying, well, 20 minutes till the lunch break. We've got this ball that's been changed as well. Let's bring Rain back into the attack to see if he can make something happen. On the money once again. Ben Rain, a man that's now freshly been made a little bit more busy over the summer as well. Part of the wild card draft in the 100, was drafted to the Trent Rockets. Joined quite a number of the Durham men's group as well that are going to be playing in that competition. Nathan Souter and Callum Parkinson, they're both going to be a part of MI London. Ben McKinney will go to the Southern Brave. And Bryden Carson, Matthew Potts will call the Leeds Sunrisers their club for the competition.
Well, obviously he's opening the bowling by trader bowler Ben Rain. He's more than handy with the bat. Not sure would he class himself in the all-rounder category. But especially in the short format game, there's a lot of power behind him. And it's not a bad snag, I'd suggest.
Definitely going to be a pretty handy addition to that squad. And you mentioned his batting prowess as well for Ben Rain. That one's tucked into square leg for no run. Was the highest scorer against Derbyshire with the bat last week in what was a very, very weird scorecard for Durham with the bat. Only two Durham batters surpassing 50. Ben Rain was the best of them with 63. Graham Clapp with 51. To notch up 377 for Durham, which ended up being enough for Derbyshire to lose with the follow-on. Shaw and takes it on. Does Luke Proctor. Doesn't quite get all of it. As it's run down to fine leg. A good running between the wickets to come back for two.
Just talking of Ben Rain's batting credentials, he's got over 4,700 first-class runs. And this season, he hit his third first-class century, hit 106 off 134 in the second dig against Kent in mid-May. And he was the top scorer again in a total of 446. And also, in that game, in that knock, he was part of a massive 158-run 10th wicket partnership. Which is now the record largest 10th wicket stand for Durham in first-class cricket.
Very, very handy, very, very capable. Also, a little bit apt with the gloves as well.
Well, they like to do a football warm-up here at Durham, and Ben Rain always chooses to go in net. Sticks the gloves on in a footballing context there. Casey Aldridge does continue. And that is sure and picked up magnificently from Ricardo Vasconcelos. That's away to the boundary for 4. Just to go back to that innings I was talking about, that Ben Rain innings, 106, was eventually bowled by Matt Parkinson. But his partner in crime that day was Parkinson's brother Callum, who was unmoved in that sibling rivalry, that 158-run partnership. Wide and driven, slightly miscued up to Ben Stokes for a dot ball. Vasconcelos, 46, nearing his half century. 2 centuries so far this year, both converted 50s. So he slightly miscues that pull, but it does trickle along to the ropes as he looks at the toe of his bat and then raises it to his teammates in the pavilion, brings up his 50. That's come off 73 deliveries, 8 fours, and that 1-6 off Stokes, pulled 3 rows deep over square leg. So that's his third 50 of the season now so far. Both of his first 2 converted into tons. And Aldridge continues to be somewhat expensive. 12 off his last over, 8 so far off this one. Vasconcelos has looked really, really comfortable.
Yeah, he's batted very well. Soaked up a little bit of pressure from that 18th to 21st over. They were all maidens, but so far has looked pretty handy.
Forward and defending. Graham Clark, watch again. Absolutely phenomenal form. I reckon he's done that for pretty much every one of the 24 overs so far. Well, sorry, wouldn't be. It'd be
12 overs.
12 overs. He's not doing it when he's inside the ring. Final ball of this Casey Aldridge over. Round the wicket, short. Not too short, it is too short. Umpire Goff signalling a wide, which gives Clark one final opportunity. Casey Aldridge will have to bowl that again. Had quite a few sundries so far today.
Yeah, 5 leg byes, now 2 wides and 3 no balls as well.
And is left alone to finish the 24th over, which brought up the half century for Ricardo Vasconcelos. Northamptonshire, 87 for no loss.
And that gives us the opportunity, with 12 minutes before lunch, to welcome a very, very special guest up to the commentary box. A man who will be in his testimonial year this year. None other than Mr. Scotty Borthwick.
Good morning. How are we doing? You okay?
Very well, thank you. Been a really intriguing contest here.
Yeah, to be honest, I missed the first hour. We were in the nets chucking some balls at the remaining players that are not in the squad today. So I've just watched the last sort of 40 minutes. Looked at these two Northants lads. Have actually played really well. Looks a decent pitch. Although I did see that LB shout from Stokesy, which looked pretty close from above, didn't it?
Yeah.
That looked pretty straight, but you see Stokesy's disappointing in the rest of the lads were disappointed with that. But let's say these two lads have stuck in. It's never easy when you lose a toss and get put into bat, and 2 openers have actually played pretty well.
Ooh, bit of an edge there from Proctor.
It's a good ball from Rainey, that. He always finds something, doesn't he, in the surface. It's a bit of extra bounce there, a bit of movement. It'd be nice to just get 1 wicket before lunch, wouldn't it?
It would be. Yeah, 10 minutes left before lunch.
Yeah.
The partnership up to 87. Try and remove either of these two at the crease.
Yeah, we did have one in that first Ben Rain spell. 5 overs he got through for 13. One just leapt up a little bit to Proctor, who got himself in a bit of a muddle. But apart from that, the pitch has played really true. There's not been a whole lot of movement off the deck.
It's a funny looking wicket. It looks very green. There's a lot of grass on it, but it's actually quite hard underneath. And I think it was a bit of a 50-50 decision from Alex Lees this morning. And I think the part of his decision was, I think Ben Rain and Potty wanted to actually bowl, and I think as a captain, if your 2 senior bowlers, the open bowlers, want a ball on it, then I think you sort of listen to them really. The good thing about this wicket, and the forecast is pretty good over the week. I don't think it'll change too much. It might get a bit drier towards the back end of the game, but generally, when the weather's good at the Riverside, it's a decent wicket to bat on, and I think that's shown today, this morning, with a bit of blue skies and the sun's out. At times it can look pretty easy to bat on.
With a hard surface underneath and the sun shining throughout the 4 days, is it going to get easier to bat on?
I don't think it's going to get harder. I think if anything, the bounce might get lower over the course of the sort of day 3, day 4, but I think we played on this exact wicket last year against Warwickshire, and remember they chased down a total on the 4th innings, didn't they? And it actually got a bit better to bat on that day. So I think that was also part of the thinking as well. Actually, it might get better to bat on, or there's certainly not going to be any demons in the wicket towards day 3, day 4. So it's sort of actually you're bowling first with a view that you're backing yourself to chase whatever you need to chase on day 4. But sometimes day 2, day 3 might be the best time to bat, so you bowl them out for 300 and you're going to get 450, you're going to get a big lead. Sometimes that's part of the thinking when you win the toss and bowl first. It's not necessarily thinking you're going to bowl them out for 150, it's about actually bowl them out for 300, which is generally under par, and then you bat well and go past them on day 2 and day 3.
So I've had a change at the Finkel end, and it's going to be a change at the Lumley end as well.
It's Will Rhodes that's coming into the attack from the Lumley end, just 7 minutes before lunch. So continuing with pace before lunch instead of turning to the spin of Callum Parkinson.
Yeah, I thought he might have gone a bit of Parkinson, but Rhodesy actually bowled pretty well last week, didn't he, against Derby? Did a really, really good job in that second innings leading up to the new ball. Sometimes always nice to get a bit of spin on early innings before lunch.
Will Rhodes into the game with a straight one, flicks off the pads down to Graham Clark at fine leg.
Surprised he hasn't got a bad hand, Graham Clark, for all those autographs he's been signing down here at fine leg. He's such a great man, Graham Clark. He'll do anything for anybody, and him going out of his way there to sign those kids' autographs, he's putting smiles on kids' faces, isn't he?
I think he's just told the kids, 1 minute, I'll come to you next ball. I reckon this may be the first delivery from fine leg where he's not gone to them.
I think Will Rhodes gets through his overs pretty quickly as well, so he hasn't got a lot of time here, Graham. Look, he's sprinting.
Get a jog on. We were saying earlier, Scott, they're going to look at the stats fest at the end of the game and see that Graham Clark's run 10 kilometres more than anyone
Get
else.
on Graham Clark's GPS stats tonight. 5-10 metre shuttle runs.
So we've seen a few tactics from the bowlers. We've seen Casey Aldridge trying to hammer a line and length. We've seen round the wicket angling into the pads. And we've also seen a lot of short stuff, Scott.
I think as a fast bowler, I know Leesy's big on this as captain. He wants our fast bowlers to bowl maybe one bouncer and over. It just keeps the batsmen on their toes. It gets them off the length. And even like Ben Rain, who's obviously not the quickest bowler, but his bounce is actually very accurate. And I know Stokes, he likes to bowl a couple of bounces as well. I saw him bowl a few early on, and if there's a bit of a partnership, it's always nice to just bowl one and over, because I think as a batsman you get so used to of hitting the ball and seeing the ball on the length. Actually bowling a couple of bounces and over just takes your mind off just looking at the length. And obviously we've got guys that can do it as well. Potsy, Stokes, Casey, have all fast enough to bowl a fast bouncer.
Rhodes for the minute, sticking with the full stuff. And we saw Stokes hit Proctor in the helmet, and then after that maybe thought there was a bit of an opening to continue the barrage.
But I think it's a fast bowler, and if it's like a bit of an unwritten rule, if you do hit somebody on the head or you do strike him with a bouncer, Ben Rain's big on this, you've actually got to bowl another one. I think it's like an unwritten rule to just go, right, we've got to bowl another one.
Very full from Will Rhodes. Flicks off the pass, and Graham Clark almost looked like he was going to run towards the ball. Turned around, and with the ball still in play, ran straight to the kids for some more selfies.
Brilliant.
There's not been much in the field to suggest the short ball ploy.
No, I don't think it's like we have to bowl it 2 or 3 times and over. I don't think we set a field to it. I think it's just a case of one and over, just to keep the batsmen on the toes.
Slightly loose from Will Rhodes, and Ollie Robinson parries it. Luke Proctor thought about sneaking down on strike, thought better of it. We saw a phenomenal passage of play the last hour of the test match on day 1 with Jofra Archer absolutely hammering Phillips with the short stuff.
Yeah.
Swaying, ducking, diving, being hit.
Yeah, I did see that. That was incredible. I wouldn't like to face bouncers from Jofra Archer, that's for sure.
Well, what amused me is halfway through that is Will Rhodes finishes his first over, goes for 2, Northamptonshire 91 for no loss, is when he decided to stick on the sunnies. Don't know if you saw that. Midway through that Archer spell.
Could have been worse. He could have asked for his cap. That would have been taking the mickey out of
Phillips
Joffa, wouldn't
called
it?
for the old visors, and then I believe it was the very next ball
Yeah.
got hit in the shoulder. He's made a sterner stuff than I am if he's going to face Joffa Archer and take the mick by putting the sunnies on as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever thought about batting with sunglasses on. Looks a bit flair, I guess, doesn't it?
Yeah. Might have to break them out for your testimonial game instead.
Yeah.
We'll touch on that a little bit more in just a moment. Yeah. Ben Rain back into the attack and continuing with 2 minutes before lunch.
Yeah, big game on Friday for my testimonial game. We've got the Durham Legends 11, which Dale Benkenstein is going to... I've just asked him to captain the side. He said no. He said I should do it. And against the PCA Legends 11, which has got the likes of Samar Patel, Owish Shah, Alex Tudor, Ryan Sidebottom, Ajmal Shazad, Craig White. They've got a very good side. Tom Wesley. They're going to be a tough side to play against. Come a lot of experience, and hopefully the plan is that the lunch and the dinners before that, hopefully they have a few beers before get on the field, and that's their advantage.
Going to ask what the atmosphere is going to be like, but I think you just answered that.
Yeah, look, I wanted to have a good day. We obviously raising money for charity as well, which is the Great North Children's Hospital. So I just want everyone that's involved just to have a really good day. Hopefully the weather's good, and it's up at South Northumberland Cricket Club up at Gosford. Hopefully they have a good day as well, and I'm really excited for it. And I want to focus on everyone having a good day and making sure that by the end of the day we've all left and we've raised a few quid, and we've had a good day. And the result of the cricket match isn't the most important thing. It's, like I said, the lunch and the drinks reception will start around 12:30, and the game doesn't start till 3:30. It is free entry into the ground as well, which if any of the members are listening that want to come down and watch and watch a bunch of old buggers playing cricket, which might be a good laugh. Come on down and watch. There'll be some good auction prizes and some good raffle prizes up for grabs as well.
Ben Rain bouncer.
Good bouncer from Ben. Rainey's, he always tells people how many times he bounces out Test cricketers. And the amount of wickets he gets with bouncers, like I said earlier on, he's not the fastest bowler, but he's very accurate with his bouncer. He's only about 75, might get to 80 miles an hour. But he's very accurate with his bouncer, and he has got a lot of big scalps with bouncers, which he does remind everybody.
You mentioned some raffle and auction prizes up for grabs. From your playing days, Scott, what's your most prized bit of memorabilia?
I think I'd have to say my test cap. I was lucky enough to play a test, just the one.
Who presented that to you?
Alistair Cook did it. There was 3 debutants that day. There was myself, Gary Ballance and Boyd Rankin. And Alistair Cook did all 3 of them, which was quite nice. And I think to get an England cap, especially your test cap.
Catch it. Popped up, but just short.
It's good ball. And see, that's what a bouncer can do. It's like I said, Rainey not express pace, but he a couple of bouncers actually pushes them back, and then he bowls a fuller one. Just a bit of angle into the pad. Proctor's weight might be sort of on the back foot, and then gets an inside nick on it, and that could have gone anywhere really. And luckily for us, it fell short of Ben McKinney at mid-wicket.
Ben McKinney was like a cartoon at short mid-wicket. His legs were moving, but he wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah, he's like a baby giraffe, isn't he? He's got massive legs.
This will be the last ball before lunch from Ben Rain, and it's kept out by Luke Proctor. And everyone will turn and head to the pavilion. A maiden over to finish, but the morning very much belonging to Northamptonshire. A morning that sees Ricardo Vasconcelos rack up his 3rd half-century of the season in it as well. And Luke Proctor looking pretty handy at the other end as well. Northamptonshire 91 without loss. And for yourself, Scott, as in your role as coaching now, what would you be saying to the Durham boys in that lunch break?
I'd say not to get too frustrated. I think it's the bowlers will generally sum up the conditions and the pitch, and they'll know it's not a wicket that you're going to bowl them out for 200 and blast them out in quick succession. So I think it's about being patient this afternoon, coming up with different types of plans, trying to get some sort of sideways movement from the ball. Really, if we can get it reverse swinging, it's a bit dry. The square, can we get it reverse swinging? And just being patient really, and knowing that you just got to chip away. If you can get 1, 2 might come quickly, or 90 for none could be 150 for 3, and just not to look too far ahead, and just keep chipping away and being as patient as we can. We'll probably see a bit of Callum Parkinson, I think, throughout this middle session, and his job will be to keep it nice and tight and try and go at under 3 and over. And if he can chip away and break the back of it and get 1 or 2 wickets, then amazing. But like I said this morning, when you win the toss and bowl, it's not necessarily thinking we're going to blast them out for 200. It's about a long process of keeping it tight, being patient, and if we bowl them out for 300, 350, then in some ways we're ahead of the game because it might be slightly under par, and then we go and bat really well and bat big. There's 2 and 3 and go and try and get a 100 lead.
Well, we'll see if Durham can do just that in the afternoon session. A lot of work to do, but we can't wait to see what happens. We will be back in about 40 minutes' time. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside for the afternoon session of day one of this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 matchup between Durham and Northamptonshire in a morning session that belongs to the visitors. 91 without loss. Ricardo Vasconcelos reaching his third half century of the county season. Before lunch, Luke Proctor joining him there as well on a pretty handy 27, with all the noise being around Ben Stokes' return to Chester Street for the first time since 2024. A return that potentially should have drawn at least one wicket, a very strong LBW shout halfway through his spell, as well as a catching shot that was put down by Ben McKinney. But he'll have to shrug that off, and Durham will be in search of wickets early in the afternoon session. You with myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and George Gompertz. George, welcome to you.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. There's also the, what I'll term a half chance for Parkinson in the gully, always a sort of backwards point low to his right-hand side. But it's been a pretty chanceless knock so far from these two. And it was just really good red ball cricket. We had a period with the batting team on top. We had a period with 4.5 maidens in a row where it looked like Durham were always on the verge of taking a wicket. And now, for the first time, we're going to have a little look at spin, because there's not been loads happening through the air, and there's not been loads happening off the surface for the seamers, despite the overhead conditions. So we are going to look at Callum Parkinson for the first time today, with his left arm orthodox. Let's have a look at the field. We've got one in the slips. That is Casey Aldridge, who I pointed out earlier has taken a mind-numbing 19 catches so far this season. And it's just crept past him there off the outside edge of the blade. It's going to trickle down for just a couple. No signs yet of spin. Parkinson not really giving it a chance. He's getting Vasconcelos forward, which is something that the seamers found slightly difficult. Very happy to rock back onto the back foot. Had good bounce on this pitch so far. Parkinson just flighting that one up, giving it some airtime. Looking to see if it's going to grip. It's been navigated pretty safely so far from Vasconcelos. 2 off the over so far, and another dot ball to Ben Rain, and I guess we get to mention once a session the colour of his hat, which is just phenomenal. Last ball of this first over after the lunch break is in the hands of Ben Stokes. 2 from the over, Northamptonshire 93 for no loss.
Yeah, Callum Parkinson last weekend didn't get too much turn. Got a little bit of a hint that maybe the surface was going to turn against Derbyshire on the close of play, towards the close of play on day 2, but didn't really seem to materialise through day 3. So early on here, like Scott Borthwick mentioned to us before the close of the lunch session, may just be there to tie up an end and make sure that run rate stays down and around a healthy margin. Matthew Potts is going to come back into the attack from the Finkel end and take over from Ben Rain, who had a short blast from the Finkel end after the ball was changed. About 22 overs in this morning session. Alex leads with a successful appeal to umpires Goff and Treadwell. The ball didn't quite make it through the rings. Potts so far 6 overs bowled this morning, none for 19. with a maiden. We'll start around the wicket to Proctor.
Yeah, it's good first up from Potts. Proctor just a little square on impact, his back foot coming through. It's quick into the stumps, full. I reckon that'll be the plan, at least for the first few after lunch. Need to get these two playing on the front foot, get them coming forward.
Front foot again, this time Proctor trying to drive. It was a morning session, particularly in that second half, George, that was pretty dominated by the short ball, wasn't it, from Durham?
Yeah, and we were talking to Scott Borthwick, who came on for the last 20 minutes or so, who was saying that this attack always likes to pop in 1 or 2 and over just to stop the batters from settling too much into a rhythm, but we definitely saw more than that. No great avail.
This one got a good length from Potts and happy to be clipped into the leg side.
But what we did see was Stokes hitting Proctor on the helmet and then continuing to barrage him with the short ball, and he ducked and swayed. There's not a field set for a short ball, just a one at fine leg, so it will continue just to be the odd 1 or 2 for the element of surprise.
There is the short ball, but doesn't quite get up enough. Proctor easily runs that away through third, and that'll be 4 runs to the total. First boundary of the afternoon session.
Yeah, you could hear through the effects mic there, Potts putting some extra effort into that one, but just didn't quite get up, and it's really well adjusted too from Proctor. He was given the width and really classy, just running it down to third for 4 runs. I'll say, Ben, actually, post lunch it's just a bit gloomy.
Yeah, I was going to mention that the cloud cover has come overhead now. We saw Chestnut Street bathed in the floodlights for a majority of last weekend against Derbyshire.
In the morning session, despite the constant cloud cover, the pitch itself was more or less in full sunshine. There were no clouds overlapping the surface, but now the whole ring is under cloud cover. So whether we'll see a bit more happening through the air with the ball, guess we'll find out very shortly.
In fact, even the Met Office is predicting that sun is going to be seldom seen, potentially the rest of the day. Even a chance of some rain around, potentially. Potts concludes his first over after lunch, though pretty handily. Just the glorious run down to third off the bat of Proctor to add to the scoring. Northamptonshire 97 without loss.
Yeah, we've pretty much picked up where we left off. Even red ball cricket. Vasconcelos, Proctor, just playing each ball on its merit. Not doing anything silly. And the run rate speaks to that. About 3.5 at the minute. It's about what you'd expect from sensible opening partnership in the red ball game. Parkinson into his second. Again, he's given that so much flight. Really taken a lot of pace off it. But Vasconcelos can't navigate. A pretty packed leg side field. Stokes in short. Got Rain and a short fine leg. Is that Graham Clark at mid-wicket?
Yeah, McKinney in the covers, I believe.
And there's an edge. It's gone straight over the shoulder of Casey Aldridge, who in all honesty, didn't really stand a chance. Vasconcelos on the back foot cutting. So he's played it about as close to Aldridge as possible. It's flown off the edge and a ripple of applause goes round as Northamptonshire, or as the board says there, Northamptonshire bring up 100 runs in just over 2 hours of play.
Yeah, it's a real shame for a chance there for Aldridge. You mentioned about how safe he is and what a good pair of hands that he has with his 19 catches so far this season, but would have taken a lot to be able to ratchet that one up as the 20th. Flies past the top of his left shoulder.
Proctor just taking a step across there, having to slightly readjust. Now, I just remembered Parkinson spent a little bit of time off the field earlier. We had a cameo from James Minto at a fine leg. Sees out the over with a dot ball, 6 from it. Northamptonshire 103 for no loss. I'm just wondering why he was off. I mean, he seems okay to bowl. Maybe it was just going off for a rest. I mean, he hadn't been in the action so far. But he is back on the field now and he's bowling. He's got through 2 overs for 8 runs. There you can see on the screen. It's Schools Day here at the Banks Homes Riverside. And they're all getting in on the action. We had a lot of Graham Clark watching the first innings. He's doing more than his fair share of autographs and selfies. That's doing a couple of laps of the ground at the lunch break, and all the kids were out and about. We had some on the outfield, enjoying their day, no doubt.
Yeah, picked a good time to have the chance as well to run around in the outfield with cloud cover coming across. We speak about engaging and enthralling red ball games. Down at the Oval, England bowled all out for 291 in the end, leaving exactly 100 on the board. Matthew Fisher with a 50 not out.
Wow. There you go.
And an early strike for England. Tom Latham caught behind by James Rue off the bowling of Jofra Archer for just 4. So England currently, with New Zealand batting second, they're 10 for 1 in their second innings on day 3.
What's the lead?
110 runs.
10. Still a lot of work to do there for England.
Oh, down the leg side, and there was certainly a noise. Proctor tried to follow him down the leg side. He's going to go all the way to the boundary rope, but his leg buys. But just the one.
Yeah, it sounded woody, but umpire Treadwell judging it to have clipped the pad. There's been a lot of talk about James Rue, not necessarily around this test match, but in the early part of the county championship season. Had a flying start in April and May, and lots of people calling for him to open the batting. Or come in at 3.
Potts challenging on that good length.
Despite not opening for Somerset. So then they stuck him up the order. England said give him a go, and he didn't really perform at the top of the order. But circumstances mean he's now making his test match debut. I'd suggest ahead of time. Jamie Smith taking a leave of absence for the birth of his child. There'll be a lot of, not necessarily scrutiny, but a lot of eyes on the young left-handed Rue.
Yeah, it's been a position of quite some scrutiny, I think, for the past couple of years as well. I remember a couple of seasons ago, Ollie Robinson was in and amongst that conversation to take the gloves and keep for England. Obviously, Bairstow Wasn't quite hitting his stride. We'll speak enough about Bairstow and strides with an Australian on the microphone. Bit of width, but only finds backward point.
I think for James Rue, he's getting his test cap earlier than he would have anticipated. Just wonder how that affects his mindset. Maybe it's a good thing to have less time before you make your debut. Just thrown straight in at the deep end.
I'll leave to complete the over. So just the leg by from that over. Northamptonshire 104 without loss.
He's played eight games this year so far, James Rue, in the county championships. 538 runs have come at 44 and a half. It's been 1 ton and 5 unconverted 50s. He has looked good. He's also looked good behind the sticks. Another catch for him today. Parkinson. Good line and length, bringing Proctor forward. He's just, Luke Proctor, walking across his stumps slightly, just trying to open up the leg side. Looks like Graham Clark sweeping in front of the groundsman. He's the only man out there, and he's done it again there, Luke Proctor. Looks like he's just eyeing up a big sweep behind square. He's just taking the single.
Yeah, with Graham Clark patrolling in front of the grounds crew, that leaves Hayden Mustard at the moment, who's doing some autographing with the young kids.
It's got to be at least one at all times. It's the player supervision. It's Vasconcelos goes back to a ball that in hindsight I reckon he might have gone forward to. Parkinson won't mind the look of that. He's just varying his pace ever so slightly. And that's swept very hard straight into the hands of Ben Rain. That's fantastic work. Even if the throw back into the stumps is a little haphazard. David Beddingham's there to back him up. One from this Parkinson over so far. And one it remains as Vasconcelos goes back and defends. He's bowled 3 now for the concession of 9 runs. And Northamptonshire going well at 105 for no loss.
Yeah, pretty steadily going after lunch at the moment. Games resume up and down the country. I mentioned about Lancashire having a bit of a wobbly start to their game against Derbyshire. They're now 122 for 6, the Red Rose. As you see, Lumley Castle basked behind in what is some of the last little drips of sunlight through this gloomy crowd. That one pops up from Proctor, just opens up the face. Run down to third. And we'll pick up a couple.
Yeah, I make that now the 3rd delivery this innings, which has just slightly popped off a length. Had 2 from Ben Rain and now this one from Potts. They've all been from the Finkel end. And it's been a change of end for Potts, who bowled all 6 of his first session overs from the Lumley end. I've just seen Stokes warming up over the last couple of overs, so I wonder if he'll come on from the Lumley end at some point.
Clipped away off the pads by Luke Proctor, and very, very nicely as well. That'll find the boundary rope.
Yeah, both of these 2 batters have been very strong off their pads, very strong on the leg side. They've been very happy just to leave anything outside off stump, save for the half volleys they've been served, which have dutifully been driven to the ropes. And they're just encouraging the Durham bowlers to bowl straighter, and as soon as they do, Very happy just to pick it off the pads.
Short ball from Potts.
Umpire Treadwell just had a little glance over to umpire Goff to discuss whether that was too short. It's just been given as the one for the over. It's always hard to tell with the batter ducking out the way. We had one in the first session where Vasconcelos practically could have jumped and it still would have been above head height.
Trying to get a little bit of angle in to the left-hander there.
Well, we had one that popped, the first ball of the over. By my reckoning, that one's not quite got up. I think judging by how Proctor's reacted to that, he slammed his bat down on it. I reckon that's just kept a little low. It's been a hard and true bouncy pitch so far. Maybe there's signs that there's a bit of variation.
Yeah, hopefully for Durham start to get a little bit of joy out of this surface. Get the ball, which now nearly 33 overs old. Now with the gloomy overheads as well. Start to give them a little bit of something, a little bit more lateral movement maybe. That one jams into the bat hard. And we'll close the over. That is going to be 6 off of that Potts over. Northamptonshire 111 for none.
Now, just before that final delivery, I saw Callum Parkinson and Ben Stokes having a little chat with each other. No doubt talking about field settings, and Stokes seemed to be pointing out towards the deep square, deep mid-wicket boundary where Graham Clark currently finds himself. And he is now just coming a touch squarer. And I wonder if that is related to the trigger movement of Luke Proctor, although it's Vasconcelos on strike at the minute, but Proctor seems to just be walking across his stump slightly towards the offside and looking to open up the leg side for that big sweep. Graham Clark has just come a touch squarer. See if he can cut that off and maybe turn that into a wicket-taking delivery. It's driven down the ground. He'll pick up a single, so Parkinson will have a maximum of 3 balls here at Luke Proctor. So let's see how this one plays out. Is he still going to try and open up that leg side? Hit with the spin. He comes down the track and hits it down the ground, and Ben Stokes throws his head back. Somewhat frustrated look. Maybe thought his plan had almost come to fruition. That's Vasconcelos advancing. They're very happy just to let these two rotate the strike down to deep long on. One ball to go of this Parkinson over. 3 off it. And Proctor, again, by the time he's striking that ball, his toes are probably on 4th stump. He just strikes it down the ground for 4 consecutive singles. And that brings an end to the over. Proctor will keep the strike. He's on 41. Northamptonshire 115 for no loss.
An enterprising over from Vasconcelos and Proctor, just happy to rotate the strike. Couple indications as well. The usage of the feet is in mind. Just advancing down the wicket. Little drives and pushes down towards deep long on. See how long it will take for Vasconcelos and Proctor to really think about taking Callum Parkinson on. As Potts will continue.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic you mentioned, because so far Vasconcelos and Proctor have been very happy just to bide their time and play each ball on merit. Will a time come, maybe it is going to be Callum Parkinson, when they decide that they should attack?
Still travelling and scoring pretty decently, 3.5 and over, just under the run rate currently. Obviously, most importantly, there's still every wicket left in the shed at the moment for Northamptonshire, so it'll be well that they want to get an earlier chance at bowling at Durham and play a little bit more liberally. Or are they happy to just bat the day out, go into potentially afternoon session tomorrow, think about if the score really gets up there, things like declarations, or that being the point in which they want to try and attack, especially if there is the possibility of weather maybe getting involved.
We've gone from first few overs saying that it looks set very fair for the weekend now. Maybe there's a bit of rain about.
Oh, thuds into the pads. Potts turns, and immediately, as soon as he put his finger up to the air in the peels, straight to his lip in deep thought. And self-reflection will be a leg bye.
Just going to have a quick look at the scorecard here. There's been 14 extras. I think that will probably make it 18. 10 off the legs. Guess that is the risk that comes with bowling straight.
Oh, that's a big appeal from Matthew Potts. He's racing away. And yet again, umpire Treadwell remains unmoved. Oh, and I tell you what, that's close as well on rewatch. You can see why Matthew Potts has reacted the way that he has.
Well, around 19 overs in, Ben Stokes had a pretty decent shout for LBW. I think this one's just as good. Umpire Treadwell perhaps saying it's sliding down the leg side. Matthew Potts, he has bowled very wide of the crease. It's gone a long way on the angle. It has hit him fair way down. He's got his front foot outside the crease. Probably not an unfair call. I think if you send that upstairs, at best, you're getting umpire's call.
It's just a break like that Durham feel like you need at this point for them to really have the opportunity to break this game wide open for themselves. Fortune not quite been on Durham's side so far. A couple of LBW appeals falling on closed ears, a couple of half catch opportunities not sticking. And that's played really nicely off the pads from Luke Proctor. It's going to go all the way to the boundary rope for 4.
Yeah, it sounded glorious. And in 3 balls of that over, we have seen really all the possibilities and disadvantages of trying to bowl straight. We saw the 4 leg byes from one that just drifted. We saw that one just now, which was picked up beautifully. And then we saw the one a couple of deliveries before, which created a big LBW shout. It's a bit of risk versus reward for the Durham bowlers in this ploy of bowling straight. Callum Parkinson's going to continue. He's just toying with his field a little bit. That looks pretty similar to what we saw. Still got that single option at long on. Graham Clark still at a deep square leg. To Callum Parkinson. That's short and wide. And cut away for 4 by Vasconcelos, who will say thank you very much for that. Just a bit loose and a bit dragged down from Parkinson.
great shot though. Steps away, gives himself a little bit of room, and graciously rolls the wrists through it. Really lovely shot to put him up to 64.
It's forward and defending. Got some good figures this year, Parkinson. 5 for 13, the pick of them. Against Worcestershire. So far, all these Durham bowlers toiled for 35.5 overs for no reward. Parkinson into his 5th now. That's wide again and cut away again. And Will Rhodes doing his best to make up the ground, and he will. And they're going to come back for 3. That's really good running from this pair. And Parkinson's going to have 2 deliveries at Luke Proctor, who's hammered away here. 111 deliveries he's faced for his 45. Very disciplined batting. And we've just seen signs, maybe, that he'll start to think about run scoring options versus Parkinson, although comes down the ground and it's wide of long on. It's going to take a lot of stopping, and it's going to take too much stopping. Proctor advances down the track and moves to 49. Because I was about to say that Vasconcelos has shown that you don't necessarily need to go on the attack because there will be balls there to hit. But Proctor taking the other approach and turning a good ball into a half volley. Turning a dot ball into 4. 11 off the over. Proctor moves on to 49. His partner Vasconcelos on 67. Northamptonshire without loss for 134 runs.
Yeah, and I just mused in the last Callum Parkinson over, didn't I, that maybe this will be the bowler that Northamptonshire will look to try and attack. And they got some serious joy and some serious opportunities in that last over. Those 2 cut shots from Vasconcelos and then a wide drive from Luke Proctor to put him up to 49. Durham in a bit of a pickle here as they try and figure out what is going to unlock this partnership. Potts will continue. That is a glorious sound off the bat. But it's to Clark at backward point with a bounce. We've got Casey Aldridge is the lone slip. They've also got David Beddingham in at gully for Vasconcelos.
Taken McKinney out from leg slip as well.
Leave from Vasconcelos. Yeah, Ben McKinney at the moment patrolling mid-wicket. Clark at backward point. Ben Rain at mid-on. Stokes at mid-off. Which will leave Lees and leave Parkinson in the covers. That one is driven. It's backwards of backward point. The bottom hand comes off. But more importantly, the cherry races away to the boundary rope. Vasconcelos looks like he's in really, really good touch to convert this 50 into yet another first-class 100 for this season.
Yeah, perhaps not his most sightly shot of the innings so far. Didn't look fully in control, but it was short. It was full and wide enough from Potts that he could just throw hands at it. As you said, moves into the 70s. And again, very happy just to leave it outside off stump unless it is full. And in the first session, in the morning session, we saw the ball coming in to the left-hander from round the wicket. A fair amount. You look at the players' shirts there, you can see on Potts' shirt, there is a constant breeze coming across the left-hander, which is pushing the ball away. Just half a step down the track from Vasconcelos there as well. Just changing the point of impact. Maybe trying to just maybe put Potts off his line, off his length a little bit.
Yeah, that's brave from Vasconcelos. I can't think of too many batters that have taken even that half step against Matthew Potts. Seen it more against Ben Rain. Batters like Keaton Jennings for Lancashire who have taken one or two hefty steps down the track. Parkinson going to be sent back onto the boundary rope for this last ball of the over. And once again, it's just left wide outside off stump by Vasconcelos. Just the end of the over then. And that bottom hand strike, the only scoring shot, 138 for none.
Yeah, Northampton's just very happy to tick along. They're getting what seemed like at least a boundary and over for the first few overs. The last 3 overs, that's the case. The over before that, they got 4 in singles. And the over before that, they got a boundary. So they're very happy just ticking along as they are at the minute. There's no need to really push it. The run rate is hovered around 3.5 all day. Parkinson is going to continue after he's had a little discussion with his captain. It'll be Luke Proctor on strike, and I'm still just waiting. I'm waiting for Proctor to make the first move here. He's on 49. He just comes down the track and strikes it down to long on, where David Beddingham throws it back in, and a round of applause for Luke Proctor, who brings up his half century. It's his 49th half century of his career. And he's only got 1 so far this year. He converted it, and how? Converted that into a 261 red inker. Mammoth knock. Well, I don't think Northants would be complaining if he did something similar again. Averaging 45 this season. Vasconcelos with a false shot there. Goes back and tries to cut, which he did successfully a few times against Parkinson in the last set. This one perhaps just a touch full to play that shot. And goes for the reverse sweep, and he doesn't quite get it. Goes straight to Will Rhodes, but here's just a little sign that he's trying to play with Parkinson a little bit. As soon as he gets it behind square on the reverse sweep, it's going to run away. That's more conventionally flicked off the pads, as he's done countless times today. Graham Clark throws it back in, just a single. Yeah, that 150 from Proctor's converted into 261 not out against Kent in April, but since then he's yet to pass that milestone until now. He's done so off 113 deliveries. And this opening partnership nearing 150 as well. As Proctor makes a decision just to come back to that one, which ends the Parkinson over. There's 2 from it, and it's seen Luke Proctor join his opening partner and moving to 50 runs in Northamptonshire. Oh, they're 140 for none.
Yeah, saw Callum Parkinson come round the wicket as well during that over, just seeing if that was going to create anything different. Not quite to start off with. And now a change of bowling at the Finkel end. We mentioned that we saw him warming up preliminarily in the early parts of the afternoon session. Ben Stokes coming back into the attack. 6 overs in his first spell, none for 16 with 2 maidens, as well as one of what have been 2 very, very strong shouts for LBW so far today. First delivery, a little loose from Stokes. He rolls his shoulder over. Thinking about maybe trying to strangle Vasconcelos down the leg side. I've seen a couple of people mention in the comments as well over in the Oval that England have picked up their second wicket. Josh Tong striking to take out Devon Conway for just 11. Straight from Stokes, and it's clipped away. Not for the first time, probably not for the last time, off the pads for Vasconcelos. Come back for 2. So many eyes, so much expectation and anticipation. You know, what Stokes could generate and could do with this ball. Just tucked off the hip. Stokes
Generates such good bounce from the surface. Ball speed's not always the quickest through the air. It's not up with the likes of
lovely hard sound off the bat of Proctor. Defending that first delivery he sees from the new Stokes spell.
Let's bring in Proctor forward. It's a wide open leg side. Alex Lee's at mid wicket, but square legs out on the ring. One in the covers, one in the slips, 2 behind square. Suggests it's going to try and be line and length from Stokes outside off stump. Maybe with the surprise short ball, 2 catches out there.
Yeah, just trying to offer up some more of that variation. In line and length is similar to what Scott Borthwick mentioned to us. Mix in that short ball just to keep the batters honest. Really try and attack, try and bring as many methods of dismissal into play. Oh, that was definitely bat as it's tickled down the leg side. But it's raced away back behind past Ollie Robinson. It finds the boundary rope to conclude the over. First sight, though, for Ben Stokes. And he might just be able to create a chance for this Durham side. Northamptonshire 147 without loss.
Yeah, maybe it's slightly reactive captaincy, but I wouldn't mind seeing Ben McKinney coming back into leg slip. I was surprised, in fact, that they took him out. Coming round the wicket, the ball has been coming in a lot, and bowling that straight line, you'd think it will be flicked off the pads a fair bit. And yes, that wouldn't have gone to a leg slip. It's more a sign that when you get a leg stump half volley, or maybe one slightly back of a length, tucking it off the hips, your eyes light up and you think, easy days, run that down to the boundary. And if you have that man in there, we already saw 10.4 overs in, Vasconcelos did exactly that, hit it straight to Ben McKinney off the bowling of Stokes when he was on 19. McKinney couldn't quite make it stick. But I wouldn't mind just seeing that man back in there. Because, yes, they haven't taken a wicket, this Durham side, but Northamptonshire aren't looking to attack. Parkinson coming round the wicket. And there's the attack. Down the track. Vasconcelos. A couple of skips. And all the way to the ropes. We've been talking about it, Ben, for the last few overs. Are they going to attack Parkinson? There's your answer. As Northamptonshire bring up the 150.
Yeah, conviction from Vasconcelos there.
It's not quite got to the ball there. Slightly sliced off an open face. And I'll pick up 2 runs, Will Rhodes, in hot pursuit.
But yeah, already 6 off the first 2 balls. It's not quite the mission that Scott Borthwick was hoping for from Callum Parkinson, and undoubtedly not quite the mission that Ryan Campbell was hoping for either.
Vasconcelos into the 80s. What's been a fantastic knock so far. That is driven beautifully. Ben McKinney's long legs will catch up to that one. There'll be another couple. A couple through the offside, which hasn't quite timed. But it's still 8 off the over so far. Maybe Casey Aldridge will be a bit interested. Maybe backwards point will be a bit interested. It's driven again. This time finds the hands of Ben McKinney. Eight off the over so far. Parkinson looking to get out without any further damage. And he does that. Vasconcelos moves on to 83. His partner Luke Proctor on 54. Northamptonshire 155 for none.
Yeah, just another slight change of angle once again there from Parkinson to end the over. Decided to come back over the wicket. And was happily watched through by Vasconcelos into Ollie Robinson's gloves. Mention about how Ryan Campbell will potentially be feeling in the Durham dressing room as the floodlights make their first appearance of the day, with the skies continuing to darken overhead. Shorter, strangled down the leg side, and a big appeal. They think that they've got him, Luke Proctor. But yet again, umpire Treadwell is unmoved. And it's a head scratcher for Ben Stokes, who thought that that would have been a routine appeal to send Luke Proctor on his way.
It actually wasn't an appeal. Originally, he just ran down the track almost in celebration.
Yeah.
And then turned around in disbelief that umpire Treadwell was shaking his head. There have been some big decisions so far this game, and they've all fallen at the feet of James Treadwell.
Yeah, not been giving too much room or too much grace to Durham with the ball so far. The field is just going to reconvene here. The leg slip is being put back into play for Luke Proctor. They're bringing square leg up. That thunders into what sounded like thigh pad through the effects mic. Luke Proctor makes his way to the non-striker's end, and umpire Treadwell will confirm the leg bye.
Yeah, you're right, Ben. It's getting really gloomy now. Clouds overhead, slightly dark, and the lights, I'd say, about 75% on, which historically tends to favour the bowling team. Although we've really not seen that much movement with the ball.
Shorter from Stokes, pops up onto Vasconcelos' bat.
We've already had one change of ball, and maybe 10 minutes before the lunch break I saw them chucking it to the umpires to put it through the ring again. So I'm not sure if they're not happy with the ball, if it's not doing as much as they expected it would, or if they're just looking for a change, something a bit different.
Short and gloved, it seemed more from Vasconcelos there, swivelling around in the Ponting-esque pull shot pose, but bottom gloves for one. Tell you what I'd like to see, George, in terms of trying to get every single advantage. I want to see the old Bales technique. The switching of the Bales.
Well, it's anything, isn't it, to get inside the head of the batter. And if that's on your mind as the bowler's running into bowl, it's all mind games. 95% mental is cricket.
Stokes going to come over the wicket. Straightens up on Proctor. We've seen that Durham bowlers, particularly the pace bowlers, go pretty much exclusively around the wicket. They've thrown in going over the wicket a little bit sparingly.
Yeah, they've tried almost everything, this lineup. Gone over the wicket, gone round, gone full, gone straight, gone short. Got nothing to bite just yet.
Go shorter again
Ask
for
the,
Stokes to end the over.
ask the question, Ben. How are this Durham lineup going to get that first wicket? Maybe we've seen the most chances from bowling attacking, bowling straight. We've had a couple of big LBW shouts. Had Rain, the first ball of the day. That was on Proctor. Then Stokes to Proctor about 19 overs in. We had Vasconcelos dropped, flicking it off his hips. But then we've also seen a few play and misses outside the off stump. Ben Rain comes into the attack, and he's changing end as well. He started off at the Finkel end, as he often does. He's now going to ply his trade from the Lumley end. As the lights continue to shine brighter as the clouds get gloomier. Vasconcelos sitting pretty happily at the striker's end on 84. Ben Rain's got through 8 overs so far for 17. Into the start of his 9th. It's fallen, it's coming in to the left-hander, but just see there how far outside off stump Vasconcelos ends up. His back foot, his toes were probably on 4th stump, and his front foot came across to cover the line of the stumps, and maybe on about 5th stump. So he's really happy to just leave anything on line outside off stump, even though it is tailing back a little bit. And he'll just clip anything off his legs if it's straight. Again, happy to leave it. So if it's outside off stump, unless it's a half volley or especially short, which he will and has punished, he's very happy just to say to Ben Rain and his bowling attack, bowl at me.
Yeah, unfazed and unmoved, isn't he, Ricardo Vasconcelos? Striking it at 65.5, so it's not like he's been a slouch at the crease. He's been economical, probably the better way of putting it. Proctor at the other end, strike rate at 43.9, has been the one to chew up 1 or 2 more deliveries.
So Rain replacing Parkinson. His 7 overs went for 34. It's just tickled off the hips. And it thunders into the Toblerones just in front of us here. And again, maybe Ben McKinney at leg slip would have been interested in that. I just think it's worth it. They've not looked to score many runs in front of square off the seamers. I just think it's worth putting a leg slip in. That's a really good area from Rain, bringing Vasconcelos forward. But with the angle from round the wicket, and with the wind as well, you can see that Northamptonshire flag on top of the pavilion to our left has been blowing consistently in that direction. I'd like to see a wagon wheel and just see how many of Vasconcelos' runs have come to fine leg. That's a good line and length again and blocked. But it's been pretty chanceless so far. I just think Durham maybe just need to try something. "16 of his 88 runs come through fine leg. It's the second highest proportion outside of the cover region. But those runs that have been scored through cover have mostly, there are 4 fours very close to each other, mostly been half volleys or back of a length punches. I think the wicket taking ball at the minute has looked like the straight one. And if you slightly miss that, and it's slightly leg side, you can still turn it into a wicket taking ball if you have that man at leg slip ready and waiting. That's the end of the over. It'll be Ben Stokes again from the Finkel end with Northamptonshire 161 for no loss.
Well, for Ben Stokes, you're going to get the wish. The leg slip is in place for Proctor. Also David Benningham in the gully.
I can't wait for this to go straight to leg slip. Cannot wait. Is it Alex Lees in there?
It very well might be. He has put himself in at leg slip on a couple of occasions. Did so last weekend against Derbyshire. Didn't quite generate the chances, but did at least provide that as a potential area of threat. Ooh, that one jumps right up on Proctor. He's already worn one to the helmet so far today from the bowling of this man.
It didn't look too good, but I think he's actually handled it pretty well. Again, I was talking a couple of overs ago about how Stokes just gets it to zip off the surface, and it was back of a length, but it's carried that pace. He's managed to fend it off.
Short ball, ducked out of the way by Proctor. Continuing to try and battle on. Yeah. Close to an hour into this afternoon session. Northamptonshire have so far piled on 70 runs from where they left off at lunch at 91 without loss. That one kept a little low, and it's clipped straight through mid-wicket by Luke Proctor. Won't go all the way to the boundary rope. Ben McKinney. Proctor was interested in a third. Was about a quarter of a way down the track. Vasconcelos said no.
Yeah, again, the Durham bowlers being forced to bowl at these two. And Proctor still looking very comfortable. Flicking it off the legs. But maybe, Ben, maybe it's a false sense of security. He's going to flick one straight to Alex Lees.
Oh, full. Batted straight back to Ben Stokes. You know for a fact that it'll just be something ridiculously innocuous that's going to take that first wicket. Soft little caught and bowled, chopped on maybe. Vasconcelos trying to play away from his body. Clipped away, straight to McKinney at square leg to end the over. Just the 2 runs from it. That run rate starting to creep slowly but surely up towards 4 and over. Northamptonshire 163 for none. England at the Oval currently bowling at New Zealand in their second innings. They're 42 for 2 after losing Tom Latham and Devon Conway relatively early. Henry Nichols is there at 17. Ashin Ravindra there on 5. And we mentioned the Lancashire game a couple of times. They are already about to head out with the ball in Chesterfield. Derbyshire have bowled them all out for 161. That is the first innings change across both divisions so far. Essex are getting close. Up in Division 1 in Chelmsford, they're 142 for 8 with the bat against Nottinghamshire after winning the toss and electing to bat as well. Ben Rain to continue.
Forward and defending is Vasconcelos. So that leg slip's been taken out for Ben Rain. Despite coming round the wicket and despite having even more assistance from the wind. Just the one slip in. Casey Bucket Hands Aldridge, 19 catches so far this season. So the overheads look a little bit wet. Oh, and that is played into the leg side. Uppishly is a word that's used a lot these days. It was just played slightly out in front of his body. Got through the shot just a touch early. Mid-wicket was in the game very briefly.
Few jackets being reached for here at the Banks Homes Riverside. I mentioned about whether rain could play a part in this game, and just as I say that, we're going off. The umpires are taking the stumps out of the ground, and we are going to have a rain delay here at the Banks Homes Riverside. Northamptonshire will go into the rain delay 163 without loss. And just another opportunity here potentially for Durham to recalibrate and re-strategize as to how they're going to break this opening stand. So we'll be back hopefully very shortly with more action from the Banks Homes Riverside. But for now, we will leave you with the pictures and Northamptonshire 163 without loss. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the Banks Homes Riverside, where we will have more cricket this afternoon on day one of the County Championship second division match between Durham and Northamptonshire. We went off with a little bit of a barrage with rain, so it gave us an opportunity to take an early tea, which means that we are now officially in the evening session of the game. So 163 without loss is where Northamptonshire will resume after the early tea was taken. That leaves us with nearly 53 overs still left to play, as long as there isn't any further rain delay, as what is potentially forecast through the rest of the afternoon. Myself, Ben Fitzpatrick and George Gompertz are back with you. And it's Ben Rain that's the only rain that will be gracing the Banks Homes Riverside from now.
Let's hope so, at least.
Well, from now, from right this very moment, it's the only rain, as Vasconcelos will pick up where he left off with a pull shot for a single down to Graham Clark.
Now, it looks like Graham Clark is going to be fairly unoccupied from here on in. At tea time, the school kids decided it was time to go home. So he's not quite got as many friends as he used to. I'm sure he'll keep himself occupied in other ways.
Durham's occupation right now is to somehow, some way find this first wicket. Quick run taken here, direct impact. Maybe could have been a little bit of trouble for Proctor, but makes his ground.
Yep, good single, good running. Not letting Ben Rain settle on anything here. It's pretty much hit straight to Alex Lees. Maybe had a bit of covering to do, but they set off quickly. Made their ground fairly comfortably in the end.
Another quick single taken here, pushed into square leg on Vasconcelos, who pushed himself up to 90 in pretty quick fashion after the tea break.
Yep, pretty good over so far for the batting side. Both men out in the middle, off the mark again for the restart. Both got the scoreboard ticking for the final mammoth session we've got.
It's guided down safely with Rain doing the fielding of his own work in the end. So a lengthy over, but an over that has finally been completed after the rain delay. Northamptonshire 166 without loss.
Yeah, an over that took... Let's have a quick look to see how long that one... They came off at 2:42, so that over's taken about just shy of 55 minutes to complete. Coming off the rain, 2 balls through that Ben Rain over. But he is now done, and it's going to be Ben Stokes continuing. From the Finkel end, he had a half appeal, half celebration just before the tea break. He thought he had Proctor caught behind for 54. Not given. That is short, and it's hooked away very, very fine indeed, and it's gone all the way. Umpire Treadwell with both arms in the air. And Vasconcelos races to 96. It's his second maximum of the innings. Both coming off Ben Stokes, both coming off the short ball. Although I reckon fine leg. I can't quite make out who it is from here. Might have been interested for half a second as it came flying off the top edge. 2 centuries already to his name this season for Ricardo Vasconcelos. As you can see on the cameras there, it looks like a bit of light shining off the pitch. I don't think it's necessarily sunlight. It might be the artificial lights, which are still on. It's not as gloomy as it was when we came off, but there is still cloud cover.
Yeah, it's still quite a decent bit of cloud cover as well, out to our left-hand side from where we're sat in the commentary position. A little bit of it looking a little bit scarier than where we're seeing now. You can just see it right over the top of Bannatynes. That's the scariest cloud that I'm looking at. Might just miss us here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
It's an interesting change for Stokes, coming over the wicket now. Coming across Vasconcelos, and it's almost worked. First up, just catching a thick outside edge, which doesn't quite carry to gully. A change of angle, something a bit different, and it's come with a change of field. 2 out deep on the leg side, and then a packed offside. Got Parkinson and Lees in the cover. We've got a deep backwards point and a gully. And then Potts at mid-off as well. So it looks like it's going to be Ben Stokes bowling across the line here of Vasconcelos, which is something he hasn't had to deal with a lot this innings, and certainly hasn't had to deal with for a while. So there's more tinkering going on. It's like a merry-go-round here as Ben Rain comes across and further packs the offside, which of course has repercussions elsewhere. Fine leg now into a deep square, and one more into the cordon as well. Driven into that packed offside. So just to go over those fielding changes again, because it marks a bit of a change of tactic as well from Ben Stokes, who's now coming over the wicket for more or less the first time today. So we've got one orthodox slip in, then we've got 2 gullies. That's Alex Lees and David Beddingham, and then we've still got the 2 in at cover as well. It's driven to Parkinson, but I like this from Stokes. He's getting Vasconcelos to come forward, and he's getting him to play almost across the line of the ball. And the first ball from this change of angle did produce an edge, albeit one that was thick and didn't carry, but it looks more likely that Vasconcelos is going to play a foul shot to this attack than it does coming round the wicket. 1 ball to come. It's punched off the back foot. Vasconcelos moves on to 97, but that change of plan, I think, bring a bit more hope and optimism to this Durham bowling lineup. Northamptonshire at the end of the over, 173 for no wickets.
Just trying to give himself a little bit more of a chance and a little bit more of an opportunity. Ever the competitor, Ben Stokes, who's had a close conversation with Matthew Potts, just in the middle right of your screen there on the wide angle lens. I believe from what we've heard through the grapevine were 2 of the more vocal of the Durham group as they went into the change room during that rain session. Ben Rain driven away by Ricardo Vasconcelos. It'll be a chase on for Will Rhodes, and he's just going to do enough. Vasconcelos will run all the way back for the 3rd though, and that will be a very well weighed 100 from Ricardo Vasconcelos for the 3rd time in this county championship season. Ricardo Vasconcelos has converted the half century to triple figures, 100 off 143 balls, 13 fours and 2 sixes.
Yeah, absolutely terrific knock from the Northants opener. More or less chanceless. He's looked so strong in all areas, through the covers and off the legs as well. It's his 13th. Oh, his 14th. First class career 100. It's his 12th for Northampton. It's his second versus Durham. His first coming in 2019. He carried us back 105 not out off 200 as his Northampton side were bowled all out for 235. That was also here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
Driven by Proctor, but only to mid-off. Yeah, very different complexion game-wise from the last time that he made a century here, Ricardo Vasconcelos. Having to be the anchor on that occasion, that innings, and here, more of the platform, more of the hull of the ship. 100 off 143. Proctor still very much joining him in that. 57 off 133. He's been patient. And will continue to be. Ben Rain still continuing with this around the wicket angle from the Lumley end comparatively to Ben Stokes, who did explore the avenue of over the wicket in that last over.
Quite an impressive stat from Vasconcelos to convert every 50 he's hit this season. Although I dare say, by this point, 8 matches in, or rather this is his 8th match, he would have liked to have made more than just the 350s. But it's a skill to get to 50 and almost reset, start again, and get to the 3 figures.
Last ball of the over was driven by Proctor, trying to crunch that past the England Test captain, but couldn't find the gap, couldn't quite time it. End of the over and over for Ricardo Vasconcelos and his 3rd century of the campaign. They get a well-deserved curtain call. Northamptonshire 176 without loss.
He's yet to go properly big this season. His 2 previous centuries, 127 against Kent in a day they put on 684 for 2 declared. That's a tough day to be in the field. And his other was 115 against Worcestershire. This is a real chance for him to go big. 176 for no loss as Ben Stokes runs in from the Finkel end. It's well left from the Centurion. Again, it's the angle across, and he's left on line because it's going to take a lot for Stokes to bring that one back. We've not seen loads of movement through the air or off the pitch. Vasconcelos fairly happy to let that one go by. I think that last over from Stokes, probably the most threatening we've seen in a long time from Durham this innings. It's forward, Ben Rain fields for a dot ball.
Yeah, because you mentioned that 600 odd for 2 declared that Northamptonshire were able to put up earlier in the season. If Durham aren't careful, they could be put into a pretty similar position as the remainder of this match, remainder of today and going into tomorrow progresses on.
That's an innings in which every single batter scored a century. Left alone again. Vasconcelos 127. Luke Proctor, as we've alluded to earlier, 261 not out. Calvin Harrison hit 153. And Nathan McSweeney 101 not out. And I dare say that's a sporting declaration in terms of 684 was more than enough, but they thought they'd let the Australian ton up before calling him off the field. Stokes just drops the ball before his run-up. on that occasion, but he gets going again. Full and driven, but not quite timed, and he looks at the toe of his bat again, which hasn't gone unused today. And it's going to be a change of angle again. Stokes going to come around the wicket for, well, at least one of the final 2 deliveries of this over. The field remains unchanged. It's wide of off stump and left alone. Vasconcelos now, it's just got to reset. The old footballing cliche, when you go forward and up, it's still 0-0, lads. Just got to start again, albeit restarting from the head start. 100 runs. Some Toblerones are going flying off the boundary ropes as the wind picks up. And he ticks over to 101 runs. Brings the end of the Stokes over. He's now bowled 11, 0 for 34. Vasconcelos 101, Proctor 57 in Northamptonshire. Very comfortably sitting on 177 for 0.
Yeah, now Stokes in conversation with Ollie Robinson. Durham wicket-keeper, maybe a season or 2 ago, would have felt slightly aggrieved that those two weren't calling each other test teammates with the performances that Ollie Robinson was putting in with the bat and with the gloves. Not quite materialised for him as much this season so far, Robinson. As we'll look for Durham another potential advantage granter. Alex Lees has thrown the ball to umpire Gough. And they're going to break out the rings for what I believe will be the 3rd or 4th time.
Yep, as a bowling side, when you've won the toss.
Oh, it's not going through.
And elected to bowl, and you're still wicketless into the 3rd session. The umpire's rings are never far away. Looks like they might have a case here.
Yeah, it's almost just being rested and balanced on top of one of the rings. So umpire Treadwell, for the 2nd time today, is going to call for the briefcase.
There's a man walking with purpose, striding away. So umpire Treadwell off to collect his box of tricks, which I believe should probably have 1 ball missing. And that's the one that they've just knocked out of shape again. So they've got to find a ball more or less 47 overs old.
I'd love to know what goes into creating that briefcase. You just pick up a load of balls that have been left over from the nets and go, yeah, that one looks 10, 15 overs old. That one looks a little bit older.
Well, I imagine they're all match balls. And I guess if there's a 2nd innings finished off in 20 overs, which would have been the first one, and it goes into the briefcase. But I was always of the opinion that the bowling side picked their change of ball if it was required beforehand, but it looked like the umpires there were comparing amongst themselves.
Well, it was a pretty quick decision from umpires Gough and Treadwell. Rain will continue. Get a few oohs and ahs from the fielders on the first delivery of this not new ball, but new enough ball.
New to them.
Exactly.
So these are Toblerones abandoned over to our right. The wind has not relented all day.
Ben Rain bouncer. Too bouncy. Too high. on Vasconcelos. Not the hardest feat.
That's another one where he could have jumped and it still would have been a wide.
Yeah, it is was that a Toblerone graveyard down below us to our right-hand side. 4 of them scattered about in front of the LNER stand.
I remember doing one match here last year where they actually had to take all the Toblerones off. It was too windy and causing too much chaos. Just in front of us here, we've got Graham Clark at quite a fine leg, and it looks like it could be David Beddingham at a deep backward square leg. Both look ready and waiting for the short ball. Well, we saw it a couple of deliveries ago. It was too short. But they are ready and set for the element of surprise.
It's straight up from Ben Rain. Vasconcelos, though, plays away.
He has played the short ball quite well today, and a lot of the time that means not playing it or ducking it or swaying out the way. But when he has, he hit 1 for 6 off Stokes, which is out the middle of the bat, and then he hit 1 for 6 off Stokes, which certainly looks less in control, a bit more top edgy.
That one on the shoulder of the bat there as it's deposited into mid-wicket. Yeah, he certainly showcased Vasconcelos that he's very apt and very capable off the back foot, very capable as well off the pads. Same with Luke Proctor. He's played a couple of really nice shots across his body.
Hasn't really seemed like there's an area of the pitch where he hasn't seemed comfortable. He's cut beautifully, he's driven beautifully. Anything on the leg side has been easy for him.
Trying to crunch that one, Proctor through the covers. Just gets a thick bottom edge.
He hasn't been too inventive. We saw one attempted reverse sweep, which didn't quite go as planned. And he's put that away for the day so far. That was off Callum Parkinson. He was out the attack. He only had 7 overs for 34 runs. It's back to all-out seam attack.
Still yet to find a breakthrough with that seam attack. Just the 2 runs off of that over from Ben Rain. Northants 179 for naught.
Yeah, it's been tough going for Durham. Ben Rain's got through 12 overs. Matthew Potts 7. Casey Aldridge 6. Will Rhodes just the 1 before lunch. Callum Parkinson's got through 7, and now Ben Stokes is into his 12th. There's more Toblerones go flying just to the corner of your screen. Just some more tinkering for Stokes, who's moving his fine leg even finer as he comes round the wicket again to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Wide
Shot.
and driven. He's not quite timed it. And Matthew Potts will cut off. They come back for 3. Slight hesitation from Luke Proctor, who has to get a bit of a hurry on. He was there to hit. It was wide and full. Vasconcelos didn't quite get all of it. Matthew Potts, after throwing that in, is just feeling his shoulder a touch. I'd imagine that's more stiffness than anything else, but his hand is still just massaging his shoulder. It doesn't look too comfortable. We'll keep an eye on that as he continues to just stretch it out. I wonder if that was in the dive or in the throw. But it doesn't look too comfortable, which would of course be bad news for the bowling side, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I think that might have been more in the slide rather than in the throw itself, but as you say, you never know.
Proctor forward, prodding into the leg side, takes a single. Just had another look at it, and he slides on his left-hand side, so it's his left hand that goes into the ground. And his right arm isn't really under much strain. So it's a strange one. He's still out there on the field. He's yet to bowl after the tea break anyway. It's been Stokes and rain so far. Stokes short, and it's pulled away for 4. And I couldn't see the ball off the bat, but for half a second I thought it might have been sliced up in the air, but no chance of that from Vasconcelos, who got right on top of it, and he's hammered it in front of square. He was on it early. The short ball's not worked from Stokes.
Yeah,
8 from the over so far.
It was half a cry of catch to try and maybe bring Callum Parkinson into the game, who was the man out deep on that leg side boundary, but pulled it in front enough of Parkinson. And leapt away.
He goes short again. And this time, Vasconcelos just lets it go by. Just see in the corner of your screen there, the ground staff not even attempting to replace the Toblerones, kicking them off into the advertising hoardings. That fine leg has just gone even finer now. Just Stokes, just in case there is a top edge. Short again, and it's ducked again. He's picked and chosen really well, as Vasconcelos, which short balls he plays and which ones he doesn't. He's been very happy to duck and weave when it's not there to hit. But when it is in his arc, he's not afraid to go for it.
Yeah, it just generally looked pretty comfortable at the crease today.
Short and hammered well in front of square. It's incredibly straight for a pull shot. He was on it so quickly. In truth, it never really got up. That's 12 from that Ben Stokes over. Vasconcelos canters along to 113. Northamptonshire, they're 191 for naught.
I'll tell you what, that was an almighty sound off the bat of Ricardo Vasconcelos. We throw the word around crunched a fair bit, but that, well and truly, it's like a gunshot went off. Unbelievable sound.
Well, as an opening batter, if you are slightly shorter, it makes sense if you're strong off the back foot, and he certainly is that.
Ben Rain edged and gone! Finally, Durham have a breakthrough. It's Luke Proctor that is the man to go for 58, and it's Ollie Robinson with the gloves that takes the catch. The ever-industrious Ben Rain, toiling and toiling away, brings an end to the mammoth 191-run first wicket partnership for Northamptonshire. The first wicket falls 191 for 1.
Yeah, well, we were wondering how this first wicket was going to fall. We've had various tactics. We've tried in-swinging full and straight. We've tried short, back of a length, and in the end, it was just good line and length fourth stump bowling, which has got the wicket. Maybe there's a lesson in that somewhere.
Well, what an innings either way from Luke Proctor. Another half century he'll be proud of. That is going to bring Harrison out to the crease. That's number 3. Calvin Harrison, who has also been a batter that's well and truly been in the runs for Northamptonshire so far this season. Over 450 in the competition. 250s, one of them that's been converted into 100 for that 153. An average in the 40s. Now an opportunity for Durham to try and build a little bit of pressure, string a couple of wickets together. First sight of a right-handed batsman as well in Calvin Harrison. Brings Ben Waine over the wicket and hard into the bat.
Yeah, he's converted both of his 50s so far this season. 153 versus Kent in April, and then 107 off 228 against Derbyshire in May. That 153, incidentally, his first class career high score.
And at the moment, just going to have to weather a little bit of storm, as finally the Durham bowling unit have something to bring their towels up for. We stroke up to 4 o'clock here at the Banks Homes Riverside. It's a leave through to the keeper. I suppose then the question will start to formulate of, well, okay, what actually was the difference in that wicket? Was it the relatively fresh ball that Durham were able to have changed over after the previous one couldn't quite go through the rings? Oh, big appeal, and it's gone as well. Ben Rain's got 2 for the over, and Calvin Harrison is out for naught. It was a relatively muted appeal compared to the ones that we've had so far throughout the day. But Calvin Harrison struck on the pad, and the old cricketing adage rings true. 1 brings 2, Harrison for naught, and Northants left staggering a little bit.
Yeah, it's absolutely stone dead. It's probably impact on middle and off, hitting halfway up middle. It's a funny old game, this cricket malarkey. Northants 191 for no loss, with very little to write home about in terms of chances. All of a sudden, within 5 deliveries from Ben Ray and 191 for 2, which, to be fair, is still a very strong position to be in. And Vasconcelos still there as the set bat on 113. Calvin Harrison has had a really good season up until today. Over 450 runs, 2 centuries and a 50. But he has to go.
But the next man to the Northamptonshire crease hasn't had a pretty terrible season either. Nathan McSweeney, the Australian, leading run scorer in the competition for Northamptonshire so far this season before we bowl the ball. And he gets straight off the mark as well. Back behind square leg. So it prevents the double wicket maiden for Ben Rain. But that is the last of the worries, I think, from Durham right now. The opening stand broken, and then a quick continuation as well. Northamptonshire 192 for 2.
It's all about momentum. And for the first 2 sessions, really, that was all with Northants. And it looked It's difficult for Durham to really get a foot in the door in this game. But now, with 2 wickets in the over, you can just hear Durham are a bit more lively, a bit louder. And now Nathan McSweeney up against Ben Stokes. Just has a little bit of pressure on him. I do feel a bit for Calvin Harrison because he's watched 191 runs be scored on a deck that looks pretty good. And then he falls for naught. Tucked off his pads for a single. But it must be difficult because when you're watching from the balcony, you can never switch off. It only takes 1 ball and you're in at number 3. You've got your pads on, you're ready to go, and you're almost expending energy as you're watching because you're analysing the game, and in your mind, no matter how much you try and put it off, you're well aware that any second now you could be out in the middle. But when you watch for 191 runs for 48 overs, suddenly a bit of a shock when you are out in the middle.
And then even more of a shock when just a few balls later, you're sent right back up to the pavilion as well. That's got to be a horrifically long walk. I know it's a long walk as it is, as a batter, when you do get dismissed, but as you say, George, when you've watched 191 runs get piled on through those first 48 overs, Ricardo Vasconcelos looking like he's batting pretty effortlessly, Luke Proctor playing some lovely shots as well, and you're sent back with 3 or 4 balls after, you have to go to the rest of your teammates and go, yeah, it's doing a bit out there, lads.
Had a good moment last year in a game of my own, not too unlike that. Forward and defends. Our captain opened the batting and was out for a 13-ball duck. And the scorecard thereafter read 47, 157, 25 and 88 not out. The best thing about that is we declared on 300 odd for 3. So he walked off the field after his duck and said, "It's an absolute minefield out there, lads." Turns out it was a bit of a road. So I wonder if, Calvin Harrison's had to go back to the shed. Said, "Yeah, lads, it's doing all sorts out there." Trying to say that out the earshot of Luke Proctor.
Yeah.
No, but in truth, it's not been doing a whole lot at the Banks Homes Riverside today. Wickets almost really coming out of nowhere. Ben Rain fashioning a bit of momentum from thin air, and Stokes now looking to cash in. There's a cry of catch as it looked like it might have been a bit of glove, bit of hip out towards Ben McKinney. But even his Inspector Gadget arms couldn't reach that one. That's the end of the over. 2 from it, and that's runs this time, not wickets. Northamptonshire 194 for 2.
Yeah, Ricardo Vasconcelos still happily toiling away. 114 off 163. Nathan McSweeney, the newest man to the crease. A runner ball 2 at the moment. It'll be Vasconcelos to resume his battle with Ben Rain. David Beddingham, now the man that's been tasked to occupy a fine leg. Dabs down just in front of Ben McKinney, who was initially doing the retrieval, but instead it's Will Rhodes that will send it back to Rain. More Toblerone readjustment right underneath us.
That's what Ben Rain does. Whatever the match situation, just chuck him the ball. If you need to conserve some runs, if you need a wicket, whatever it is, give it to Ben Rain.
There is a reason why he's tied up there, leading for top wicket taker in the division with none other than Sir Jimmy Anderson.
Wickets number 542 and 543 for his first class career.
Width driven, stopped though at point. That's another thing that the wickets start to do, is just give you a little bit more of that energy, that extra 5% out in the field. A little more drive, a little more desire to put in that extra dive. Put the jets on a little higher when you're trying to chase for one that's driven through the outfield. An extra little bit of belief.
We're thinking now if they can get Vasconcelos as well, they can really start to try and motor through the middle order. It's nice for McSweeney. He's come in after 2 quick wickets, yet he's still got his mate at the other end, who's just here to anchor. 114 off 157. It's nice just to have that presence to rely on as you get your innings going yourself.
Still more than happy to leave on length of that outside line.
Yeah, of course. If there's any time they were going to go a bit more attacking, maybe risk it a bit more, it's not now. This is very much a, seems strange to say, at 194 for 2, but a bit of a rebuild. Or a restart, rather. Although they haven't really changed the way they've played all day.
Zeroing in on that middle and off, but it's kept out. Driven to Stokes to end the over. And a sentence we haven't said since the 27th over. It's a maiden for the Durham bowling attack. And unsurprisingly, it falls under the name Ben Rain. 194 for 2.
I was just wondering how many more Stokes is going to get. He's taken his cap off and he's walking back to his mark, so we will at least be getting one more. He's got through 13 so far today. He's going tit for tat with Rain so far, who's got through 14. That's Nathan McSweeney at the other end.
Yeah, bowled quite a lot in long spells a couple of years ago. Bowling in spells of upwards of 8 to 10 overs at a time. Occasionally it could be almost nigh impossible to wrestle the ball out of his hands.
He came on for Potts in the 38th over. It's now the 53rd. Rain and Stokes coming on together. Rain replaced Parkinson just before we came off. So I can't imagine they'll be plugging away for too much longer. These two, although Rain, of course, just getting the 2 wickets not long ago, so he'll fancy another, I reckon, and Stokes won't want to miss out either. That's short to McSweeney, who ducks out the way.
Yeah, I think a fair bit of it as well will rely on the condition of Matthew Potts. If he's still
Indeed.
feeling that shoulder.
Indeed, I said I'd keep an eye out for that, and I forgot. But we haven't seen him.
He's just there at mid-wicket.
Has
Looks
remained
like
on the
he's-
field then, has he?
Yeah, looks like he's standing okay at the very least, not feeling for the shoulder.
Punch down the ground for no run. I'd be concerned for the well-being of Matt Potts' shoulder if it was affecting the way he was standing. Unless, of course, he was hand-standing, which I hasten to add he's not. He's doing feet standing. Or it's more routinely called
Standing.
standing. Maybe Mr. Topsy-Turvy, that would be called upside-down standing. Here in the real world. Anyway, back to the cricket. 4 dots in a row for Stokes. And there's again half cry of catch as it went out towards Potts on the bounce. McSweeney just getting through it early. I wonder if after the rain the pitch has just slowed up ever so slightly. It's just holding in the surface a touch. Or whether, and this is possible, McSweeney simply just mistimed that slightly. Final ball of this Ben Stokes over. Is defended. I think we're about to start counting again because that's 2 maidens in a row. McSweeney is 2 from his first 8 deliveries, and Northamptonshire 194 for 2.
Yeah, that scoreboard pressure starting to build up again. Durham had a really great portion in the morning session of 4 maiden overs in a row between overs 18 and 21, where Northamptonshire put up no runs whatsoever. Couldn't press that advantage, turn them into wickets or even half chances for wickets. Biggest probably of that group being the LBW appeal from Ben Stokes. That's up, but going to fall short of mid-off. That held in the air for what I imagine Vasconcelos would have felt like an absolute eternity. But it fell short of Ben Stokes. More and more starting to happen out there, though. At the moment, what you'd expect once that first wicket finally did fall. Short, pulled away. It's going to split the gap between Clark and Parkinson. Back behind square on the leg side. After a slightly close call from Vasconcelos. Chip shot. Rocks right back onto the back foot and showcases his strength.
Parkinson, who died for it, is almost just looked back in disbelief because there was barely even a gap between Parkinson and Clark. He's got right on top of it. It's a glorious hook shot. That's exactly what Ben Rain would have wanted him to do. They've got 2 men waiting out there for the catch. So I won't think Ben Rain will mind him taking it on. But Vasconcelos has absolutely nailed it. Seeing it like a beach ball at the minute. 118 off 172.
Ooh. Almost angling back in. There to off stump. But still good leave on that wider line.
Wonder what the plan is here. How to get Vasconcelos.
Driven down the ground. This will be a chase on for Ben Stokes, which is going to pretty promptly give up on. Second boundary of the over. And the 200 up as well for Northamptonshire. Just shy of the 54th over. Brought up by a beautiful drive straight back down the ground.
Yeah, how to get a man who's on 118? Well, not by bowling him a straight half volley. Moves on to 122.
And then conservative to close out the over. We didn't have to count for too long, George, for the maiden overs, because that one's gone for 8. Northamptonshire, 202 for 2.
Alistair Cook on TMS yesterday after Ben Duckett dropped one at deep square leg. Says dropping a catch on a cricket field, it's one of the worst feelings, because you have to watch that man you've dropped score more and more runs against your name. And Vasconcelos was dropped on 19. 103 runs ago. With regards to his personal score, looking more costly by the minute. Ben Stokes continues into his 15th. It's hit high on the bats, up right near the stickies of McSweeney, still with this ball, which, to be honest, we don't quite know how old it is. We've played 54 overs, but it's the third ball we've used. Still got some zip in it. And the pitch, of course, only 54 overs old. Still has plenty of life in it. Durham winning the toss and electing to bowl. I think the slight overcast conditions and a green tinge to the pitch made them just sway that side. Short and pulled away. Will just be a single down to fine leg. But Scott Borthwick was in the commentary box earlier today saying it was a pretty split decision on winning the toss and bowling or batting. And it's easy to say now that maybe it looked like a misjudged decision, but still a long way to go in this game. And as Ben Rain showed a few overs ago, it can change very quickly. It's firm underfoot, it's a hard deck, and runs will continue to flow for both sides. And the reasoning, part of the reasoning being at least, that Durham felt very comfortable batting last on this pitch, given how hard it is, and the grass cover means it's likely not to break up too much. So if they do have a chase in the last innings, or whatever the game situation at the time, fairly comfortable batting on it. So that's the decision making behind bowling first. For Northants, a good toss to lose. It's half a shout, but Stokes goes head in hands more than turning to the umpire. It was flush on the pad, but it was just drifting down the leg side. And Stokes perhaps has looked the most threatening throughout the day, despite being wicketless. He had Vasconcelos dropped in the 11th over. He had a big LBW shout in the 20th. And then he thought he had his man, thought he had Luke Proctor in the 41st over, caught behind. All three of those turned down by umpire Treadwell. It was well played by McSweeney. It rose on him. There was always a possibility that it would balloon up, and some great energy in the field there. Ben McKinney just racing for the ball with Matthew Potts, seeing who can get there first. Almost 55 overs into the day, 204 runs in. Maybe those the hangover of those 2 wickets still just giving this Durham side a little bit of belief that they can get a couple more. And that is edged. And it's past the diving second slip. Even the bucket hands of Casey Aldridge couldn't get there, and in truth, I think it probably bounced just before him anyway. So the end of the over in good bowling conditions. Durham just looking a bit lively. The lights on, the clouds fully covering overhead. Northants 208 for 2.
Yeah, you picked it well. It has bounced just before it popped up to Casey Aldridge. Looks like he might get an immediate chance to redeem himself soon. Will Rhodes, though, is going to come back into the attack, taking over from Ben Rain in that double wicket-taking spell. Rhodes, who had just the 1 over before lunch, went for just 2 singles. This might be more of a case of eating up a couple of overs a little quicker than the likes of Rain, Potts and Aldridge. Also not maybe wanting to use Callum Parkinson at this point. Both Vasconcelos and Proctor went after the spinner. Be interested to see quite what he can generate. He's going to have to go up against Vasconcelos first. Point going to get pushed back onto the boundary rope before this delivery, though. It's strangled down the leg side to start.
A little bit of a fish for it from Vasconcelos, and after 122 runs, that'd be a horrible way to get out, strangling one down the leg side of Ollie Robinson. A little bit of switch in the field as well. David Beddingham going out to the ropes and Ben McKinney coming in.
And it's going to be guided right to Ben McKinney and David Beddingham as well. The latter of which will do the fielding. It's Vasconcelos off strike up to 123. Nathan McSweeney 7 from 12. Let's go up against it. Fired up Ben Rain to welcome him to the crease, and then a little bit of Ben Stokes as well. And the man catching in short on the offside. Oh, strangled down the leg side and gone! Nathan McSweeney gone for 7, and Will Rhodes in his second over will strike. Caught behind by a very sharp take from Ollie Robinson, diving to his left-hand side. And the Australian, who's been a bit of a talisman with the bat for Northamptonshire this season, he goes for just 7. And Northamptonshire 209 for 3.
Yeah, it's a proper grab from Ollie Robinson. It's moved a lot off the bat. He was already going that way. And he's got there with 2 hands. It's an unbelievable catch. All 4s off the ground. It's probably not the delivery that Will Rhodes thought would be his wicket-taking ball. It was a bit of a loose one in truth. Nathan McSweeney, who has been on fire this year, 300s and a 50. Well, he has to go for just 7. And it brings safe save to the middle.
Yeah, the partnership between Vasconcelos and McSweeney, just 18 between those two. And it's some departure for the second and third wicket stands from where we were going into that early tee that was taken through the rain delay. And Northamptonshire were 163 without loss when we went off for rain and took an early tee. Since then, it's been 36 for 3 in this session. We've still got 40 odd overs left to bowl. Safe Zabe brought to the crease. It's part of the winning partnership at home against Gloucestershire last weekend. Made 34 not out in the second innings. Oh, and flirts with offering out the outside edge. First ball up against Will Rhodes. Player as well, much like Ben Rain, who was picked up as part of the wild card draft for the 100. Will be playing for the Southern Brave in that competition.
Yeah, Safe Zabe, he's had a good enough year so far, 100, 150, but his 2025 was quite frankly ridiculous. Across 23 innings, he averaged 64.7 with a high score of 196, not out versus Kent. 6 centuries. Ooh. That keep a little bit low?
That looked like it kept very low. But it's a really strong over from Will Rhodes. Not one you necessarily associate wickets with in the Durham shirt. But nonetheless, he's picked up one where it matters. Northamptonshire 209 for 3.
So a change of bowling from the Lumley end. Is it going to be a change of bowling from the Finkel end? Alex Lees and Ben Stokes in deep discussion. Would suggest not. But the removal of cap from Matt Potts would suggest it is. So Potts to replace Stokes. He's got through 15 overs. None for 53. And Matthew Potts, we talked about his shoulder earlier. That was probably a good half an hour ago at least. So the consensus is that he's okay to bowl. He's got the familiar sight of Ricardo Vasconcelos at the other end. Just some last minute fielding changes before we get underway. Stokes taking control of the leg side, Potts taking control of the offside. And eventually we are good to go. Potts over the wicket. And across the body of Vasconcelos, who lets it go harmlessly by. So it's another change of angle. And we did have a brief stint there between the dismissals of Luke Proctor and the arrival of Safe Zabe. We had a brief stint of a left-right combination, which clearly worked in Durham's favour. It's back to 2 lefties at the crease now. It's short and punched away for a single down to Graham Clark. 2 lefties, a sight which Durham no doubt have become sick of already.
Yeah. Could they just learn from what they've done so far throughout this game, throughout today's play? Just try and give them a couple more opportunities. Potts immediately motioning, taking up his spot to come round the wicket. Not a great change in the field. Gonna have 2 slips for Zabe though. Also got McKinney in the gully.
Potts now a change of angle round the wicket. Oh, it's short, and is that gloved? Umpire Treadwell says no, but it's definitely clipped something on the way through. It might have been all helmet. It's difficult to tell, but there's definitely a sound. But the bottom line is it's not out, and Safe Zabe is still at the crease. But more so than that, It's a really difficult ball. It was a hostile delivery. And Zabe couldn't quite get out the way of it. And he's gone short again, and Safe Zabe is looking in all sorts of trouble against short stuff from Matthew Potts. Doesn't quite know whether to try and play it, whether to get out the way, and in the end, he's doing a bit of neither.
Yeah, the first one, he looked like he dropped his hands quick enough, at the very least. The one that clipped him somewhere and made the noise. That one maybe a little bit later on dropping the hands. Certainly the outside edge of the bat.
And there's a fish from Safe Zabe, who just looks a little bit frazzled. Just doesn't quite look comfortable. All day we've seen Vasconcelos against a short ball being absolutely confident in his decision to leave or play. We're seeing the opposite here from Zabe, who's really caught in two minds. And that one was wide enough for him to have a little flash at. He didn't get near it. And Durham suddenly very interested. The game hasn't by no means turned on its head. Northampton still very comfortable at 210 for 3. But considering they were 191 for naught, the momentum has certainly swung a bit. It's the end of that Matt Potts over. It's going to be Vasconcelos on strike. He's on 124.
Yeah, what an over that was for Matthew Potts against Safe Zabe. Give him, like you said, a really hostile welcome to the crease. For a man that's had a pretty handy season so far in Safe Zabe. Will Rhodes greeted with a pull shot. Won't reach the boundary rope. A tumbling Callum Parkinson will play hot potato to Graham Clark. They come through for 2.
Well, I think this last hour has probably been the best bowling conditions of the day so far. The lights are still on. The clouds are still covering us.
Driven and not out of the reach of Matthew Potts. Fierce challenging over predominantly to Safe Zabe, and then immediately backing up your bowler at the other end. Down in the trenches.
Yeah, there's no having a rest for Potts. Bowl you over, then go and place yourself in the middle of the covers. He's in close as well.
Leave from Vasconcelos, who he himself will be trying to arrest a little bit more control and tempo back for Northamptonshire, while Durham have had the better of the past 45 minutes, an hour or so.
They must be sick of the sight of Vasconcelos shouldering arms. Put in 100% into a delivery. He just says, nope. Oh, that one again, please.
This time cutting underneath the defence of Ben McKinney. Backward point. Did enough to take the sting out of it, though. And will be just the one for Vasconcelos. It will give Will Rhodes one look at Safe Zabe. And I think if you're Matthew Potts, you're putting a pretty audible whisper into the ear of Will Rhodes of, give him a single. I want him on strike.
David Beddingham joining the catching crew. Comes into a fourth slip.
Defended and dropped pretty much right in front of Matthew Potts in the covers. End of the over. Another economical one from Will Rhodes, just the 3. But it's Northamptonshire up to 213 for 3.
Yeah, it's a really interesting passage of play. First 2 sessions completely dominated by the visitors. Now they've lost 3 fairly quick wickets. Feels like quite a big half an hour. Matthew Potts coming over the wicket. Can Northants just anchor this innings again and get going again? Or are Durham going to take another couple of wickets and start to pile through the middle order? Safe save, finding it a bit warm out in the middle.
Yeah, just caught the little wardrobe change there. And his jumper to umpire Treadwell.
Very solid yet again from the Northants opener. But I like this angle. It was the last Potts over to Zabe where he came round the wicket and peppered him with the short stuff. But for the man who's seen 188 deliveries, I just think it's more tantalising with the ball coming across you. This looks more likely for Potts and Durham. That is pulled away for a single, and Vasconcelos moves on to 128 not out off 189, and that is his highest score of the season so far. He's had 2 centuries previous to this, 127 versus Kent, and then 115 versus Worcestershire. So his biggest score of the year so far, and he'll be eyeing up his first double ton of his career. 5,600 career runs with a high score of 185. And that is edged and dropped by Casey Aldridge. And I didn't think we'd been saying that today. The man's taken 19 in the cordon, and he is quite rightly beside himself. Chucked his hat to the ground, punched the floor, because as they come at second slip, that's fairly straightforward.
Yeah, that is an absolute gimme for Casey Aldridge. To his low right-hand side, already crouched.
It doesn't actually get that near it. It's a bit of a strange one. It doesn't pop in and out. It just hits his thumb. He's taken it. It's been a very much second slips catch. That's gone to ground, and that is another chance given up. I guess some consolation can be taken in the fact that it was the new bat. Safe Zabe. Not Vasconcelos, who's looked imperious for 128 runs and 59 overs. That's the end of the 59th. One big chance coming and passing Durham by. Leaves Northamptonshire 215 for 3.
Yeah, and it's an awkward one because Durham have had historic issues even with some of the strong individual catching performances this season by the likes of Casey Aldridge, Ben McKinney. Catching has been a bit of a historic folly for Durham. Consolation at the very least, though, is that Will Rhodes is going to get the potential of an extended period against Safe Zabe in this over. As you say, if it was Ricardo Vasconcelos that was the one that was dropped, having already had a few reprieves through this innings, I think Potts would have been a little bit more perturbed.
Well, Casey Aldridge is in there to catch those. That's his job.
Yes.
But I think it's easy to watch on and say, oh, it's a sitter. But for 58.3 overs, he's been in the slips and really nothing's come to him.
Full and driven away from Safe Zabe. It gets through James Minto, who's on the ground. And it will run away his first boundary of the day. Those Everton shirts?
I think it looks like I reckon that's a local cricket club outing. Friday afternoon trip to Chester Street. Bringing some colour to the stands. Just go back to Casey Aldridge. I think all 11 players in this team would back themselves to take that catch.
Mm-hmm.
If it's just before the game, you're warming up, you get given that. 99 times out of 100, you take it. The skill of a slip catcher isn't so much catching those. It's being able to keep your concentration up for a full day so that when one does eventually come to you,
oh, misfield from Ben Stokes. Not as punishing as a misfield, though. Keeps it close enough to him to stop Safe Zabe from scurrying away for a single.
so when it does come to you, take the chance. But after watching 191 runs for no loss, and then, in fairness, there's been 3 wickets since then. But
And the rain delay as well.
well, indeed. And when you haven't had that much of a look in the cordon all day, when one does eventually come to you, maybe it is a bit more difficult.
High and up off the back foot. Man was pushed out on the offside deep in the form of James Minto for that delivery. Going to be given straight to him as Safe Zabe will be re-granted the strike for another Matthew Potts interrogation. 5 runs off of that over. Northamptonshire 220 for 3.
So having bowled 15 overs, I now can't see Ben Rain on the field of play. So I imagine that's why James Minto's on. Unless you've got any better suggestions.
Well, my big clue is that I only see 2 men with the floppy hat out there, and Ben Rain is usually the leader of that committee, so...
Short to Zabe from round the wicket. How many floppies did you say you saw?
There's 2.
There are 2 on, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
you've got Ben McKinney at gully and then Graham Clark at point.
But not Mr. Wide Room himself, Ben Rain. Just taking a well-deserved break. 15 overs. 2 wickets and 38 runs. Matthew Potts would love to join that party. No wickets for him so far into his 14th. Although he has looked incredibly threatening, specifically with Safe Zabe at the other end.
Yeah, in fairness, he toiled and toiled away last weekend as well against Derbyshire. Everyone realistically did against the Night Watchman's partnership of Harry Kane with 105 and Nick Potts of 42. And then all of a sudden, wickets just were tumbling the way of Matthew Potts and ended up 8 for 66 in that second innings.
And there is another drop. And it's Casey Aldridge again. And he will just want the earth to swallow him up. He gets a compassionate rub on the back from David Beddingham. If the first one was easy, well, the second one may have been even better. Matthew Potts drawing the edge, and Safe Zabe lives again. He's been dropped in the cordon twice at the hands, quite literally, of Casey Aldridge. Yet we go again. Short this time from Potts, and there may have been just a little bit of anger, a little bit of frustration in that one. And I think I can take quite a lot of responsibility for those 2. Having banged on about how he's taken 19 catches so far this year.
The good old-fashioned commentator's curse.
Could very easily have made it 21. Yeah, it was a phenomenal one yesterday. On my way up here, I was listening to The test match in Toughers came on praising James Rue. That's driven with the full face of the bat. Praising James Rue, how nicely he batted. And then the next ball went on the pull, top-edged one. And he too was dropped. He got a reprieve. The old commentator's curse in full force. Unfortunately for Casey Aldridge, Matthew Potts and their Durham teammates, 5 dots from it. So easily could have been a wicket. Safe Save has batted very well this year. And I've watched far from every ball of it so far, but I can't imagine he's had too many more fortunate starts to an innings. Round the wicket is Matthew Potts for his final delivery. It's punched into James Minto for no run. That's a maiden over, but what could have been for Durham as Ben Rain, I was going to say runs, but more of a saunter into a slow walk back onto the field. Northants are 220 for 3.
And for back-to-back Matthew Potts overs, he walks over to Casey Aldridge, gives him a high five and a little bit of compassion. You know, deep down for both Potts and Aldridge, there'll be frustration, there'll be disappointment. 2 chances to have Safe Save back in the pavilion. 2 chances that, by Casey Aldridge's fine standards this season, and from the look, as it's very easy for us to say, half a catching chance again for Vasconcelos, but that one runs away to Ben Rain, who is back on the field. Yeah, as George has said, it's very easy for us to say up here in the sanctity and the safety of the commentary box of how routine that those chances are and looked. And they need to be taken when they come. A lot easier saying so than doing so. But when they do come your way, squirreled away through mid-wicket. McKinney into a prone position there. Almost looked like he was ready to start playing paintball.
He'd be quite the target if he was playing paintball. There's quite a lot of Ben McKinney to hit.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how much of a ghillie suit would be able to help mask Ben McKinney on a paintball field. Nevertheless, I digress.
I bet he's really good at paintball. He's just one of those guys. One of those annoying people who's just good at things. Scott Borthwick has him as the best footballer in the team. I believe at this point you're almost obliged to say good feet for a big man.
Safe Save has got 2 men short on the offside catching. Oh, and that one just sails over the top of off stump. Well, the top of 4th stump line. And even with his 6 off 23 so far, Safe Save still not quite looked completely comfortable. Faced that short ball barrage from Matthew Potts at the start of his innings, and then been dropped twice off of his bowling. Again, confident enough to leave, though. It sails over the top of that 4th stump line.
It's looked good, Will Rhodes. Plugging away on the line of length.
Oh, plays across as that one Straight onto the pads. Parkinson puts in a very sharp dive right down below us. Zay was a little slower to come back for the final run there, but throw well behind. Safe save making his ground. It'll be 3 from that passage of play and 6 from the over. Northamptonshire 2-2-6 for 3.
I was going to say throw was a generous term for what Callum Parkinson used to get that ball back to Ollie Robinson. He's put in an incredibly athletic dive to cut the ball off just before the ropes, and then in a moment often seen on the village cricket grounds around the country has bowled it back in like the one token old bloke on every village team. Matthew Potts to save Sabe for the 3rd over in a row. Here we go. Full face of the bat this time. I wonder what's going through Casey Aldridge's head right now.
Oh,
I remember Ben Stokes saying last summer that when he makes a mistake, and this is what an elite mentality he has, when he makes a mistake, he wants the ball to come to him as quickly as possible so he can put that right. Because he knows his own quality, and he knows a mistake is a mistake, and if it happens again, he'll put it right. Now, personally, with my weak sporty mentality, I want to hide. But Casey Aldridge would love to take one right now. I think if he could just nick off safe save, or even better, if he could grab Vasconcelos, it would just put his mind at ease. It would almost make up for everything. Just personally, for him within his own head. It's not nice sitting on 2 consecutive drops.
particularly in that slips cordon as well, where there is such an expectation for you to take those catches when they do make their way there.
Short and wafted at it. A safe save, and really he's got nowhere near it. And he just shadow bats a practice pull shot, which was not very similar to the one he actually did play. That's a look of someone who's worked hard. Green stains on the knee, leather stains on the shirt. Now into his 15th over. Matthew Potts. Save comes forward. Thinks about sending off for a single. Thinks better of it.
Still somehow a wry smile as well across the face of Matthew Potts as he was striding back to his mark, ready for that delivery.
Sometimes you just got to laugh, don't you, as a bowler? You can do everything in your power to take a wicket, but in the end, sometimes it's not up to you. And he's been around the block enough to know. Just keep plugging away, and something will come your way. Short again, too short, and it's actually leapt off. It's leapt off the surface, and it's gone for 5 wides. And I dare say Matthew Potts may be a touch more frustrated than he was 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, that wry smile now be turning into a grimace.
I'm excited for this next ball, though. I feel there's a lot going into this next delivery.
Beamer right at Save's head. Bit of body line, bit of Joffre v Smith.
I've had a lot of short stuff so far. That's full. It's clipped off the legs. Safe save, and Stokes chases after it, fizzes it back in, and Zabe will be delighted to be at the same end now as Matthew Potts. It's been a tough 3 overs for him, and somehow, despite his best efforts, he's still out there. With his mate Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's on 131. Potts back over the wicket, and one thing from that last delivery, So it's just a touch of movement back in, which we haven't seen when the right arm bowler has come from over the wicket across the left-hander. Just a touch dipping back in. Hopeful signs as Ben Stokes limbers up in the outfield. It's the end of the over. Northampton's 232 for 3.
Message through on the emails for those that are wanting to get in touch with us here on the broadcast. The email address streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk. This one coming from Gary Jones, which we'll read out after this Will Rhodes delivery. Thunders into the thigh pad of Safe Save, but safely away from danger. He writes, just joined in from a grey Seaham Harbour. Thanks again for the great coverage. Superb as always. I appreciate your fine words there, Gary. Few wickets here late on may put the game in the balance, but Northamptonshire edging it for me at the moment. I'll watch the last 20 minutes before going to watch Right Hope against Hordham in the Durham Cricket League 15-15 Cup tonight. Rhodes comes in again. Fuller driven through point. There'll be a chase on with McKinney and Stokes. And it will be the big number 9. We'll get to the ball first. Zabe comes through for 2. Didn't get much rain near the coast in Seaham Harbour. Looks like it was a bit wet in Durham, but not too much to distribute too much play. Not sure about the toss decision, but let's see when we bat. Have a good day, gents. I'll tune in tomorrow morning before going to watch some local cricket as well. Thank you for your message there, Gary. Yeah, we did have the slight rain delay, which prompted an early tee to be taken when Northamptonshire were 163 without loss. We've dodged what certainly looked like was going to be the scariest part of the day, according to the Met Office, as that completely skittles Safe Zabe. Skittles Ollie Robinson as well and flies all the way to the boundary rope for 4.
Yeah, you mentioned how we took an early tee. Well, ordinarily, we'd be taking tea at the end of this over. Taking tea at 9 minutes past 3 this afternoon due to the rain has created a mammoth final session.
Flicked off the hip there from Safe Zabe. Graham Clark will chase to the deep square leg boundary. 2 more runs to Safe Zabe. Starting to play with a little bit more rhythm, a little bit more freedom at the moment as he makes his way up to 14. Last ball of the over. Oh, just glanced down. Casey Aldridge on his back once again, but to safety at the end of the over. About 8 runs for that one. Northamptonshire 240 for 3.
Looks like Casey Aldridge has been given the chance to make amends. Jumper off, cap off, and he's going to have a bowl from the Finkel end. Safe save. Living on the edge. And quite literally edging one just shy of Casey Aldridge there. And that's the one he took cleanly. So, it's been a while since he was in the attack. He's got through 6 overs.
Now we're back on the 24th over. It's the last time we saw Casey Aldridge. Went for 9 runs in that over.
And the plan seems to be over the wicket to Vasconcelos and round the wicket to Safe Save. At least that's what Potts was doing. And it looks like Aldridge is continuing that. Yeah, he was replaced by Will Rhodes just before lunch. 19 from his first, that's wrong, 32 from his first 6. And he looked really threatening at times. His first over was a bit loose, then he had a couple of overs which came in the middle of the period where Durham had those 4.5 mains in a row, and it looked like at any point he could take a wicket, and that was just bowling line and length. That was just a Ben Raines staple. Put it on a good length, chuck it on 4th stump and hope for the best. Now a slight change of attack because he's over the wicket, which he wasn't doing earlier. That's a touch shorter than he would have liked. So, save on strike. Is he going to come round the wicket? Is he going to stay as he was? Save, I imagine, by the way, will be delighted that Matthew Potts is now out the attack.
Yeah, very much so. Especially with some of the extra venom that Matthew Potts would have been carrying through with some of those deliveries. The 2 chances that should have been taken by the man with the ball in hand now. He's got a perfect chance to really set that record straight.
Save forward and driving. And no run. It's Ben McKinney who's taken his place in the cordon.
And it's over the wicket that Aldridge has started so far to Zabe as well.
Again, I don't mind that. The traditional way of bowling to the left-hander. Get it coming across, especially for someone who's looked slightly tetchy at the crease. This time he does shoulder arms. But yeah, no, I don't mind that. He did look unsettled, let's say, against Potts coming round the wicket. But for someone who's maybe slightly hesitant coming forward, given the thunder he received from the short ball, coming over and nicking one off is a distinct possibility. That one's not really bounced. We've seen maybe a couple of those so far today. It was too wide to be threatening. But something to look out for. It's the end of the over. One from it. Northampton's 241 for 3.
Looks like we're going to see a double change, because Callum Parkinson is going to get a second opportunity from the Lumley end. Last saw him in the early stages of the afternoon, all the way back in the 40th over, when Ricardo Vasconcelos and Luke Proctor were really starting to take him on and accelerate through what ended up as the 191-run partnership for that first wicket. 7 overs, none for 34. Economy of just a hair under 5 an over. We'll see if with this different ball, with the slight rain as well that might have gotten into the surface, Vasconcelos pushes to long on for a single.
Yeah, there's not been much for the seamers. There's not been much for the spinner either. It's been a good batting deck. It's been a good batting day despite the overhead conditions.
Zabe just backing away and squirrely on the crease there.
Despite the fact that maybe there's not a lot off the surface, it is still a change of pace, it's a change of flight. It gives them something slightly different to think about.
Oh, sweeping. There is safe Zabe. Simply to Graham Clark on the deep square leg boundary. Zabe up to 15. Vasconcelos will get Zabe right back on strike. A neat little punch. Square on the covers. He's moved up now to 134. Room for safe Zabe. Stokes will give chase. Not going to quite reach the boundary rope. But it will be a couple for safe Zabe. So a 5-run introduction from Callum Parkinson back into the attack. Northamptonshire 246 for 3. 30 overs remaining in the day.
That arm back in, by the way, from Stokes is frightening. Absolutely lightning. Got from the boundary back to the keeper before he could even blink.
Yeah, we mentioned, didn't we, when we were watching the Durham boys warm up about 20 minutes before we kicked things off at 11 o'clock this morning. He was doing a little bit of a drill with one of the Durham coaching staff and it was firing into the baseball mitt then.
Casey Aldridge to continue. It's moments like these when you're watching games in the flesh that you realise just how good these guys are. The elite level. I remember a few weeks ago I was at the Oval and then Surrey were playing out for a ball draw. So they brought on a bowling trio of Dom Sibley, Rory Burns and Ben Folkes just to get them through to the end of the day. We're watching Folkes bowl probably off about 5 steps. And I was thinking, is that getting me out? Yeah, probably. And that's a wicket keeper. Ironically, got injured that game. Bowling. He hasn't featured since. In a move that I can't think Gareth Batty and Alex Stewart were too pleased about. But it has given Jamie Smith the opportunity to wear the gloves for Surrey a little bit, which of course he doesn't usually do, despite wearing the gloves for England, which is a strange nuance of this current England lineup. Talking of that game, New Zealand are plugging away fairly comfortably. 175 for 2 means that they are 275 runs ahead. Latham and Conway went relatively early, Archer and Tongue respectively, but Nichols and Ravindra both in the 70s, making batting look fairly easy at the Oval. As is this man, albeit here in County Durham, Ricardo Vasconcelos, 134 off just over 200 deliveries. This looks pretty unmovable. He's been the anchor, the rock for this innings. Short, pulled, hard to the man. So it'll just be a single, and given that that man on the ropes is Ben Stokes, it means that the throw is in no time at all. It's the end of the over. That single off the last ball was the only run from it. And Northants, the visitors to County Durham, at 247 for the loss of just 3 wickets.
Yeah, they've consolidated quite well after losing Nathan McSweeney as the most recent Northamptonshire casualty. Caught behind by Ollie Robinson off the bowling of Will Rhodes to give him his first wicket of the championship season. Callum Parkinson continuing from the Lumley ends, just his second over of his second spell. Quite limited opportunity to bowl today so far with the 7 overs that he did bowl, being quite handily picked apart in places. Very different approach now, though, from Ricardo Vasconcelos to the last time Parkinson was in the attack. Has managed to nurse a shot through the covers, though, and will ease his way to the non-striker's end. Haven't quite seen from Vasconcelos yet the extravagant use of the feet that we did the last time Parkinson was bowling today. Zabe has used his feet there, trying to cut away through the point region, but it's gone back through third. And strong running there from Vasconcelos, who was the one who was very keen to come through for the third. That will bring up the Northamptonshire 250 as well.
It's actually wrong-footed, Will Rhodes. It was never going to be a catching chance, but Zabe looked to cut it away, so he took a step to his left. And then the edge meant that it found a big gap.
And then no risks off of the final ball of the over. Northamptonshire 251 for 3. As everyone is gathering up, the umpires, Goff is having a little bit of a jog towards the pavilion.
Gonna have some drinks.
Looks like it might be time for some drinks.
Right, let's test the theory then. Both bats are on the ground, and I reckon at least one of those bats is going to be picked up by a Durham player for some shadow batting. Earlier in the day we had umpire Goff doing that with the bat of Ricardo Vasconcelos, and at the moment they're all gathered about 15 yards away from the two batters, having a little team talk. And I wonder what's going on in there. How to make another breakthrough. It seems like we've had that period now. Zabe has faced 43 deliveries. That period of Durham momentum has slowed somewhat. Although Zabe doesn't yet look fully comfortable. Looks like Durham almost need to start again in order to build on the 3 wickets they've taken so far. We say it's one of the cliches. Cricket is all about partnerships, and those 3 wickets came really quite quickly. 191 for no loss. Soon turned into 209 for 3. And since then they've managed to get to 251 without loss of a further wicket. So just a little partnership building here. It's going to need something a bit different to break it open. Umpire Goff jogging back onto the field.
The Durham huddle breaks up.
Yeah, here we go. This is the moment.
David Beddingham
No.
walks over the bat.
No.
No.
It's tough to see. Looks like theory disproven.
Well, potentially if Northants were 251 for 6.
Indeed, I think that might be the case.
Then Beddingham might have had a little bit of a wander and gone, oh, see you've gone for the grey nickels? You've gone for the Gun and Moore?
Yeah, maybe the game too serious just at this point. Casey Aldridge. Oh, we haven't mentioned Ben Rain's cap. This, well, not cap. Is wide brim. We haven't mentioned that this session. So, courtesy mention that Ben Rain's wide brim is very well worn, and should probably be in a museum somewhere soon.
Much like the one for the over short ball, we've got the one for the one for the session mention of the Ben Rain wide brim floppy hat.
I'd love to know the last time he washed it. start of this season just seems too recent for the look of that. Casey Aldridge coming over the wicket to safe Sabe, who defends and asks Vasconcelos whether a single might be a good idea, and they come to the conclusion that probably won't. That looks a lot like James Minto. It looks too similar to James Minto for it to not be James Minto. At cover, I wonder who he's currently on for. He had a few overs when Ben Rain went off, but as we've just discussed with his wide room, he's still on.
I think I've deduced it. So that's tucked off the hip. I think it's Matthew Potts.
I think it's Potts, do you?
That's off the ground because you've got
Yeah.
Ben Stokes at square leg. You've got Parkinson out back behind square leg on the offside. Rains at mid-on, Alex Lee's at mid-off, Will Rhodes in the covers along with James Minto, Graham Clark at backward point, and McKinney and Aldridge in the slips with Robinson with the gloves.
Aldridge not in the slips, he's bowling. There's a shout, but I think it probably pitched outside the leg stump. Casey Aldridge with a little discussion there with James Treadwell. He asked a question, and then I'm not sure what the reply was, but it resulted in a raising of the eyebrows and a puffing of breath from Casey Aldridge, who I imagine agreed with the decision, but was still a bit aggrieved, as bowlers are obliged to be.
Yeah, watching it back might have even been a little bit of a question of height as well, actually, on safe Zabe.
I think we're pretty safe to say not out. But yet again, basically all the decisions have come down to umpire James Treadwell at the Finkel end. Although the 2 wickets, well, they came from Ben Rain at the Lumley end. And if we're going to add in, as that's driven beautifully through the covers all the way to the ropes, and that was all about timing from safe Sabe. Yes, it was wide, but it was on a good length, and he's hit it on the up, and he's leant into it beautifully with the full face of the bat. Add in those 2 drops as well. They were both from the Finkel end also.
Yeah, it's been all action from this end so far. That probably the shot of safe Zabe's innings so far. Beautiful piece of timing.
So that's it. 4 from the over, as Casey Aldridge collects his cap without further discussion from umpire Treadwell. Safe Zabe moves on to 24, and Northants move on to 255 for 3.
Quick little check-in around the grounds in Division 2. Kent 237 for 4 against Middlesex in Canterbury. Derbyshire have almost already made quick work of Lancashire's 161 all out in their first innings. They're 102 for 2 at the moment, Derbyshire. It's the bottom hand. Let goes there on Vasconcelos to Parkinson. Gloucestershire are 214 for 5 against Worcestershire. And then up into Division 1, Essex, mentioned last time we checked in on them in Chelmsford that they were close to an innings change. That has happened. Essex all out for 184. Notts at 75 for 2. Oh, as that gets through Vasconcelos. Parkinson was about to wheel away in celebration. It's just been put down by Ollie Robinson, juggled behind the stumps.
It's one of those where you sort of just hold the hands out and hope it sticks. There's absolutely no chance you can react to an edge.
Delivery after, as is so often the cruel way in the game of cricket. Vasconcelos finds bat onto ball and gets to the safety of the non-striker's end.
Well, I guess it does have to go down as a chance, all the same.
Reverse sweep from Safe Zabe. Gets it away fine, very fine. All the way for 4. Starting to look a little bit more comfortable now, as that's the 50 partnership up as well between Vasconcelos and Safe Zabe. Got there in just under an hour as well.
That doesn't even tell half the story.
Zabe will drop and run into the covers to conclude the over. So 6 runs from it. And an over which included maybe a half chance, if we're being gracious to Ollie Robinson. Northamptonshire 261 for 3.
Yeah, the partnership up to 50, but since the dismissal of Nathan McSweeney caught behind off Will Rhodes for 7, that was in the 56th over, we've had Zabe drop twice, and Vasconcelos just dropped now. What could have been? It's always the way in this game. I guess we'll never know. Aldridge continues. And Zabe punches it out to young James Minto, who's sweeping out on the offside. So, hang on, Potts is back on. But Minto's also on, so that means someone else has gone off. So we play again. Who is off the field of play? I'll leave that to you to work out. As Casey Aldridge begins his run again. This time Vasconcelos at the other end. Short, and he thinks about playing it before ducking out the way. But it was a well-directed bouncer from Casey Aldridge. And that's his one for the over.
I believe it's the skipper that's off the ground at the moment, Alex Lees.
Quick glance around, I think you might be right. Off for an energy bar and a glass of water.
Potentially some extra tactical insights as well.
Oh, perhaps.
Passed down to the skipper.
Short again. This time he does play it. Didn't quite look comfortable doing so, but swivels for a single. As Callum Parkinson bowls a, what's that, 60-yard off break back into the gloves of Ollie Robinson. I don't quite know what umpire Treadwell's doing here. I imagine Casey Aldridge may have followed through into the danger zone. Yeah, he has. He's run right down the middle of the wicket. And I think that may have been his, not quite a warning, but umpire Treadwell just telling him to beware of where he's following through, because he has run straight down the middle of the track. It's cut away firmly, and it's cut away for 4, and it was short, it was wide, it was there to hit. And Safe Zabe moves into the 30s. 34.
Yeah, really starting to pick up a head of steam is Safe Zabe. And that one just rolls the wrists straight behind backward point. Graham Clark and James Minto trying to wheel around and cut it off, but would have taken some serious stopping.
It's left alone. And I think when you drop the same player twice and you then watch him score runs, the only thing more painful than that is when those runs are coming off your bowling.
Yeah, it's a cruel old game, world of cricket. One weekend, you're taking your maiden 5 feet for your team. You're on top of the world. The next, it's a very, very different atmosphere.
Punched away to James Minto. Yeah, the cricketing gods, they have their ways of teaching you lessons. And I guess the lesson here for Casey Aldridge is never get too high in the highs, never get too low in the lows. It's a long old game. It's a long old way to go. It's the end of the over. Northants 268 for 3.
And still 25 overs remaining in the day as we creep up to 5:30 here in the evening in the Banks Homes Riverside. Here's myself, Ben Fitzpatrick, and George Comperts on the call. A reminder as well that you can get in touch with us. Drop us your comments, your questions, your observations, either in the live stream chat or via email at streaming@durhamcricket.co.uk. Parkinson into the 4th over of this spell. Immediately greeted by a dab into the offside by Zabe, and now we see Vasconcelos using his feet against Callum Parkinson. Mentioned it the last over that when Parkinson was in the attack on his first spell, him and Proctor danced down the track a couple of times. And Safe Zabe has done that one or twice as well against Callum Parkinson. Quick switch over of the hands and run down in the wide third man area. Racing away for 4.
Yep, glorious from Safe Zabe. It was actually really there to hit because ended up pitching on about 6th stump. So he could throw hands at it. And he did. It came right out the middle. Raced away for 4.
Now down the park and swatted. Flat bat straight through the covers. Ben Stokes can only watch it fly by. It's back-to-back boundaries for Safe Zabe, and all of a sudden he is catapulted up to 44 of 58. And Durham back in trouble again with the ball.
Yeah, Northampton's just taking the game to Callum Parkinson now. 10 off it so far.
Thinks about loading up there again, Safe Zabe, but this time run all the way back to sort of a deep backward point. Zabe says, I've done my damage for this over. We'll hand it over to Vasconcelos. The last ball is a quick drop and run into the covers, which McKinney will field. End of the over, an expensive 12-run over from Callum Parkinson. Puts Northamptonshire up to 280 for 3. The skipper making his way back onto the field.
Yeah, 12 from it, but pretty risk averse. The reverse sweep was never really going to be a wicket-taking delivery. It's such a common shot nowadays anyway. And they used their feet a couple of times, both batters, but really not too aggressive. Just good cricket. And that's a really good single. And it's good fielding from Potts as well. Judging by his reaction, if that had hit, he thinks it's close. But it didn't. That's the important thing. Vasconcelos is still there. It's a really good run. Rotating the strike, and the same in the last over. Parkinson gone for a couple of boundaries, but then it was just a quick single at the end of the over, which would have frustrated him even more. Casey Aldridge continuing over the wicket. And there's a shout and a look towards umpire Treadwell, who remains rooted. And it didn't look out, in fairness. Casey Aldridge asks the question, listens to the response, and just gives him a nod of approval.
Yeah. Slight little grimace from Aldridge. Asks a quick question of umpire Treadwell, then nods his head and trudges back to his mark.
Forward. Lees comes round. And Zabe handed out a couple of chances right at the beginning of his knock. He was dropped on 1 off Matthew Potts and then dropped again on 6, again off Matthew Potts. But since then, he's really given this Durham attack nothing to go off. Looked a bit shaky early on. He looks pretty sure of himself now as he moves towards 50.
Yeah, settled himself in quite nicely. Obviously, been fortuitous in that run as well, with the 2 drops off of the bowling of Potts, courtesy of Casey Aldridge.
Just opens the face and plays it late, guiding it towards third man for 4. And that is the shot of someone who is finding his feet out in the middle. And really now, 49 not out from 63, someone who's seeing it well and is feeling confident. Because early in his innings, he certainly wouldn't be playing that shot.
Yeah, there's one of 2 approaches you can take when you're under the pump early in your innings as a batter. Either retreat back into your shell, play safely, or really back yourself. Safe Zabe has done just that. He's really backed himself. And some tough bowling conditions that have been thrown his way. After being dropped twice, Safe Zabe makes his way to 50. 64 balls in 64 minutes. 7 4s, no 6s.
Yep, not as chanceless as his partner's innings there out in the middle, but there are no replays on the scorecard, and gets to 50, drags his team up to 286 for 3. And from here he can really motor 1 century for the season and 150. But just going back to his quite ridiculous year last summer when he averaged a touch over 64 with 6 centuries, the highest of which was 196 not out versus Kent. So Durham may have been thinking at one point that they can really motor through this middle order. And right now they're up against it again.
Callum Parkinson going to get another over from the Lumley end. Immediately, Safe Zabe advances and goes bang over the head of Matthew Potts. Couple of bounces. It always looked destined for the boundary rope off the bat. Potts maybe thinking he had the chance, but he gets just too far out in front of the English bowler.
Yep, 2 overs in a row now where this pair are just taking the game to Parkinson. Just providing a little bit of relief. He's going at 5.5. It's the left arm spinner.
Reverse sweep, paddled away, but it's good stopping from Casey Aldridge. Sort of short third.
And to be fair, he's not getting a whole lot of help off the surface. He's not really doing anything off the deck for Parkinson.
Room and carved through the offside. It'll just be the single though. Yeah, it's not been easy out there for Callum Parkinson. Certainly not quite been the 2.5 and over that Scott Borthwick was mentioning to us was going to be the target economy rate for Parkinson when he did come into the attack. This will just be clipped through square leg for a 1 run and to keep Ricardo Vasconcelos on the strike. He's on to 142 of 222 deliveries. And Northamptonshire just 7 runs away from 8 runs away, I should say, for 300 on the board.
It's going to be a change of bowling, a change of ends for Will Rhodes. He's got through 6 overs so far. For 21 runs. Those are all from the Lumley end. It's been the Finkel end which has given up all the chances. Will Rhodes did get his wicket. Proctor strangled down the leg side. It came from the Lumley end, but he's now got Vasconcelos in his sights. He flicks it off his hips, as he has done time and time again today. Out towards Ben Stokes, who's patrolling that deep mid-wicket boundary. It brings safe save on strike, who relative to this game has motored through for his 55 runs. He's striking just above 80. The run rate as a team has climbed to 4 and stayed there for a while. Been hovering around 3.5 for most of the day.
Yeah, I think the biggest reason for bringing Will Rhodes into the attack here, maybe try and pinch a couple of overs from someone else for the Lumley end, is to set the eyes and the sights on that second new ball. Be available in 5.4 overs. Oh,
it's parried from Robinson, but they'll still come through for the single. Yeah, that'll be the 4th ball that this outfit's used. One of them new, one of them newish, one of them oldish, and presumably the one after 80 overs will be brand spanking new.
Mm.
So we've had Ben Rain get through 15, as is Matthew Potts, as is Ben Stokes. Callum Parkinson through 12. Casey Aldridge through 11. So Will Rhodes taking a bit of the workload with the old ball, as he said there, Ben. Freeing it up for the 2 openers maybe to come back on. It's been a while since we've seen Ben Stokes with ball in hand.
Yeah, all the way back in the 55th over.
Almost 20 overs ago. Matthew Potts we've seen more recently. Oh, it's a false shot, and it's somehow missed the 3 stumps of Vasconcelos. It's an inside edge, and they come back for 2. There were audible groans around the Banks Homes Riverside, but it remains wicketless. It was 4 from the over. Vasconcelos moves to 145, and his team are 296 for 3.
Well, I mentioned about pinching a couple of overs. This wasn't quite what I had in mind. Ben McKinney is going to come into the attack.
Looks like he's going to bowl some loopy leggies. With a big smile on his face. I don't think he saw this coming either. But you know what? Why not?
Yeah? I mean,
Why not?
stranger things have happened with some part-timers with the ball in hand for Durham so far this season.
Not bad first up.
No?
And this speaks probably more to my mindset than anything going out on the pitch. But if I was Sabe or especially Ricardo Vasconcelos, all I'd be thinking is just don't get out of it.
Oh, that was uppish for a moment there from Safe Zabe, but it is punished. And we'll run away to the boundary rope for 4. That will also bring up the Northamptonshire 300. Battered away all day. Had a tricky period after that rain break, after the late tee was taken, the early tee was taken. And then a full toss, half a cry of catch. It's going to fall in front of David Beddingham, who's patrolling the boundary down the ground. This one a little more reserved.
This is not a sight you want to see from a Durham point of view, having won the toss. Inserted Northants. You got Ben McKinney bowling the 76th as the visitors sit over 300 for 3.
Yeah, it's seldom you get to see some part-time options bowl for Durham. When you do, they occasionally do produce some results. Oh, ramp shot, but it's taken! And just as I mentioned that the part-timers prove results for Durham with the ball, first it was Graham Clark back in May with Kent, and now it's Ben McKinney against Northamptonshire. Before the second new ball is available, Safe Zabe is out for 61, caught behind by Ollie Robinson. And chaos reigns at the Banks Homes Riverside. It's 303 for 4.
I can't work out what I'm feeling. I mean, part of it is just disbelief, yet it was also inevitable. It was such a rank delivery. It was short, it was dragged down, it was down the leg side. It is Safe Zabe, who gave up 2 chances off the outside edge to Matthew Potts off really good deliveries and survived. Has got out to what may have been, at least aesthetically, the worst delivery he's faced today. But it was almost inevitable that Ben McKinney was going to pick up a wicket. And he celebrated it like he's just won the match. Big old fist bump over to Ben Stokes. And McKinney gets the breakthrough. We've been asking all day, just how do you get wickets on a pitch which is so good for batting? Well, the answer is a rank long hop from a part-timer.
Give it to one of your top order batters and watch them work their magic.
Oh, magic is a loose term.
It's cricket heritage. It's so village that it works.
I remember Bumble saying when the T20 Blast first came into being, every team should have a club level leg spinner. Just for something like that. For a rank long hop, your eyes light up. And I wonder how Matthew Potts feels. I wonder how Ben Stokes feels. How Casey Aldridge feels. 41 overs between them. They've toiled all day for no reward. And they watch their mate pick up the wicket off a rank one. Oh, and there is another inside edge from Vasconcelos. That's 2 in a row. 2 overs in a row off Will Rhodes. And again he escapes. Which brings James Sales to the crease.
Yeah, James Sales. And the batting doesn't get any easier in terms of the prospect of picking up wickets if you're Durham. For a bowler was bowled this morning, second highest scorer for Northamptonshire. High score of 164 in the campaign as well. Average of pretty much bang on 70.
It's another right-hander.
Oh, and it's an outside edge straight away.
It's, I'd suggest out of control from James Sales, but it raced away to the boundary. And it was just slightly wide, and he didn't get to the pitch of it, but it's gone for 4. But as you're alluding to there, Ben, he's coming in at number 6. He's good with the bat. He's averaging 70 this year, and that is in large part due to a knock of 146 not out versus Worcestershire in early May at the county ground. And his second century of the season, as you said, 164. Came against Middlesex, and I imagine in those 2 knocks he played shots that were more sightly than the one that got him off the mark. 490 runs scored so far this season. And that 164 is his career high score in first-class cricket. Across 64 innings. Just shy of 2,000 first-class runs. By just shy, I mean it would take a century to get him there today. He just looks so easy, Vasconcelos. It just looks like he's got so much time when he plays it. Almost like he's just waiting an extra second for the ball to get there, thinking, what's taking you so long? Gets into shape so early. He's played so well for his 146. Just shy of another milestone. That's the end of the over. 6 from it. And I wonder if we're going to see a bit more of Ben McKinney. I think we are. Northamptonshire now 308 for 4.
Yeah, and the number that Durham will be looking at is 3. 3 more overs until that second new ball, the new ball, will be eligible to be taken. Ben McKinney will resume his work from the Lumley end on figures of 1 for 6 off his first over. Has an opportunity to bowl at James Sales, who I think in the pre-match strategy meetings this matchup wouldn't have necessarily have come up. He navigates that first delivery that he sees, though, pretty easily. A stretching drive to Graham Clark.
The thing about the save dismissal, it was a premeditated paddle. And if he hadn't premeditated anything, then it was an absolute boundary ball. But because he'd already got himself into that position, he only really had one option, which was to try and scoop it. He'll be fuming with himself to throw. He's thrown away a lot of runs there, albeit having been gifted them earlier.
Quick drop and run from Vasconcelos. That's what Casey Aldridge, who will be feeling a little bit lighter now that Safe Save is no longer at the crease. In fact, going to be granted his position back up in the slip cordon as the lone man there. No ball from Ben McKinney there.
Absolute cardinal sin of spin bowling.
And then down the leg side and tucked away from Sales. Yeah, not very often that we'll see the no ball from the spinner.
Be drinking it in, especially if he can get another wicket.
It's pulled away just out of the reach of Ben Rain. It's the people's champ, Graham Clark, who's had a few kilometres chalked off with the school's day coming to an end at 3 o'clock this afternoon. That'll be the end of the over. A bit more of an expensive one from Ben McKinney. And no carnage of back-to-back looking taking overs from him just yet. 314 for 4.
Will Rhodes. From the Finkel end. Coming round the wicket to Ricardo Vasconcelos on 148. Punches it past Potts. It's going to be cut off by a misfield from James Minto, and that means they come back for 2, and Ricardo Vasconcelos brings up his 6th first-class career 150. He hasn't scored one since April 2024, where he did so against Glamorgan. And he's never gone bigger than 185, and he's got one heck of an opportunity to do just that here. They go for a quick run as well, and Vasconcelos didn't run his bat in. And I think that's because he was so far out that there was no point, judging by the reaction on the field. It could have been 150 and out. But Graham Clark missed the pegs with his throw. Vasconcelos survives.
Yeah, watching the LBW appeal back. Potentially it's height that's the problem there. It's a decent appeal from Will Rhodes and co, though. Trying to get that big wicket of Vasconcelos, especially before the second new ball.
It's driven through the covers, not quite timed. He was reaching for it just a little bit. So they'll come back for 2. And it's right-hander to right-hander, which we have not been able to say a lot today. There's a sense of comfort and familiarity in that.
Yeah, the barrage of left-hand bats at the top of the Northamptonshire order.
And that's driven via the edge. It will go for 4, and that's not the first time that James Sales has scored runs through there, through that method. And on the drive, he's just playing a little handsy. He's just reaching for it a touch. He's not quite found his rhythm just yet. But all the same, he's raced away to 13, striking at 185, albeit somewhat unintentionally.
Yeah, I was about to say that the numbers don't quite showcase the methodology there, as Alex Lees now goes in to plug that hole.
2 slips in the gully waiting. Maybe doesn't quite bounce too much off the surface, and it's harmless in the end. 9 from the over so far. And again, we talk about partnerships. Durham would love to break this one before it gets going. 323 for 4. Full, driven. But Graham Clark comes round to cover. And with Sales on 13 and Vasconcelos sitting pretty on 151, his 6th 150 of his career. That brings up the end of the over.
Yeah, 9 runs off of that over from Will Rhodes. Probably be the last time that we see him with the ball today, as well as we are 1 over away from the second new ball being eligible to be taken. Ben McKinney will have the honour of bowling the 80th over. And it's a sweep attempt from Vasconcelos. There was a cry of catch it from somewhere, but it's going to be scored as byes as it gets all the way through. Dragged down a little there from McKinney.
I wonder how much McKinney bowls in the net. Presumably never. That's what coaches and sidearms are there for.
Tossed up and crunched through the covers. Callum Parkinson will give on that one pretty quickly as it runs away to the boundary rope for 4.
Coaches and sidearms exist specifically for the purpose that your opening batter doesn't have to bowl. I wonder how this has come about. Has he gone up to Alex Lees and said, "Look, Skip, We need to steal a few. Give me the ball. Has he been asked to?
Vasconcelos backs away, gives himself some room and takes the single. Yeah, I like to think that there's, even with the sidearms and the coaches, that there's still a little bit of friendly competition in the nets every now and then.
We've missed a milestone in amongst the chaos of Ben McKinney's first class wicket. Before this game, he'd had 60 previous deliveries. But Safe Sabe for 61 will forever hold the accolade of being Ben McKinney's first ever first class wicket.
Fortunately, at least today, it doesn't look like there'll be a second, because that is the end of the over. At 6 o'clock, we have reached 80 overs bowled. Northamptonshire 332 for 4. And I will be very shocked if umpire Treadwell does not indicate that the second new ball has been taken. In fact, here it comes.
Well, Ben Stokes has not been seen for 25 overs. He's going to have to wait a little more, because it's going to be Matthew Potts from the Finkel end. He's been seen more recently, but still not for a while. When was the last time he was bowling, Ben?
Quite some time ago. My scorebook, unfortunately, only goes to 60 overs in the scoring rate column. So,
so more than 20 overs ago. Is that what you're saying?
Easily.
So the third, was it the fourth? The fourth ball we've used so far today. This one fresh out the box. It's in the hands of Matthew Potts.
It's the 63rd over is when we last saw Matthew Potts with the ball in hand. So 17 overs.
17 overs ago. Well rested, well refreshed, and coming in over the wicket to Vasconcelos. And it's a dot ball. So we've got 16 overs left in the day. When we restarted for this final session, I thought there was no chance we'd get through them all. But I guess there is now. It's an hour left to play. Do we go until 7? Can we steal time on day 1? The light's good, which may be a limiting factor. The lights have been on more or less since they come on before the rain, I guess. It's just a little bit more zip, a little bit more movement through the air with this new ball. Taken with the score at 332 for 4. And at the toss at 10:30, when Alex Lees asked the Northamptonshire team to go in and bat, they would have been absolutely delighted to know that with 15 overs left in the day, they'd be 332 for 4. And that is absolutely sublime from Vasconcelos. The harder the ball, the harder it goes. And he's punched it through the covers, beating the diving Graham Clark. And the sound alone was glorious.
Yeah, that flew off of the bat of Ricardo Vasconcelos, as quite a lot of shots have done, no matter whether it's new ball, replacement ball, or second new ball. He's been in unbelievable stride.
Matthew Potts unlucky so far not to have got a wicket.
Oh, again.
He's going to concede more runs. 8 of them from his last 2. Matthew Potts, he's had Safe Sabe dropped twice. And he's had a really good LBW shout against Luke Proctor. That was in the 35th over. So having bowled now into his 16th over. He's very unlucky to have 0 in that wickets column. He's toiled all day. As, to be fair, of the other bowlers and Ricardo Vasconcelos, 245 deliveries. And again, that's something that's difficult to appreciate watching on. But that's a lot of deliveries to face. He's been out there since 11 o'clock this morning. Just the concentration alone is admirable. To not play, really, a false shot amongst them is a feat in itself, as is the 164 runs he's amassed in that time. Wicketless remains Matthew Potts, even with another over with the second new ball, and that's Northamptonshire. 340 for 4.
And to absolutely everybody's surprise in the Banks Homes Riverside and tuning in, Ben McKinney isn't bowling. It's going to be Ben Rain that will be camped out at the Lumley end. Has 2 wickets to his name already. Picked up the opening breakthrough of Luke Proctor. And then in the same over, trapped Calvin Harrison in front for naught. And it just seemed like that momentum was starting to shift into Durham's favour. Oh, got him! Off stump, miles out of the ground. And Ben Rain, with a second new ball in hand, rearranges the furniture, picks up his 3rd wicket of the game. Sales goes for 13, and it's 340 for 5.
Well, I said it maybe a couple of hours ago now, but whatever the situation, whatever the context of the game, chuck the ball to Ben Rain. It's true because it rhymes. And they've chucked him the new ball, and he's come up with the goods. First up, and James Sales really got nowhere near it, and he's looked back at the pitch as if it came in a mile. It didn't. It came in a touch. But again, we go back to the question of how do you get wickets on a pitch which isn't giving you lots? Well, Ben Rain says line and length, of course. Why would you try anything else? 340 for 5.
And that's going to bring George Bartlett out to the crease at number 7. Player who's been very much in the middle order with his run scoring so far this season. 270 to his name. Yet to convert one of his 350s into a century. The closest he's gotten is 95 in the campaign so far.
It's an incredibly important 95. Not out against Lancashire at the county ground. It came in the 4th innings with the home side batting out for the draw. And a lot of those runs came when his team were 9 down. And he batted with Ben Sanderson, who remained 4, not out off 35, and they did see it home for the draw. It's a really important knock, that, from George Bartlett.
First ball takes a couple of steps down the track against Ben Rain. We haven't seen this so far from any of the Northamptonshire batsmen. Someone taking a profound 1 or 2 steps down the ground to try and mitigate some of that movement, some of that shape, if there is any, that Ben Rain's being able to generate from this second new ball and the favourable overheads. It's a soft drive that finds Graham Clark diving at backward point.
You can see why this side have been so successful this year. They're 5 down. Down to number 7 now with George Bartlett. Yeah, he's still averaging 38.5 this year. 3 half centuries. And as you said, 270 runs to his name. It's a strong batting lineup. If there's anyone to break it, That's that man on your screen. He's done so 3 times already today.
And Stokes going to be taken out of the covers here. And he's going to be put in a leg slip. And it's driven straight to mid-off.
Yeah, it's about time we had that leg slip back in. It's been a while. Maybe with the new ball, expecting a bit more movement. The new bat on strike. Bartlett just faced 3 deliveries. May as well set the field a bit more attacking.
And now, Ollie Robinson for the first time today, I think, is calling for the helmet. Seeing George Bartlett take those advances.
Yeah, and it's something that New Zealand have had great success with in this Test series. And the Australians did as well, especially with Harry Brook batting. Just anyone who has a tendency to wander down the track, it just means they're rooted. And it means that Ben Rain can settle on a length and not have it upset by the dancing feet.
Oh, and almost immediately pays off as Ben Rain looks to the gloomy skies overhead at the Banks Homes Riverside. Bartlett held the forward defensive for just a fraction longer. Almost for the second time today, Rain had 2 and an over.
Having the keeper up, it just maybe makes the batter more tentative to get forward. Just having someone in your space, someone right in your ear.
Last ball of the over is clipped away through square leg. It'll take some stopping from Will Rhodes. That long leg, and he won't get there. So a wicket maiden turns into a wicket and a boundary to get Bartlett off strike. But importantly, it is a wicket taking over for Ben Rain with the second new ball. Northamptonshire 344 for 5.
It's going to be Matthew Potts to continue from the Finkel end. 14 overs to go in the day. Got 49 minutes to do it, I think, or maybe less, depending on the light. Vasconcelos unmoved on 164. Forward, defending, solid.
Yeah, we've not seen, quickly speaking, you mentioned about on the light situation, not seen Michael Goff or James Treadwell come together yet. We'll consider taking a light reading. The lights, as you mentioned, have been on since about 20 minutes before the heavens opened, and we took that early tee.
Cut away. It's all the way for 4. It's flown off the bat. That new ball just with some life in it. And whilst that does mean there's life in it for the bowlers, it also means there's life in it for the batters.
Yeah, Vasconcelos getting some joy off of Matthew Potts with the new ball in hand so far. Last 3 scoring shots all reaching the boundary rope. And have all been from the bowling of the man on screen.
Change of tack round the wicket now is Potts. Vasconcelos again. For the umpteenth time, shoulders, arms, lets it fly through to Ollie Robinson. And the light's holding. I mean, it's been overcast more or less all day. We went off just before the rain. That was gloomy. But right now it's fine. The lights are on. I mean, there are not even any shadows from the lights, really. Oh, wow, the sound of that. Crunched out towards Graham Clark just for a single. You look there on your screens. Still seems fairly light. Bit of light reflecting off the pitch. And until you can really see the shadows, I think it's okay to assume the light's okay.
Yeah, couple shadows maybe slightly visible, but it's shadows that you have to really hone in on, concentrate on, try to see, as opposed to, like you say, being glaringly obvious.
5 from the over so far. Oh, and there's a genuine play and a miss. George Bartlett drawn forward. He just has to take himself off screen now, just to have a quiet word with himself. In truth, it's just a good delivery from Potts. It's quick. It's a good length. Have to come forward to it. Feel like you have to play it. It's pretty perfect if he can hone in there. But this is the angle. Right arm over to right-handed batter. It's easier to hit that line and length. He has again, and again we just saw a bit of movement after the ball had pitched. A new ball, just with some life in it. End of the over. Northants just one run away from another batting bonus point, and they're 349 for 5.
Yeah, a couple of bonus points already in the bag for Northamptonshire. Durham have one in the bag as well. Will be one more wicket away for their second bowling bonus point, which with these two teams, remember, being first and second in the division, those will all start to add up as the season comes to a head through August and September. Ben Rain continuing to enterprise up against the industrious Ricardo Vasconcelos. 169. Looking for his first ever first-class double ton. 31 more runs is all he has to find. Which you'd have to say would be a really deserving individual milestone if he does make it there, either through the twilight of this evening or into tomorrow morning. Has well and truly been the anchor for this Northamptonshire batting innings. So far at the moment, just happy to defend against Ben Rain. Not advancing like Bartlett has been in the first couple of sights to Ben Rain to prompt Ollie Robinson to don the helmet. That's just behind him. Ricardo Vasconcelos, not for the first time throughout today. That has started to become a bit of a textbook and signature shot as the 350 comes up for Northamptonshire as well. It's another batting bonus point into the back pocket. Batting throughout the entirety of the day, which is realistically your primary aim. And the team asked to bat first. One more ball awaits this second over of the new ball spell for Ben Rain. It's been strong for a spell so far. 1 for 8 off the 1.5 overs since that second new ball was taken for him. It's rising up high and punching to the wicket-taking Ben McKinney in this game. Just the pull shot, the only scoring shot of that over. Northamptonshire 353 for 5.
So it's going to be Matthew Potts with a new ball again. We've got 12 overs left to play today. It's definitely been Northamptonshire's day so far. But from here, what do you think could satisfy Durham?
I think first and foremost it's Vasconcelos being back in the dressing room before the day is out. I think that's got to be the primary aim, is to stop him from continuing to anchor through the remainder of Northampton's lower middle order.
Oh, and it's edged, and it's wide of the diving Casey Aldridge. And it runs away to the ropes for 4. And it's not a chance, it's wide of him. But Matthew Potts, yet again, he's enjoyed bowling to the right-hander. And he's caught the edge a few times. I think I made that the 4th edge he's caught now. With the new ball, just bowling that line of length. And yeah, if Durham can just pick up another 2 wickets here before the close of play. And again, it's an absolute jaffer. George Bartlett doesn't know what to do with it. It's angled in, it's nipped away. And Matthew Potts is looking lively right now. And if one of those 2 wickets is Ricardo Vasconcelos, then I think the game looks slightly different. It's looked like a good pitch. Hasn't looked like it's got any demons in it. And it looks like it's going to continue to be a good pitch. Just a bit of grass cover. It's firm underground. I don't see it deteriorating much. Ben McKinney's moving into the slips. So 357 for 5. The old adage, add 2 wickets, 357 for 7. Looks like a more even contest, I reckon. And especially, as you mentioned, if one of those is the opener, then the game looks like it's there for Durham again. Full, blocked. And that's why we love this game so much, because momentum over 4 days chops and changes so much. And 191 for naught. Northants were well on top. 100 whatever it was, 200 and not many for 3. And Durham were back in it, and it turns and twists and turns. But if Durham can pick up another couple of wickets before the close of play without losing, without conceding too many runs, back in the balance again. And you can pretty much call the day even at that point, I reckon.
Yeah, it's been a real topsy-turvy day. The momentum starting to shift here and there. As I mentioned during the Ben Rain over, it's kind of a perfect display of why these 2 teams are at the moment trying to challenge for the title in Division 2. Obviously, Durham's biggest aim as soon as they were relegated at the end of last season was get back up to Division 1 at the first time of asking.
Left alone. It's a good leave in the end. And that's the end of the over. 4 from it, off the outside edge of George Bartlett. Potts is through 18 now. We're through 85. And Northampton 357 for 5.
Yeah, and for Northamptonshire, this being their 3rd season in Division 2 after their relegation back in 2023, they'll be looking at this division and thinking we might just have a chance to push our way up, with Lancashire having been, you imagined, on paper to be in the conversation for the promotion hunt. They are a good 30 points adrift at the moment of Northants, and struggling a little bit as well in their game. Kent close behind, with Zach Crawley not having the finest season with the bat. It's been a Really great opportunity for the quality of some of these players to shine, and particularly Ricardo Vasconcelos. As one of the sides that are a little more out of the hunt for promotion this season. Gloucestershire are at stumps. So Vasconcelos is going to come back for two. Might have just been favouring that right shoulder again, actually, George, out the corner of my eye when Potts was throwing that back in.
Yep, definitely looked like it. He's got through 18 overs. He seemed pretty unharmed during that last over as he was passing the bat, but he's definitely feeling it now and just warming it up. Seems to be bowling's fine. It's the overarm throw which is causing him some issues.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Alex Lees chances it and gives him the ball again for what would be the 87th over, or whether they do elect to go and change to the likes of Ben Stokes. We'll see if there is a concern, and Durham certainly will be bowling again tomorrow morning. They'll want Potts in as good of a condition as he possibly can be.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if we didn't see Stokes soon. Haven't seen him now for 30 overs. He's bowled 15. Especially when this ball is still a bit new. This is the 6th over now of the new ball. I think it's crying out for a bit of Ben Stokes.
Oh, caught a noise of some description from Vasconcelos on the way through. But it might have been more shirt as opposed to anything more sinister. But Ben Rain still asking a couple of questions, even in this late stage of the day's play. Last ball of the over on its way. Vasconcelos on 175. Digs this one out. Straight to Stokes at mid-off. That will end the over. Just the 2 runs from it. Northamptonshire 359 for 5.
Yeah, Vasconcelos 175 not out, just 10 away from his first class career best, which is 185 not out. And if he can just see off this new ball period, we just saw Ben Stokes warming up there briefly before passing the ball to Matthew Potts. If he can just see off this new ball period, then this is a golden opportunity for his maiden double century. He's looked imperious. But it's George Bartlett on strike now against Matthew Potts, and he plays and misses again. And over the course of the last Matthew Potts over plus this delivery, he's been all over Northant's number 7. It's looked quick.
Yeah, looked, even with the potential of the little shoulder twinge that he's carrying, has looked positive. George Bartlett only runs to his name so far. The ones that have caught the outside edge down to 3rd.
And straight and squirmed away off the pads, square of the wicket, and all the way for 4. Maybe he heard you when he took that personally. There's some off, well, at least more towards the middle of the bat. I'm not convinced there wasn't a little bit of inside edge on that. So Potts has been probing away at the off-stump line, 4th, 5th stump, and then he just tried to dart one in straighter. It's gone away to the ropes. And that's well evaded in the end. I think he maybe thought about playing it and thought better of it.
Yeah, just kept the hands low as opposed to a purposeful dropping of the hands. The head handily ducking away. Let's make sure he didn't catch one on the helmet like Luke Proctor did in the early stages of today's play.
Seems like a long time ago. Matthew Potts saunters at the start of his run-up and then fires it down towards George Bartlett, the Millfield man. Started his career at Somerset. It's a Somerset man who's been in the spotlight this week. James Rue making his first Test appearance today against New Zealand. It's been tough going for the home side. New Zealand lead by 347 runs. That's going to be one heck of a chase. They're only 3 down. Potts passes the outside edge again. Oh, he lets out a deep sigh as he walks back to his mark, wondering what on earth he has to do in order to pick up a wicket.
Yeah, it's been one of those days for Matthew Potts. It's been one of those days in long periods for Durham. When you got 5 wickets down for 363, and one of those wickets belongs to Ben McKinney.
Potts to see out the over with a dot ball, so it's 4 from it. That 4 coming through square leg from George Bartlett, who moves on to 12. And Northants sauntering along nicely. They're 363 for 5.
And equally sauntering along, you mentioned that the test match going on down at the Oval is Henry Nicholls. 115 not out currently with Daryl Mitchell for company. Mitchell on 32. Ravindra, who was partnering Henry Nicholls for quite some time at the crease, was out at 76. LBW of the bowling of Jacob Bethel. Back at the Banks Homes Riverside with 9 more overs left to bowl. Ben Rain will continue to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Plays off his pads for just the one. .176 now for Vasconcelos. Tantalisingly close to that first-class career best. And just 24 runs away from that maiden double 100 as well. A leave from Bartlett, who is having Ollie Robinson close for company, back up to the stumps. Ensuring that the Northants number 7 doesn't have that opportunity in that window to take the couple of strides down the wicket. Got 2 slips behind him as well, Bedingham and Aldridge. To drive to mid-off.
It's not often you see 2 slips off a fast bowler not next to the wicket-keeper, and I looked at the 2 slips and for half a second I thought, where's Ollie Robinson gone?
Yeah, it's deceiving with him to the stumps there, and then Bedingham and Aldridge in the slip coordinate, more of the traditional place where you'd expect the keeper. That one pushed away backwards a square on the leg side for the 1 run. Yeah, also not necessarily helped with Ollie Robinson not being the tallest man in the Durham outfit. Pocket rocket. Hopefully get a real opportunity for lift-off whenever Durham do take the bat into hand. And that will be at some point tomorrow. 2 balls at Vasconcelos. The first navigated pretty easily, as virtually every single one of the 264 balls that Ricardo Vasconcelos has faced has been navigated. Last ball of the over, pushed to mid-wicket. James Minto there. And there is no run, so just the 2 runs off of that Ben Rain over. Northamptonshire up to 365 for 5.
Is it going to be Potts again? It looks like it is. Into his 20th over. It's been a long old day in the field for Durham. They've still got 8 overs left of the day. Assuming the light holds, the floodlights just looking brighter and brighter. Potts to Bartlett. Passes the edge. Again, it's getting almost comical how much that's happened. Time and again in the last 3 Matt Potts overs, Bartlett has come forward and prodded and missed. And a few times he has taken the edge, but none thin enough to carry through to the cordon. 3 slips waiting, if one does come his way. Forward for no run. And if Durham are going to take those 2 wickets we talked about, they're going to have to get a little bit of a move on. Vasconcelos still sitting pretty, 10 runs away from a career high score. George Bartlett just warming into it.
The umpires are coming together.
I wonder what he's just pointed at there, Michael Goff. Has he pointed at a floodlight? Has he pointed at the sky? Has he pointed at someone on the balcony? Regardless, they're going to get back onto the behind the stumps, back into position.
Yeah, it was a lot briefer of a conversation than I was expecting to when I saw them come together.
The shadows are maybe starting to become a bit more prominent, but it still seems okay at the minute. No sign of light readers or anything like that. It'll be 7 overs to bowl at the end of this one. And when we went off for rain and it started to get a little bit heavier and we had a little look at the forecast, I wasn't sure we were going to get anywhere near this many overs. It's the 89th now. I've played a lot of cricket. Be some tired bodies out there, that's for sure. Forward again is Bartlett. It's another dot ball.
Yeah, I have to admit, as soon as we went off air to that rain delay in the early tea break, I turned to Ross and Stevie, who are joining us as part of the production and the media company, and said, I think we might be done for the day here, lads. From Durham's point of view, they'll be very happy that they weren't, with the 5 wickets that they've been able to pick up in this extended evening session.
Forward again, defending again. And for the 4th delivery in a row, it's an action replay. As you see there, Stokes with the ball in hand, 7 overs to go. I'd be surprised if he didn't have a little go. Unless there's any word from upstairs about limiting his overs to 15 for the day, which is possible. But look at that, Potts is out on his feet almost. You can't ask the man to carry on. 20 for the day is enough for anyone. So we'll see what happens at the end of this over. Short. And that hurts because Matt Potts just put an extra 10% effort into that. And he's seen it rather effortlessly flow to the boundary as Bartlett moves on to 17. And His team move on to 369 for 5. We've played 89 overs.
Yeah, that will sting a little bit more on a day that already has not been the day for Matthew Potts. None for 71 on the 20 overs that he's bowled across his spells. Ben Rain been a little bit more fortunate, 3 for 50, entering into his 20th over of the day. Seven overs left to go. At this point, the order of business is just to get 1 wicket, let alone pick up the 2 that George was certainly eyeing up.
It's been an interesting day of cricket because Northants haven't really changed their mindset at all throughout the day. You normally get periods where they're almost mini sessions. Maybe a team goes on the attack, maybe they try something a bit different, but from Northants it's pretty much been the same. Maybe there's been elements of attack towards Callum Parkinson, but by and large it's just been really sensible cricket. Being very happy to leave and face a few deliveries, knowing that there will be a boundary ball on its way at some point.
Ollie Robinson calling to the pavilion for something. I'm going to get maybe an extra helmet for a short leg coming in here.
Looks like there's something from your part of the world just below us.
I've picked it up as well. I saw that.
Is that an AFL ball?
It is indeed. That's clipped away.
Oh,
It's a square leg.
from behind, I can't tell.
Yeah, that's an Aussie rules ball. That is no doubt about it. A bit of Darren Lehman influence. Big Buff, head coach of Northamptonshire.
Do you think an AFL ball is sort of one of those cultural things now, which is quite hipster to have? Even as an English person, is it just quite cool to have an AFL ball?
Absolutely.
I'd hate to think that's the case. I would hate to think that's the case, but I suspect maybe it is. But maybe that's the way now, warming up before the game, kicking a footy as you guys call it.
I don't know if I quite put it in the hipster category, but it's definitely a...
Look, if you bring a football to a game, everyone's like, cool. But if you bring an AFL ball, people start asking questions. It's a bit of a statement piece.
Yeah, it's a statement that I'll back. It's a statement I'll get behind. The rarity to see an Aussie rules football on UK soil.
If I was to rock up to a club game and someone had an AFL ball, I'd think that was a touch performative. You're asking for questions.
You're asking for your opening bowlers to beam one at their head first ball.
They are AFL athletes, complete athletes. Maybe, there's an argument to be said, AFL athletes are the most all-round athletes in the world. They're all 6'4" plus, quick, can catch, can kick, can jump.
Driving, but not evading the dive of Alex Leaves at mid-off. Just the 1 run off of that over, 370 for 5.
Alex Lees, sorry, just on that image, has got his sunglasses around his neck, like he's on holiday in San Sebastian. He's under the lights. I'm not sure I've ever seen that. It's like he's on holiday. Brilliant.
I suppose you got to enjoy it out there while you can.
We suggested it wouldn't be too long before we saw Ben Stokes with the ball. Matthew Potts is done for the day. He's earned a good night's rest. Ben Stokes, with 6 overs to go, would love to just chip in with a wicket. Of course he would. That goes without saying. But he's bowled 15 overs. He's toiled away 0 for 53. And he could well have had a couple. He had very early on. Ricardo Vasconcelos, 10.4 overs in. He was dropped on 19 off the bowling of Stokes. That was by Ben McKinney. And he's had a couple of very, very strong shouts as well. He had Proctor caught behind, or so he thought. That was in the 41st over. And he also had a big LBW shout on Luke Proctor. That was about 19 overs in. So he can consider himself, as Matt Potts can, slightly unlucky. He's just feeling his heel there. I'm not sure if that's a comfort thing or if that grimace on his face suggests it may be a niggle type thing.
Yeah, looked down at his boot initially. I thought maybe it was just a little bit of turf or something that had caught on one of the spikes. But yeah, it was that grimace. It's his left leg.
Still going on about it. His left heel. He's really not happy, Ben Stokes. Bowled 15 overs seemingly without problem, but it's the 15-point first, which has caused some issues. But he will toil away until he can toil no more, and he's still feeling it. He's not happy. He's going to readjust his boot now, tighten it up. I wonder what the problem is. I'll be interested to see if he bowls again. Because as you alluded to earlier regarding Matthew Potts, it looks like, barring some dramatic turn of events, that they're going to bowl again tomorrow morning. And you'd rather have Stokes tomorrow morning and fit rather than out of action by over-bowling himself now. But I'll at least finish this over. It's full, hit the pads, no appeal because it's down the leg side. Yeah, what could have been for Durham had they taken their chances today. Too many dropped catches and a few umpiring decisions which perhaps were umpires' call. Perhaps they could have gone either way. Ben Stokes now will get a couple to George Bartlett. He's not new at the crease. He's 32 balls old, but compared to Vasconcelos, who's been here since 11 a.m, he's brand new. And he's brand new to Ben Stokes. In fact, I've not got the stats here, but I wonder how many deliveries, if any, he's faced to right-handed batsmen today. It's a change of field as Alex Lees and his dangling sunglasses move over to the leg side. And Ben McKinney joins the cordon. That's 3 slips now. George Bartlett hasn't been impartial to a play and a miss. I think that's fair to say.
Or a flirt with the outside edge down to third slip of third man.
Let's see, 2 balls against Ben Stokes. That one's slightly back of a length. Untroubling. Parkinson and Rhodes go through, run some lines to borrow a turn from rugby.
Yeah, also on Alex Lees quickly as well. He's got the sunglasses dangling from his jersey. He's also misplaced his cap somewhere, which I don't think I've ever seen Alex Lees without his cap on.
I think it's down the back of his trousers. Full Yorker length dug out. That brings an end to the return. No, it doesn't. There's one more. There is one more delivery. Yeah, no, I think Alex Lee's cap off is by choice. I think there's a cap down his trousers.
Yeah, it's just a very odd sight.
I think
Odd sight to see.
I think that's why it looks more like he's on holiday.
Yeah.
If he had his cap on, it might look different. But the no cap and the sunnies dangling. It's a strong look. Ben Stokes, this will be the final ball. It's tucked off the hips. Excited shouts. It trickles away to Graham Clark. And that will be 2 from the over, which moves Northants to 372 for 5 as we go into the final 5 overs of the day. Talking about AFL athletes, I reckon Ben McKinney's would be up there. I think he's got the height. Allegedly, he's got the footwork. He's got the hands. I reckon he's got a good shout at being decent on a footy oval.
Yeah, absolutely. Him and Casey Aldridge, I think, would be pretty prime candidates. I think it is actually going to be Casey Aldridge that is going to take over at the Lumley end. Ben Rain bowling a 5-over spell with a wicket of the first ball of that spell.
I wonder how this Durham side would do if the county championships turned into an AFL round. I think we've got Ben McKinney and Casey Aldridge, very strong shouts. Ben Stokes, obviously, whatever he touches turns to gold. He'd be fine. Graham Clark's a bit of an athlete.
Yeah.
David Beddingham, perhaps, although maybe not the tallest.
Oh, there is the edge of Bartlett. And the third slip not in play for Casey Aldridge. And for the third time, George Bartlett has run an outside edge all the way to the boundary rope.
Yeah, easy to say from our position here in the commentary box and with the benefit of hindsight, but perhaps an oversight to take the third slip out to a man who has scored, I'd suggest, the majority of his 22 runs off the outside edge.
Yeah.
Even the lengthy wingspan of Ben McKinney got nowhere near that one. Although I think, as you said, it would have gone straight to a third slip. Alas.
That one thunders into the pads. Everyone up in appeal.
Yeah, looked high, as umpire Goff suggested.
Yeah, certainly high on quick rewatch. But if you're Durham, you're taking any half shout as a good enough shout to go up.
It's been a troubling over so far from Casey.
Now the third slip is in. Alex Lee's putting himself in there. And as it is often the way, as soon as the hole gets plugged up, that's exactly where the ball stops going.
I reckon he's still in the game here. Alex Lee's he's still got his... It's just... Mate, it tickles me. It tickles me.
He's getting ready for sitting down watching some FIFA World Cup later on tonight.
It's such a strong look.
USA versus Australia. Looking forward to that one in an hour or so's time. That's a glorious shot from George Bartlett. And for all of the fortune that we've been saying that he's been getting, finding the boundary rope with an outside edge, there was no fortune about that one. That was pure quality through the covers for 4.
Yeah, don't mind if I do. Rock back, punch it through the gap. It's raced away. New ball's moving in a hurry.
Last ball of this Casey Aldridge over. And it's Bartlett rising up high and defending down to short cover. End of the over. 8 runs from it. 1 fortuitous, 1 very purposeful. And Northamptonshire 380 for 5.
Going to be Ben Stokes again. Despite any issues he may have been feeling with his heel, he's not one to be taken off lightly. We've seen countless times throughout his career bowling through grimaces. And this is just going to be another one to that list. He's got Ricardo Vasconcelos in his sights. He's on 177. Make that 178. And he's just slowed up his rate recently. I think probably quite content with just getting through the day. There was a moment maybe 5 overs ago where I wondered whether he might try and push and get that double century before the close of play. But he's not interested in that.
It's very much a case of team before individual. Get the partnership through unscathed, up to 41 between these pair.
It's a full toss, and that's a gift for George Bartlett. I just wonder if Stokes tried to do something here. Almost looked like it was maybe a change-up, or maybe he's just got it slightly wrong. I think he Was it attempted slow ball or something? I'm not sure. Either way, it's a full toss and it's gone for 4. Good shift from those lads. In the yellow and blue. They've been there for the majority of the afternoon. So the crowd has thinned out as the day's gone on. And I hope we might get a decent crowd in over the weekend. The weather looks okay. It's going to be sunny enough to sit out in the stands and watch some cricket. We'll get a bit of Northamptonshire batting. Perhaps a few quick wickets at the end, and then it will be Durham's turn out in the middle. It should be a good weekend of cricket. 3.5 overs to go. Durham would love another wicket right now. And it's edged and it's taken by Ben McKinney. And Ben Stokes gets his man. George Bartlett flirted with the outside edge one too many times. And Ben McKinney was put into third slip. And this time, at long last, Durham take the catch.
Yeah, in a day of dropped opportunities, that was an absolute gift. Ben McKinney shading easily to his left-hand side. He's taken a wicket with the ball himself and now chipping in for Ben Stokes on his return to the Banks Homes Riverside. First time since 2024. And it's the 6th wicket down. George Bartlett, an explosive, somewhat fortuitous 30 off 44 at points. But from Durham's perspective going into tomorrow morning, he is at least going to be a fresh batsman that's walking out at number 8.
This is one of my favourite walk-ons I've seen in a long time. I'm not sure if you caught that, but it's just a couple of somewhat half-hearted lunges. And there is a little and large combination for you.
Oh, that's rude. That's Ollie Robinson next to Ben McKinney levels. That is. That's me next to Ben McKinney levels. That's rude. Harry Conway has been stitched up here.
Well, there was an air of inevitability about Ben Stokes coming back on just before the close of play. The clouds in the air, the lights beaming down upon us, and the new ball in his hand. And he's just in one of those moods where he's got a little bit of a niggle to his left heel, but he's going to bowl through it, whatever. And eventually, after 16.5 overs, he's got his reward. Ben Stokes 1 for 59. And counting. Harry Conway, the new batter. And he's left it late. And he's left it on length, I think. It's ended up going over the stumps, and he's a tall man. It's a fantastic camera shot we've got there. Vasconcelos at one end. 5'9". And Harry Conway at the other. 6'7". I'll tell you what, if Ben Stokes bowls a Yorker here, it's a heck of a long way to get down. 6 runs and a wicket from the over so far. And it's a half volley length, which Conway's somehow gone back to. That brings the end of the over, and finally a wicket from it. And it's a wicket for Ben Stokes. Northamptonshire 385 for 6, and maybe one more wicket, as we said earlier on. 385 for 7 suddenly sounds just a little bit better still.
Yeah, it does indeed. At least has the potential to. 3 more overs remaining in the day to get that potential 7th wicket. Of course, with the 6th foul, though, that is the second bowling bonus point for Durham on the board. And Aldridge will bowl to Vasconcelos. It's just guided slightly backwards of square leg for the 1 run. That puts him up to 179.
Harry Conway from South Australia. We were talking about AFL a little bit earlier. Oh, 6'7" of him. I reckon he was a handy player back in the day.
That has Ruckman written all over it.
Ooh. Of course, AFL developed as a game to keep cricketers fit in the winter. That's why it's played on cricket fields, or ovals, as they're insistent on calling them over there. So, in another generation, maybe he would have been plying his trade at the Adelaide Oval in 2 sports. No doubt he grew up playing AFL in the winter, because
surely,
what else do you do as an Aussie in the winter? I reckon he must have been handy. I'm not sure what his foot skills are like. It's a long way for his brain to connect with his feet. You got anything on there? What's a Google search returning?
Trying to have a look. I've got a Harry Conway in Bendigo, but Bendigo's Victoria.
Maybe if those lads still have the AFL ball, they do. Chuck it onto the pitch and see what he does with it. Either way, you'd think that would be another string to the bow of the Northamptonshire AFL team for this conceptual AFL round of the county champs. I reckon Ben McKinney up against Harry Conway would be a great battle.
Yeah, that'd be a rack contest that I'd pay to see.
McKinney just showing how good his hands are. And we know he's got good feet. Chuck one up in the sky and see who gets there.
Yeah. See who gets the tap down as well. I reckon you'd have Ben Stokes as the ruck rover in the middle, waiting for the tap down.
I'm getting far too technical for me now.
It's good over that from Casey Aldridge. Rattled through it quickly, just the one off of it. 386 for 6.
So it's 7:01 on the time. It's the 19th of June, which means we're 2 days from the summer solstice, the longest day of the year. And we're going to use most of that light now. If anything, the more the evening's gone on, the lighter it's got. Although the floodlights have remained on resolutely since about 2 o'clock. It's always a bittersweet day, that 21st of June. It's the longest day of the year, which is obviously great. Ben Stokes comes in for his 18th over. It's played late from Vasconcelos, and he gets a single. And I'm sure he'll be delighted to get down the other end. Sure, Harry Conway may have other ideas about that. He's got Ben Stokes charging into him 5 times. It's 7:02 at the end of day 1. I think Vasconcelos has probably earned some non-striker time. He's faced 273 deliveries, just 6 runs away from a career high score. But then after the summer solstice, I guess the days get shorter again. Short. And if you're going to bowl a bouncer to Harry Conway, you've got to put a fair bit of effort into it. It's a long way to get up there.
Yeah, and a long way for the big man to get down as well, to duck out of the way. Got out of the way pretty handily, though, on that occasion.
Stokes turns at the top of his mark. And we're about to see a fantastic sight here. 4 slips waiting. And Conway with a loud shout and an undeniably Australian twang of no. I don't think he needed to, because Vasconcelos, as you can see, is leaning on his bat, and I'm not sure that ever changed. No intent whatsoever for Ricky Vasconcelos to get to the other end. I don't blame him. Ben Stokes, a wicket in his last over. That was caught. Ben McKinney Harry Conway just looking slightly hesitant. This is completely understandable. As someone who's just come in the late evening sunshine facing Ben Stokes. But just slightly hesitant to come forward, and I wouldn't be surprised if he caught the edge on one of these last two. And if he does, well, there's quite the quintuple waiting for it.
Yeah, you've also got Matthew Potts in at leg slip as well. If Stokes wants to try and strangle Conway down the leg side.
It's well bowled. It's equally well played. This will be the last delivery of the day from Ben Stokes. It'll be the end of his 18th over, which puts him third in the rankings. Ben Raines got through 20, as has Matthew Potts. They'll be first in the ice baths. Then Stokesy will be next in. Those three bowled significantly more than anyone else. It's short, and it's kept out well by Harry Conway, which means that Ricardo Vasconcelos on 180 will face, or at least face the first delivery of the final over of the day. It's been a long old day. Northamptonshire 387 for 6.
Yeah, it's been a long day, but a resolute day, particularly for the man that's going to face the strike first off on this final over. Ricardo Vasconcelos strode out at 11 o'clock this morning. Although it's something that you would love as an opening batter, but probably wouldn't have expected to be still here at 6 minutes past 7 in the evening on day one. The field starts to converge in a little bit with both men on either side of the square on the boundaries making their way in. And it's watched and left first ball by Ricardo Vasconcelos. Durham have showed glimpses here and there. Had that early spell of pressure from the 18th to the 21st over of 4 maidens in a row, which was headlined by big LBW appeal that was denied. But the big story of the day for Durham will be dropped catches and what that could have done to the outlook of the day's play. To be 387 for 6. Not completely out of the game. And a respectable place to be, considering that Northants were 191 without loss before Luke Proctor was caught behind off the bowling of Ben Rain. The first order of business tomorrow morning will be to rattle through the remainder of the tail. Northamptonshire will be likely, you'd have to imagine, from this platform and this point to get up to 400. So keep that first innings total under 450. Probably the ideal scenario for tomorrow morning. And then let the Durham batters get to work. Short ball and pulled away by Vasconcelos. He will briskly walk to the non-striker's end. Put himself onto 181. And that will be where he will certainly hope he will hold for these last 2 deliveries. Slips Corden convenes. Benningham at first, McKinney at second. The skipper Alex Lees at third slip. It's fallen dug out by Conway. There's one more ball to survive. As as we get close to 10 past 7 in the evening here at the Banks Homes Riverside.
Yeah, just 360 career runs, an average of a touch over 9 for Conway. He's done the job he needs to do for his team so far.
And will do the job going into tomorrow as well, because that will be stumps on a long, challenging day for Durham. They managed to find some wickets and set themselves up into an intriguing platform for tomorrow morning to bat at. But the real story of the day will undoubtedly be Ricardo Vasconcelos striding out at 11 o'clock this morning at number 1 and still out there, and will rejoin the crease at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning as well. 181 not out, 19 away from a maiden double ton. It's been a long old day, but an intriguing one, and sets up for a really fascinating rest of the weekend. We will see you tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock for day 2 here from the Banks Homes Riverside.